coming through. This is going to be hitting for super effective versus this win champ. You can hear the crew is going wild. Doesn't know what's happening. He's going to go ahead and scoop the game. And there's the choice bell. And the echoing horn.
Against fire complete.
And there it is. Boom!
Super Dondozo. What you did previously, Dondozo is now eliminated.
Hello and welcome to all you beautiful Pokemon fans out there. We are in the city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to kick off our 2024 competitive season. My name is Adam Watson here. Day 2, Pokemon TCG, almost 1,800 competitors here in this city, and we've got to get things started. I'm joined in the lounge by Jeremy Jallin and Kyle Sablehouse. How are you doing, my friends?
Doing great. Day 2, there's a ton of people in Day 2 and a lot of cool decks in this meta and a lot of decks that we didn't really think coming.
187 players made Day 2. It is the most we've ever seen in our Day 2 competitive series for a regional championship. So many great names out there. A lot of old heads, so I'm getting excited. I'm seeing a lot of players that I used to play against 15 years ago. They're still getting it done out there, man. It's cool to watch.
At the start of the season, we have this beautiful mixture, right? Old and new coming together. This is a perfect jumping on point for some fresh faces, some new competitors that want to make a name for themselves, and maybe some players that haven't played for a while and they say, you know, new season, new me, and some new decks on the horizon as well. It's a great time to jump back in and see what the game feels like. I want to take a quick moment to remind our audience about the roadmap we have for our 2024 season. We're here in Pittsburgh at the very top of the ladder, and we're going to be advancing through the rest of the season. Any places you're seeing, Jeremy, that you're particularly excited for?
Well, honestly, the North America Internationals at the very end there, right before Worlds. Brand new city of New Orleans. I think it's going to be a fun time.
And what about you, Kyle?
Man, I got a taste for it at NAIC. I love playing this game. I'm going to be playing at the regional championship in Peoria. I'm so excited to get back to the cards and see you guys in Day 2.
I am looking forward to casting some Kyle Sablehouse games in Peoria for sure. I personally kind of want to go back to Charlotte. It's a beautiful town. We were there last time, and seems like a good time of year to head down south right at the beginning when it's a bit chilly, but the players are going to be competing all across these different regionals and the international championships to lock in those slots for the Worlds in Honolulu. Every player so excited for it, and with the changes to the structure where our regional winners now get their direct Worlds invites, there's going to be even more on the line. But if you're a grinder, you can still get your points here.
Yeah, we see a lot of players make 700, 800 points without even winning a tournament. They're just getting top 16, top 8s at every other weekend. And they could still do that here and try to win the tournament, get that guaranteed invite to start off the season.
It's so hard to win a regional like this. There's so many players out there. Even if you're on the hottest streak of your life, playing as best as you can, that could culminate into a top 4 or a finals finish for you, which means that you're going to earn a lot of championship points, but it doesn't always mean that you're going to come out on top. Does mean you're going to earn a lot more money, though, and that means that grinding out seasons like this and going to more regionals becomes that much more easier.
Yeah, I think the scale of these events certainly reflects, you know, earning a Worlds invite directly. And it's only going to get harder from here. This is the largest regional so far, and we're already starting off 2024, and who knows where it's going to go from this point. If players know that, hey, if I can do well at one massive tournament, get a direct Worlds invite, I think that's going to, you know, put some bait on the water, and we're going to have some hungry competitors coming out to really strut their stuff. And I'm looking forward to it. I don't know about y'all.
Oh yeah, 100%. The changes that we've seen this season, it really kind of just helps the players commit more to the game of Pokemon. You can put more time and effort into it when you know it's going to be rewarded.
We've been saying this for, what, 7 years now? So, we esports now! Except it actually feels real this time. Over and over again. Just, it continues to build. And the production level that we have here, the dedication from the fans and the players that we have all throughout these venues, back at home, it feels so real. It's so great to be a part of this.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. An additional shout out to our audience at home for showing your support and your love of Pokemon, because this is all for you, for our competitors for certain, but also for our audience at home that want to see our favorite game played at the highest level. And that's what we're hoping to see here in day 2 of Pittsburgh. We had a little bit of a rough and tumble metagame for day 1. A lot of Lost Box, which I think was expected, but coming from Yokohama with Gardevoir and Mew VMAX doing so well, I kind of expected them to be a bit of a larger meta share. Do you think that Lost Box is just a tried and true list, or is it a better meta call than even those two long-standing decks?
Well, Lost Box is still pretty good against a deck like Gardevoir. You can still beat a lot of the other decks in the field. Playing through a tournament this large, this long, you have 15 rounds of Swiss, and you need to play almost perfectly to try to make that top 8. You need to be on the top of your game.
Yeah, I think consistency is something that just continues to bring players back to Lost Box. They don't want to try a risk like that Charizard, that Chen Pao, something that might not set up. They know that if they have Comfey, they have a chance of finding Colress Experiment. If you find that card, you're probably going to play Pokemon today, and that's what we're all trying to do, right?
We had a lot of players, after winning their rounds on stream, coming into the lounge for their interviews and saying that exact same point, Kyle, of I want to play a deck that's very consistent, a deck that rewards my personal play style and decision making. And I know that you, of course, were a big proponent of playing Lost Zone, playing Tina, a deck with just a massive skill cap and rising to the challenge. And we'll see if the players will continue to surprise us, because whenever we, behind the desk, feel that a deck or a metagame is solved, they always come out with a new tech or some new variety that surprises us. Me especially. I love it when players love to break the format wide open with some unexpected tech.
Yeah, and looking at the deck usage for day 1, it was pretty kind of even across the board. Lost Zone Giratina was definitely the most played deck, but everything else was kind of hovering around that 10 to 12%.
That is very true. I think that, especially coming from, Lugia and Gardevoir and Mew, these decks that tend to do a large percentage of their particular metagame, any particular regional that you look at, having such a neck and neck distribution of archetypes makes for an oddball meta to make a call for, Kyle. How do you adapt to a room like that?
There's so many decks that you need to consider when you're going into a tournament like this. Not only do you have the information of the World Championships, but also seeing Obsidian Flames added, seeing Charizard EX added as a potential, 15th counter to Mew VMAX at this point. It continues to happen. Dark Pokemon reigning supreme, but I think when you look at this, you want to make sure that you're able to deal with the high hit points that are out there in the field, and that's why Lugia makes so much sense with that Tyranitar, and also playing that Lost Giratina, just having the ability to knock out any Pokemon in the room. It feels very strong.
Yeah, Lugia, I think, is the perfect answer, where we've already talked about Lost Zone Box, a deck that you kind of have to get in the weeds and make it work for you. Lugia is a deck that once it gets set up, it feels unstoppable, and hitting those damage numbers incredibly important. But will it remain consistent through so many competitors in day 1 going into day 2? Do you feel that Lugia is going to be the true call for here in Pittsburgh?
Listen, I feel like it's pre-rotation again. Andrew Hedrick is sitting at the top of the field right now with that single strike Lugia, and I'm having deja vu again.
Yeah.
No amazing rare Pokemon out there, but they're still doing some pretty extraordinary things.
That's a great way to put it. The Lugia deck, it doesn't even have a big target on its back as well, right? You have just a generally rough matchup into Miraidon because of the lightning weakness, but I think you talked about it a little bit before we started the stream, Kyle. At the end of the day, that matchup just becomes a haymaker battle where you're just taking prize after prize back and forth. And Lugia, with that Archeop supporting with Primal Turbo, seems to always have another attacker ready to come into the active spot and keep that pressure going.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite matchups to watch right now. It looks like Miraidon should be favored. Just in general, you have those lightning Pokemon attacking in, knocking out Lugia, but it's more than that. There's Path to the Peak on the other side for Miraidon. There's Zapdos included so that you can knock out the Tyranitar on the other side, getting to those perfect numbers that you're looking for with the Miraidon. So seeing the back and forth there, Stonjourner on the other side is starting to reemerge as a card that we're seeing back in this deck just because of this. So really cool to see how that matchup's going. It's actually at table 1 right now.
Miraidon and Lugia. This is probably going to be a matchup we're going to have to get used to seeing moving forward, because Miraidon kind of made its debut at EUIC and showed a little bit of luster. A little bit of potential, and slowly but surely it's picked up more steam, and now it's sitting as a true meta contender. And there's a similar deck that has really risen up to maybe have a bit more potential, and that is Chien-Pao EX. Chien-Pao with the Baxcalibur. A common theme we're seeing is accelerating a lot of energy and keeping your attacking pressure up. Gardevoir does it, Lugia does it, Miraidon does it, and so does Chien-Pao. There's 2 or 3 different builds at war with one another right now to see who will reign supreme going forward. But Jeremy, what did you think about Chien-Pao overall?
Ever since it came out, it's been one of those decks that kind of was compared to Miraidon EX. You can obviously have games where you just blow your opponent out of the water, but there's also just non-games that happen because you don't get set up, you don't get your rare candies, you don't get your Baxcalibur in play. And I think the fact that there's only 3 Chien-Pao lists in day 2. 2 of them are at table 2 and table 3. That's got to be saying something.
Yeah, if you brought the Chien-Pao, you're confident in it, maybe you found that build that everyone's been searching for, you're going to do incredibly well at this largest regionals ever. But as I said, with so many different varieties of Chien-Pao, is there one that you particularly root for, Kyle?
Well, I mean, we're looking at it right now with the deck list that we see. Everyone's trying to figure out what the right way to play this was. Do you include the Palkia V-Star in there? Do you include Arceus V-Star so you can find some help?
Pidgeot EX.
Do we go to Pidgeot EX to start using Quick Search? Well, that takes all your rare candies, and that's a whole nother thing to worry about. It's very confusing to get all of that set up. Drake said it best, no new friends. We're going back to Bieberl. We're going to just draw our cards and find the right things. These really boring, consistent lists are getting it done. And I'll say it again, nothing beats Run Hot Chien-Pao.
Run Hot with the Bibberell. I mean, big teeth, the deck, I suppose. And yeah, just drawing cards. We've seen the surgence of Iono as well, Roxanne coming back for that disruption, people trying to target Lost Box. And so if you've got that extra draw with the Industrious Incisors, you can bounce back from that situation and maybe find that final energy retrieval or something to get that final prize. I like that Chien-Pao still has a lot of science to be done, mad science perhaps, to find the right recipe, but we're going to certainly see a little bit more of that on the stream today, so that's a little bit to look forward to. But we've touched on it briefly, and I want to dig a little deeper now, Kyle and Jeremy, into just the size of this event. It's great for the growth of the competitive scene, rewards for the players, but the numbers of competitors we get in a regional is beginning to affect the metagame. You already said it, Kyle, largest day 2 that we've ever seen. Is that going to affect any matchups, you think?
You always have to consider the tiebreakers as well, and how many ties we see throughout a tournament of this magnitude. The metagame does have a little bit to say about that, but with a little bit of drop-off with Lost Box, there's still some. I mean, I think it's the #1 deck in the field, but in general, you're just not seeing as many in total with 187 players, so hopefully there's not as many ties. I think I would just want to see players going for those match wins, though. We talked about that, Jeremy and I, at the booth yesterday. Just go for wins. If you're playing slow, you don't have the potential. If that leads to some mistakes, so be it. You have to play fast if you want to win games, and I'm looking to see those players start to make their way to the top now.
And Jeremy, when you are trying to find those wins, get as many points as you can to get into this incredibly difficult top 8, and you want to play fast, is it just playing quickly and confidently, or is it about maybe taking bigger risks to take an early win?
It really depends on the matchup. You want to play confidently, you want to play quickly, but you also want to play clean. You do not want a double prize penalty to happen in this stage of the tournament. Everything's on the line. With the increased prize money, with the World Invitation on the line for the winner of this tournament, the level of competition has increased drastically, and I think that we're only going to continue to see that increase as the season goes on.
That is a factor I hadn't really considered. With getting that direct Worlds invite, the increase in prize money, players aren't going to open themselves up to those factors that can let a win, pull a defeat from the jaws of victory, as it were. And I think that the competitive scene that has been fostered over time for the Pokemon TCG has created so many powerful competitors that will not let that happen. And when we're down to the wire, getting a chance to decide our top 8, that's where the heroes are made, for sure. When you've got to go complete turbo with just a few minutes left on the round, so many heartbreaking moments that I know a lot of people in the audience right now are maybe thinking of a couple where a player just needed one more turn in time to take that knockout and get a prize. And the difference between a tie versus a win, bubbling top cut, it's just the beginning of the season, but I can almost see it happening, and I feel for any competitors that it happens to.
It's also thousands of dollars, a difference.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few different schools of thought when you go into how you play with the clock, because obviously, we've seen Tor Breckliff. Take your time, play a 40-minute game, and then don't worry about game 2. You don't have to worry about that. You can take my strategy, which is just win game 1, concede, and play game 3. It seems to work out sometimes. But if you don't have a plan, you get stuck in that tie bracket. And then you play against other players in the tie bracket. You know what they do? They tie. Ryan's playing in this tournament, right? He's 6-1-4 right now. He could have a great day, but it doesn't matter if you're only earning 1 match point.
So many ties, but no suit.
Unlucky.
Terrible shame, terrible shame. And that's another great point as well, bringing up the fact that you need to know when to concede and save that time. The clock becomes a much more pronounced factor in how these matchups play out, and even maybe comes into consideration for your whole matchup spread. It's one of the constant factors that keeps Lost Box and Gardevoir from truly taking over in a dominant fashion. Like, players always bring it, but it doesn't win as many events as we'd like to see because so many of them do bubble out or get too many ties, even if you're on a hot streak, as you mentioned, Kyle. And when you consider all the factors of playing against the clock, playing clean, taking risks versus knowing your game plan, knowing your matchup, I don't think there's a deck that demonstrates that better than Lost Zone Giratina. This is a list that is highly contentious right now, whether or not it's the best deck in the format. Is it overhyped? Is it the worst? And I know you're a little bit of an expert, Kyle. You want to break down some of the factors that come into why the players can't agree on the strength of Lost Tina.
Yeah, I think we saw this a lot going into day 2 of the World Championships. Dehydrated Tina, is that what we're going to call it now?
That's what you've been calling it.
Yeah.
Thirst Tina.
No water energy is what we're seeing now for a lot of players. Just moving away from the potential of that Radiant Greninja, which seems ridiculous when you think about how powerful Moonlight Shuriken is, but whatever. Then you see the hydrated version. Some people are playing 2 water energies. It means it's going to be really difficult to find them when you need them. So I'm a big proponent of using 3, just playing a nice consistent build that has a bunch of different answers, and that's really the power of this deck. It's not that you're going to go in, take big knockouts left and right with this Giratina, unless the matchup dictates for you to do just that. I like having the options to use this Radiant Greninja, eventually work in the Sableye. If you have to use Cramorant, so be it, but that's what makes this deck powerful, just being a big focal point of all these different resources that emerge into a powerhouse deck.
Yeah, you're playing a Lost Zone deck, first and foremost. You've got the Cramorant, the Sableye to work into your game plan, but adding the Giratina adds this additional layer of, okay, maybe I can sneak in a cheeky Abyss Seeking to accelerate my Lost Zone count, get those Mirage Gates online, and it's a return to form, I think. When Lost Box first came out, you're running a lot of energies, a lot of moving pieces, and that's when the really nefarious Chorus Experiment and flower selecting choices start to rear their ugly heads. And I don't really want to be in a situation like that. Jeremy, if you have to make a tough choice off of flower selecting or a Chorus, is there anything that helps alleviate some of that pain, or is it just an experience gap?
Most of the time, I'm just happy if I see Chorus's Experiment. Yeah, there's some Lost Zone Giratina games where you just Rain Splash, and we saw that on stream yesterday too. You can be pretty unlucky, but it's just like any Lost Zone deck. If you are able to see that Chorus's Experiment, it just starts the train going. You're able to find another one, and then from there, you're probably one of the best decks in the room.
It's certainly a deck that you're learning backwards, because you'll make a choice turn 1, turn 2, and then come turn 5, turn 6, turns out you made the wrong choice, you've painted yourself into a corner, and you've got to scoop it up and try to save time. It's triple punishing, because you lose those resources, and maybe it seemed correct at the time, and you're at war with results-oriented thinking, but then you've sunk too much time into your clock, and you've got to try to squeeze 2 games into 23 minutes.
One thing I really like about Giratina and its placement right now is the fact that you're using the jet energy. That conserves so many of your resources. If you think about starting with the Comfey, maybe you find that Battle VIP pass, hopefully you do. If you have the jet energy, you got 1 flower selecting, you jet up for the second, you retreat for the third. That was 1 card that opened up 3 cards for the Lost Zone. And just that level of consistency that you find, you include some cards like the Pokegear. As much as people hate it, it finds Chorus Experiment, and when it does, you win games. So we see some lists playing 1 or even 2 of them potentially. It's just finding that extra bit of consistency, conserving those resources at the right time. It leads to you having the answers at the end of games.
Very well put, Kyle. Run 4.5 Chorus's Experiment. Surely nothing can go wrong. And when we consider all of these factors, folks, that go into the preparation these players have undergone for this massive regional tournament, the consistency, thinking about the clock, the matchups, the big plays that need to be made, playing clean, they've advanced to day 2, and we're going to take a quick look now at the Swiss standings. What we have so far, a few matches have already happened off stream, and we can see where those points are lying and who's really in the running. We talked about Hedrick, I think, at the top of the tables on that Lugia, which is incredible.
Yeah, he was playing against Adam Reinhart, a Carolina boy playing Miraidon. He's tried and trusted this deck throughout all of last year, trying to make this into something great. May have gotten a little inspiration from seeing Andrew Mahone's performance at the World Championships, playing at Table 1 against Andrew Hedrick. And I mean, look at some of these names that we see out here. A lot of old heads, a lot of these newer faces that we see. Xerix is one that stands out to me, a really great player on that Charizard EX from yesterday. Gave a really great interview with you as well, Skarzig.
Yeah, Xerix bringing that Charizard. A bit of a surprise underdog. Did well, post-Worlds because it was kind of the new shiny thing. Hasn't quite been figured out yet, but Xerix making it work. I see Lucas Zing down at the bottom with that Chin Pow, right? A deck that we've already had our laser focus on. A deck that everybody has high hopes for. Any names sticking out to you, Jeremy?
Well, speaking of Chin Pow, you also got Mike Newey up there right under Andrew Wu. And you got former world champion Andrew Estrada. You got Tord Reklev coming off 2nd place at Worlds just this past season. Tyler Matthews is another name where he was basically in the top 16 of every regionals he attended last year, and still trying to break through, get a big win.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you highlighted Tyler Matthews. This is a player that every time I see him at a regional championship, he does not make mistakes. He plays so well. He knows what he's good at. He plays so many different Lost Box variations, and seeing him play every single time, it's an absolute spectacle. So anytime I see his name out there, I'm watching that table for sure.
Yep, and definitely, folks at home, look at these names, burn them into your retinas. These are the players to look out for as we advance through the season. But we do have now the actual standings from round 11, just to kind of get an early sampling of who's maybe on their way down to Tie Town, but who's got a lot of wins and a lot of match points here. 31 points at the top, 28 now. It seems to be the midpoint. And if this was the top 8, it's already going to be a banger.
I mean, look at it. You see Adam Reinhart and Jesse Parker both on that Miraidon and having great success. Andrew Hedrick at the top once more with that Lugia, as we've mentioned. He's already won 2 regionals in this exact fashion. And the deja vu is definitely real, Jeremy. It's wild to see him do it once more. And he could win the same amount of money for this one.
Yeah, a 3-peat with Lugia. He won regionals in this fashion, and the word that you were missing there, Kyle, was dominant fashion. 10-0 and 1, and these players are kind of scrambling to take him down. Lugia doesn't have any truly awful matchups from what I'm understanding. We know that Miraidon seems bad on paper, but did somebody think this far ahead and maybe try to counter?
Honestly, its worst matchup in the field is those coin flips. Capturing Aroma, Mezagoza, you need to hit those when you need to hit those. And a simple Tails to get Pumpkaboo to bump a path to the peak can make all the difference.
And so if those coin flips are going your way, we know that that's what it comes down to sometimes, gentlemen, is having a little bit of luck on your side. You have to be the sort of player that can consistently produce the situations where it can go in your favor. As we advance a little bit further down the standings, we've got Andrew Estrada, as you talked about, toward Reklev in 10th. Isaiah Bradner also showing up, 8-0 and 3. Kind of took a step back to let Reagan Retzlaff shine, but we have to remember that he's still one of the OGs, one of those competitors that's always waiting to take down another big tournament alongside Alex Szymanski.
I mean, Isaiah didn't believe me. I told him that Lost Tina was the move, and I saw him at maybe round 5 or 6, walked away with the slip. I said, "Oh, you're not putting the loss in Lost Tina. That's good." Then he stole my line, and he's gone 8-0 and 3. He's just never going to lose again. So shout out to him for finding success with this. He's gone with a different approach. See the Drapion V in there, a little nod to the Mew V Max and those players out there. Took a turn 1 knockout against a Mew this round.
Absolutely glorious. Mew VMAX has been one of the longest running decks we've ever seen. And especially after it won the World Championships, we kind of assumed that it would do well. Nobody really talked about Mew VMAX. It was like, we don't talk about how well it did at Worlds. It's just kind of been around. Charizard EX tries to counter it. And if we just don't mention it at all, maybe it'll go away.
Yeah, we're trying to forget it, But somehow, it just keeps sticking around. No matter what card that they print to be good against Mew, it's still going to be just a super consistent deck that has access to a ton of different cards for different matchups. And we'll definitely see at least another one today, I'm pretty sure.
It just grows right back up through the cracks like a weed, an incredibly resilient list, but that's just our opinion. I want to also see what some of our viewers had to say. We've got some tweets now, people who use the hashtag #PlayPokemon to get in touch with us and send us a little bit of love. Luminion in a suit. Guard your gills. The boss is coming to town. Hashtag #PlayPokemon. And I think it was you two that actually pointed out that Luminion for boss's orders to close out games is one of the most common finishing lines of play you can do in the Pokemon TCG. And Luminion has so many alternate arts and reprints. I'm waiting to see this one on a card for sure.
You can only hope, right? Boss's Orders is just one of those supporter cards that has been closing out games for years now. And I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon.
It knows what it likes. It likes to win. And so often we see just that. We saw some really great play. That's a consistent line from Lugia. That's really all it needs. It has all the energies. It has all the Pokemon. You just got to find the right Pokemon to attack. And so often the fish will guide you to victory.
And as we look at the next tweet, what do we got here? Not only did I make my first day 2, says Julia, at Pittsburgh Regionals today, but I'm 7-1-1 currently, sitting at 31st place. Today doesn't feel real. Hashtag girl power TCG win. Hashtag play Pokemon. The girl power team really cooking here in top 32 so far. 7-1-1 is not a bad record at all.
That's very impressive. Yeah, look at all the names around her too. That's just great company to be in. 7-1-1, fantastic finish in day 1, and hopefully she's building on that and potentially climbing into the top 8 out of 187 players.
Yeah, and almost 1,800 overall signed up for day 1. This is just a slaughter fest. So we know that these players have been, as I said, grinding and making it look good while they're doing it. Do we have another tweet, I wonder? But at the end of the day, I love celebrating these sorts of small victories. Just some players are happy making day 2. Some players just want to make top 32. And every competitor, at the end of the day, wants to take home that big regional win. And now that does result in a direct Worlds invite.
Listen, everyone has to start somewhere. Whether it be just attending your first regionals, getting your first win, to making your first day 2, to getting your first prize money, to eventually taking down that big tournament win. It's what we're all here for.
Yep, and girl power has been around and shown us how it's done. I'm rooting for you, Julia. We've got another tweet coming up here. And this is a nice overhead shot of round 1, direct from Overload events. A lot of tables, a lot of space in this venue here in Pittsburgh. Perfect selection to hold the regional here. Even though there's so many people in the building, it hasn't really felt crowded.
No, not at all. It takes like 20 minutes to walk across to the other side of the venue, but that's just with the
vendors are so far away.
The amount of people that we have here this weekend. But everyone's here for one thing, and that's Pokemon.
Yep, and that's what they're doing here for round number 1. Heads down, grinding it out, trying to run hot on Chen Pao, perhaps. I can see some steam clouding up the camera here from the collective brain strain of playing this game at the highest level.
Yeah, it's so cool to see the amount of players that we have now, and of course, so many are those older players, but the new players that have been inspired seeing us play through COVID, getting to this point, and now all the tournament organizers understand the numbers are here. Every year we are growing, and it's just going to look like regionals looking like internationals, internationals looking like worlds, worlds looks like the Super Bowl. Everything's going to be incredible. It's so great to be a part of that.
And if you want to be part of our growth and our journey, make sure you use that hashtag play Pokemon. Tweet at us, use that social media. We want to see our viewers' opinions. Who are you rooting for? What deck do you like? Is it Dehydrated Tina? Is that the call? Is it the best deck in format, or is it the worst? Did you lose round 1 and run it back? We want to hear your stories, folks, so make sure you keep up with us. We want to see. And I love looking directly at the camera, just talking to the folks at home, seriously. It gives me so much life energy.
Yeah, it all starts with you watching at home, attending your locals, getting those cups in, those league challenges. And honestly, these regionals are getting hard to get into because there's so much demand. And if you do get to enjoy some of these regionals throughout this entire season, be sure to let us know. It's pretty great to see the game growing the way it is.
Ryan Sablos is a 6-time regional champion. He says the hardest tournament that he plays is League Cups. So don't get discouraged if you lose those League Cups. Michael Poirmouat, Ryan Sablos, they're losing left and right over there because you guys are growing, you guys are getting better, and sometimes you put the beat down on them.
Yeah, the average player skill has gone up. The resources to get into this game and learn from the best of the best are more available than they've ever been. And then you just get these strange pocket metas, right? You're like, I'm bringing a great deck, and everybody decided to bully you that day. So it happens to me, and to be fair, I'm one of the bullies. I'm a notorious hater. If I lose to a deck, I just put in a card that's going to help me beat that deck, and I want to come back with a vengeance. I cannot help it.
Is Dialga capable of bullying?
I didn't know Dialga was that versatile.
It's a I'll get him next time deck. It's, oh man, I only hit one energy off my Magna Zone. My Giga Magnet did not come through, but next time I got you. But I was cooking. I had the Pyukumuku, so my Irida after I got my Radiant Greninja. Okay. I see you typing right now, telling me not to talk about Dialga anymore. That's okay. The time will come again because time is a flat circle.
Because Dialga.
Yes,
Yeah,
its time will come again. But if you want to take extra turns, I mean, just play Rapid Strike Urshifu with the Metacham, right? Yoga Loop 'em. That's what I'm saying. I'm out here trying to influence the meta in my own way. Lost Scizor, we haven't seen it yet. Kyle already gave me a talking to off camera, y'all. Don't worry about it. He said this is just a worse version of Giratina, and I said, I know, Dad.
I mean, hey, at least this time you know to add the Cleavor in there to work on your Arceus matchup. You've got some options. They're just not better than Tina.
Hitting a Charizard EX 3 times with a Cramorant is one of the most just demoralizing feelings I've ever experienced in this game. There's too much HP in that deck, and that's why I understood it was one of your caster picks as well, Kyle.
Yeah, no, that's I can't solve it yet. I know it's not the best deck in the room yet, but I know somebody will. Usually that someone is Tord Reklev. He said he didn't play the deck because he didn't have the Charizards. I'm like, dude, you just got second of the World Championships. What do you mean? So somebody trade Tord. I'm sure he's got a nice binder by now.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday where Charizard is one of those decks, one of those cards where the collectors and the competitors are fighting over it. So maybe it is a little bit harder to get hands on our Dragon Boy with the nice darkness hat than we thought. But any final thoughts, Jeremy, before we kick things over to the casters?
I just want to say that Obsidian Flames, the newest set that we had, has been kind of lackluster in what we've seen trying to affect the metagame. We have just a lot of carryover from the World Championships. Deck lists haven't really changed too much, and we don't have much time in this format. The 151 set is coming out very soon.
Yeah, that's very well put. 151 going to arrive and shake up the meta once again, and our players will have to continue to adapt. But for this format, for this metagame right now, we're going to send things over to the casting desk so we can head into day 2 of Swiss here in Pittsburgh. So let's send it over there.
Thank you so much, Skarzig. Love hearing about your spicy picks. The $5 still on the line there for that Scizor.
I like listening to Kyle. I feel like I learned so much from Kyle. You just gotta play fast. You make mistakes, that's A-okay.
Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. That's all Kyle's been saying this weekend. What's up, everyone? I'm Boo, here with Juancho Saldana as well. We're so happy to be here with you all this morning. We left you late last night after the conclusion of our day 1, but we're starting off strong here today, about to jump into our day 2. Of course, we're still in our Swiss rounds, but everyone is grinding out their games in the crowd, trying to get to that 35 match points.
Yeah, 35 match points, by the way, that's just to bubble.
Yes.
36 is the guaranteed. Can you imagine? I mean, is it a surprise? This is the biggest regionals to date. That means it's the biggest day 2 to date as well, right?
Yes. Yeah, 187 players. So 36 should be the end. Hopefully.
Doesn't sound too tough, right? No,
no, not at all. Yeah, but our players are definitely capable out there in the field, and we've seen some really cool decks. Let's get into our formats a little bit that our players are playing in at the moment.
Yeah, so again, it's when you're playing in the regional championship, it is open to all. A player, of course, you have to have your Pokemon deck. Within the standard format, we play a round of Swiss here, technically 9 rounds of Swiss on day 1. You can win prizes, travel awards, and more, and most importantly, a invite to the Pokemon World Championships. A lot of things that can happen in a regional championship for sure.
Yep, absolutely. We have our Swiss rounds. We have lots of prizes. We've been talking about, players trying to break into that top 32 because you take home no longer $250. You're taking home $1,000 for top 32. That's a good chunk of change. You can maybe Tord might be able to take that and buy some Charizards, right?
How does he not have Charizards?
I have no idea.
I'll trade it for the number 2 trophy. I have a couple. I have a play set.
Yeah, there you go.
Hit me up, Tord.
Trade the whole deck, right? Yes, absolutely. So that is our formats that our players are working with. But yeah, I definitely think the biggest point on this is it is open for everyone.
Oh,
You
yes.
can join us. You can come participate in these events. You just have to register, pick a deck, and come play some Pokemon.
100%. I know a lot of people that really go to their first event, and it's going to be a regional championship.
Yeah.
Yes, it could be a little bit intimidating. 1,800 players, give or take. And but you know what? It's possible. I think dreams really do come true in the Pokemon trading card game. You know?
Wancho, what did you play at your first regional championship? Do you remember?
It was a long time ago. It was Darkrai EX with a with a Dino. And at the time, you could attack turn 1, and I lost my first game. It was literally my very first event, and back then there's this Landorus EX. You could attack for 30, hit my Dino for weakness, and I finished my game in 30 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
And I still had fun. I made so many friends at the event. You know?
Yeah, that was very similar to my first experience as well. I was playing Fossils, total off-meta deck.
You're playing Archeops?
No, I wasn't. I was playing Rampardos, actually. Yeah, let's not talk about it. Anyway, let's get back to this event that we're here at, this regional championship, because I'm sure there are tons of players out in our field that this is their first regional championship, and they might even still be playing. But speaking of the meta, let's take a look at the meta share for day 1.
All right, well, for day 1, again, it's no surprise, best deck in format, Lost Zone, Giratina, V-Star. The only question is, we need to split this graph up with dehydrated or you have water, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And then, of course, followed by Lost Zone box. So, again, almost 500 players are saying flower selecting a couple of times. I'm sure you're probably tired of hearing that, but hey.
I sure am.
On number 3, Miraidon EX, that's something I really, really enjoyed seeing.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like so many people were surprised. They were like, wow, number 3, third in this entire event, 200 decks, but I am not surprised at all.
Really?
Whatsoever. No, that's why I predicted it.
Okay.
I was like, yeah, Miraidon's going to come out in numbers, and here we are. But this is our day 1, so take a good look at this. But let's check out our day 2, how these decks converted into our day 2, because this is really where you get down to the nitty and gritty. You saw all of the numbers on our day 1, almost 1,800 players. We are down to 187 players. What do you think about this list now?
So best deck in format just went from to 13%, only 25 decks. That's around again 13% of the people that brought the deck. That is surprising. Well, it's surprising, but at the same time kind of expected. I still think it's one of the best decks in format. However, it does take a lot of skill to play, in my opinion. There's so many micro decisions in any Lost Box deck, and sometimes you also just start Manaphy and you have to Wave Splash, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
But speaking of Fossil, something I love seeing, here's Lugia V-Star Archeops with 17.6% conversion rate. I mean, we can talk about the Lost Box, but everyone expected Lost Box to have a high conversion rate. But Lugia V-Star, a lot of the top players in the field right now opted to play Lugia V-Star, and it's paying off. I've been saying it since yesterday. The first thing you see when you come into Pittsburgh is a fossil. It was a sign. It was a sign.
Wancho, that's not the first thing I saw, okay? Let's take a look at our round 13 key matches. You've seen the decks now, but let's check out some players here. These are key matches. These are players that will be going up against each other, trying to get to that 36 match points. 35 is most likely our bubble as well, so maybe if you can secure that, you might get in. But let's take a look at these matchups here, Wancho.
Yeah, again, every win matters, and what a stream match we have. We were just talking about Lugia, and I don't think we can find a better player in Andrew Hedrick, someone who has won multiple regional championships with the exact deck, so maybe he's looking to recreate that magic, but Andrew Estrada is not going to make it easy. A former world champion, and if anyone can put a stop to the Lugia mayhem, it could be him.
Well, we'll be definitely following up on all of these players and how their matches turn out, because that's going to start to narrow down our field here into our top placements for this tournament. But let's throw it down to our players who are currently setting up right now. Juancho, I have some interesting news, though. It's going to be Andrew versus Andrew, so we are going to have to
oh, no.
say last names this whole time to hopefully not be...
Whoever wins this keeps the name. I feel like this happens a lot in
It
Pokemon.
actually does, yeah. Of course, Andrew Estrada, former world champion back in 2014. Incredible player. So good at this game. Every time I watch Andrew Estrada play, I mean, the skill, you'll see it in this matchup coming up. And then Andrew Hedrick winning back-to-back regionals, not to mention with this deck that he's currently playing right now last season, and trying to take things back again here today, sitting at 31 match points, a record of 10-1-1. Let's see who's going to come out on top of this, because we have two extraordinary players, and we're about to get into the super fun matchup. Let's talk about the decks, though, Juancho.
All right, so Andrew Estrada here is bringing in a Turbo Lost Box. So again, one of the best decks in format, piloted by one of the best players. We are in for a treat. Every time I see a really, really good player playing Lost Box, I have to take notes, because, again, I think this is a type of deck you can learn so much from. But again, then Andrew Hedrick, we talked about it so many times. Lugia V-Star, great card. Sometimes you just have to really set up. Setting up is going to be the name of the game. It's going to be exciting here. Oh, Andrew Estrada is playing the Kyogre version, by the way. Again, there's so many different types of Lost Box, and that could be one of the key cards in this matchup.
All right, let's take a look at prize cards here. We got some upside down ones from Andrew Hedrick, but we can still tell what those are. And that is a lot of Pokemon, Juancho.
That is a couple. There's an upright Lugia and an upside down Lugia V-Star. The Pumpkaboo being prized, I don't think that's going to matter too much. I think the prizing is okay. The Stonejourner I don't think it really matters in this matchup. But looking at Andrew Estrada's prizes, a Chorus Experiment. You know, you really don't want that in the prizes, but it's in the middle. We'll get that eventually.
Yeah, nothing too detrimental for either of our players. So we are going to get started here in our round 13 very soon. You know, you were talking about setup of the Lugia deck, how important that is. And it's funny because I feel like every time I watch Andrew Hedrick play, he just sets up beautifully. Like, no issues whatsoever. And he's so, like, contained and calm, cool, collected while he plays as well. So, yeah, it's just a masterful play I think we're about to see from both of these players. Hopefully they got some good rest last night and they're ready to get into this match, because I sure am, Juancho. I've had multiple energy drinks already.
I definitely feel it. I can feel the energy in the entire event, and it doesn't get better than a day 2 of a regional championship. So much talent, so many Pokemon players, so many friends.
Yes, and so much on the line now as well. This is our first regional event. There's new prizes on the line. Everyone's working to get there, and we're starting here today in Swiss round 13. Andrew Hedrick kicking things off for us. Lugia V in the active position here. Let's take a look at the hands, though. We saw that fish kind of make a debut in one of our social media posts, so we'll see if it comes out in this match. But looking to attach that double turbo energy onto that Lugia V to start off this hand. We see an Ultra Ball there, a gift energy. That was it, actually, just a couple of energy, and that is an attach pass. Oh my gosh, I was talking about the setup here, but Andrew Hedrick is not going to have much of that in this first turn of this game. Andrew Estrada now, starting off with the Hawlucha, not something you want to see, but hey, that Battle VIP pass is something you want to see.
Definitely one of the most powerful cards in the game, on the first turn anyway. Again, Andrew Hedrick only opening up the Lugia V. It's very scary, especially when you're playing against Turbo Lost Box. I'd be so surprised if Andrew Estrada can somehow bring it together and get 7 cards into Lost Zone attack with the Dragonite, potentially.
We've seen that before.
Yeah, that could be one of the quickest Lost Box games we could see for sure. But then starting out the Hawlucha, that means you don't get that free flower selecting just yet. And something of note too, the Raikou was in Andrew's prizes.
Prize cards.
Yeah, so that's not something you can easily get as well. It has to be Dragonite. But that is if you're going for the game. Right now, you could also just go for the setup. Let's see. Grabs a Comfey and a Radiant Greninja. So we're at least going to be able to see a couple of draws from the Radiant Greninja, and I think I saw Chorus, so it's going to be a good turn.
Yep, we're going to start off with that concealed cards, which is going to discard that basic energy, draw into 2. I think it was another energy, but oh, here we go. Colress's Experiment, fantastic card, exactly what you want to see consistently throughout your matches as a Lost Zone player. And we're making this decision now. 5 cards, 3 go to hand and 2 to the Lost Zone. The Escape Rope and the Lightning Energy are looking like the ones that are going to be going into the Lost Zone here. The Dragonite was actually there in that Colress's Experiment, and that's going to be going to hand.
Yeah, Dragonite, again, very, very powerful attacker, something you definitely want to have in hand. Was able to get a switch card at least from that Colress as well, so we should be able to see the Comfey come up here shortly. But first, of course, we're going to conceal cards. Let's see what we can get. Oh, they've already used the concealed cards.
Yes.
And there's the Escape Rope. Unfortunately, Andrew can't move over their Lugia. It's the only thing in play.
That's it. That's all we got here. Just a lone Lugia. But we're going to see that flower selecting, something we say quite often here, at least now in the Pokemon TCG. It's a flower selecting 2 cards. You get to keep 1, and the other is going into the Lost Zone.
Ooh, okay, so Sableye going into the Lost Zone there, prioritizing the Battle VIP. That's one of the mindsets. Hey, you know what? Yes, Sableye is a very important Pokemon, but I need more Pokemon right now. And Battle VIP Pass is one of the best cards you can grab. Gets 2 more Comfeys, excuse me. So I'm trying to do my math here now. So we're at 3 cards in the Lost Zone. If we're able to retreat into both those Comfeys, we can get to 5, then it's going to be as simple as drop the Raikou, maybe Forest Seal Zone, vacuum it, and we can, oh, sorry, Raikou.
Yeah, not the Raikou.
Dragonite.
Yes, the Dragonite. Ooh, we're going to start with a Pokestop. Let's roll it, see if we can get some items. Oh, no. 2 energy going into the discard pile, and only 1 item found there off of that Pokestop. Not the best that you want to see, but still workable.
Yep.
Switch cart. That was the 1 item that was found off of that Pokestop, and that is a fantastic item. That means that's going to lead to more flower selecting because we can switch right into another Comfey in this turn.
Definitely. At least it's an item that gives you more options. A switch card, again, leads you to Comfey. 2 more cards. I wish I could see what those 2 cards are. Oh, looks like it's Energy Recycler and another switch card. And again, I think Andrew's mindset right now is, yes, these are good cards for later, but I want to play my cards right now.
Going aggressive, completely aggressive so far here for Andrew Estrada. We're going to go into another Comfey. That's going to be another 2 cards and another choice for Andrew Estrada to make. A Comfey easily going into the Lost Zone there, but I didn't get to see the other card that was chosen.
I'm not sure if it was a Sableye, so I think that would make sense. I think I saw 2 Psychic, but I could be wrong. As Andrew here plays the Nest Ball. What else could they want to find at this position? Looks like Andrew's just going to commit, hey, you know what? I'm not going to get the knockout this turn, but let's do some damage. 110 damage. Spit innocently. Why not?
Absolutely. When Lost Provisions is unlocking that Spit innocently, you don't need any energy attached because you have at least 4 cards in the Lost Zone. So that's going to be damage on board here for Andrew Estrada, and that's going to make a huge difference because Andrew Hedrick has not gotten to set up very much yet. So that damage is really detrimental here. Let's see if Andrew Hedrick can finally get some cards down, at least into the discard pile here for this turn, but I don't know, that top draw did not look satisfying whatsoever.
It was double turbo energy. Ooh, I was actually debating, do you Pokestop, try and discard your Archeopsis?
Oh my god.
But it's going to be Messagos, at least it's heads.
Yeah, that's going to lead us to a Pokemon here for Andrew Hedrick, so we're getting somewhere.
Yes, could grab maybe an Archeops. I believe I saw an Ultra Ball in hand, so that is one way to just, get Archeops into hand. You can discard. I believe we have the Luminion, so this could grab Andrew a Lugia V-Star, play the Luminion. Burnett is in the deck. Again, Burnett, very powerful supporter. You get to discard 2 cards from your deck, and it's probably 2 Archeops.
Probably?
No, most likely.
Let's just throw something else away. No worries.
But something's for sure.
Yeah,
this Lugia V has to evolve, right? 110 damage is is threatened by the Cramorant.
Yeah, of course, we're throwing those Archeops away into the discard pile, but not for long because that V-Star power takes them back out of the discard pile, and then they're in play accelerating energies. So that is the name of the game here for Lugia V-Star decks, and Andrew Hedrick is very familiar with that. Luminion going to join us here on the bench, and Andrew Hedrick is searching for a supporter now, as you see that Professor Burnett right at the top there, but still taking a look through the deck as well and mapping out this hand. Is there anything else in the hands that we're going to see come down? I know the Lugia V-Star is in there, but what else was in there?
It didn't look like much, to be honest. This might be it. It might be Burnett. You get to accelerate energy to the Lugia V-Star and just kind of pray you draw something off your prizes, potentially.
Yeah.
And there it is. We do see the Burnett. Yeah, there's no support. There's an Ultra Ball, some energies, a couple, 3 energies, in fact. 4 energies, actually. And
yeah, that's a lot of energy.
That's a Lugia hand, if you ask me. Again,
unfortunately, you can't accelerate from the hand. You got to accelerate from the deck. So depending on how many energies end up in there, it could get a little dicey, unfortunately. But hey, we're getting somewhere. The 2 Archeops are in the discard pile. They flew into there, and now they're coming back out again with that V-Star power here on the Lugia V-Star. Primal Turbo is going to start working here to accelerate some energy.
100%. Again, Lugia V-Star, the name of the game. This one bird Pokemon gets 2 more fossil birds. Why not?
Fossil birds. Love to see it.
And looks like we're not done playing, though. We have an Ultra Ball to work with. Losing a double Turbo Energy and the Single Strike Energy. Single Strike Energy doesn't hurt too much. You could get you still have the Urn of Vitality. The funny thing is, Andrew actually didn't even need the Archeopsis this turn. Could have just attached a double Turbo Energy. But,
yeah, that's true.
And that's an attack. That's a knockout on a Cramorant. But here we go. It's the first Primal Turbo. Could get them again. Yes, Andrew's a little stuck right now. Hand's not the best. But you know what can help out? A special energy. A special energy like the Gift Energy. That once this Lugia gets knocked out, you get to draw a couple of more.
Yeah, Gift Energy is a huge inclusion into this deck because if that Lugia ever goes down, you draw into a lot more cards. That helps a ton with your card draw. Just another little mini engine. It definitely helps out there on that Lugia V-Star and in this deck. Very happy to see Andrew Hedrick working through this turn so far. And ooh, Archeops is going to get a double turbo.
I think that's just an attachment, so it's 1 less card in hand for when
that's
the
true. Oh,
Lugia
when the Gift Energy. True. Hey, it could be for retreat. It could be for, maybe some Speedwing action.
Speedwing definitely works, especially when against Lost Box, where everything only has around 70 HP. But right now,
exactly.
We're at 5 cards in the Lost Zone. This is the count. Compe in the active. Can we get to on 7? 7 is definitely doable. I'm trying to think if Andrew in any way would want to attack with something like the Sableye potentially this turn. But yeah, because if you attack with the Sableye, you're playing around the Gift Energy potentially. As we do see a Flower Selecting losing a Super Rad. Andrew Estrada actually losing a lot of their energy recycling or resource recycling tools.
Yeah.
I have to wonder if this is in the game plan.
I mean, we've seen a lot of the late game cards go into that Lost Zone. We're talking about being extremely aggressive here. I mean, we'll have to see how that plays out in the later half of this game for Andrew Estrada. Escape Rope going to come down here, so both of our players are going to be switching a Pokemon into their active position. It's going to start with Andrew Hedrick, though, gets to choose first. So deciding what to put up there.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting choice. Looks like it's going to be the Archeops without the energy.
Without the energy, yes.
Interesting. And again, Andrew Estrada maybe trying to play around the Gift Energy. But again, it's mainly there to switch out the comp face so we can Flower Selecting a little bit more. 6 cards in the Lost Zone. With this Flower Selecting, we're now at 7.
Here we go. Things are happening. Lost Zone moving up to 7 here. I think this is the concealed cards right now on that Radiant Greninja. Oh no, that's the Flower Selecting. Okay, Artisan going into the Lost Zone there. Didn't get to see what the other card was, but I'm sure it was important.
100%. Again, that's how it is in the Lost Zone box, Lost Zone decks, right? Almost every card is important, but you have to make sacrifices. But
yeah,
the card before it was the Super Rod.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, it looks like they're just looking through the Lost Zone as well. I mean, it's good for Andrew Hedrick as well to keep track of what Andrew Estrada has discarded into the Lost Zone, just so Andrew Hedrick has a better idea of what cards are still left for the late game as well.
Yeah, it looks like, here we go, Super Rod being played. Again, you get to shuffle in up to 3 energy or Pokemon.
That's great.
I have to guess, probably a lot. There's a lot of energy in the discard pile. Maybe Andrew here could be going for something like the Moonlight Shuriken on the Greninja. Again, Greninja, one of the most powerful Pokemon, great consistency, but it's also a great attacker in this matchup. Yeah. You could do 90 damage to both these Archeops, bring them down to 60 HP a pop, and hey, what's 60 plus 60? 120. Yes, attacking with the Sableye to clear things up.
Yeah, that Super Rod, incredible card to be played at this moment because there were a ton of energy in that discard pile. But of course, 2 water and a lightning energy being shuffled back into the deck. But those aren't staying in the deck for long because we have the Mirage Gate, which allows you to go into your deck when your Lost Zone is at 7 and get a basic energy of different types to attach to your board.
Yes, and there we go. Looks like it's going to be the water energy and the lightning energy accelerated onto the Greninja. And then I believe, was that a second Mirage Gate played just to attach a water energy and the psychic energy onto the Compe?
Yes, I believe so, because that Radiant Greninja does need 2 water attachments, but a Mirage Gate can only get 2 different types of energy, so it's not like you could just, well, and it requires 3 anyway, but yeah, that's going to be 2 double Mirage Gates here, which is also going to give us the pivot on that Comfey as well, so fantastic here for Andrew Estrada.
Yep, works out well. And 2 energies on that Comfey now. Maybe we could see a Comfey attack.
I don't think we're going to see that.
No, I would forget the name of the attack, but it's going to be a retreat, discarding the lightning energy. And here we go, Moonlight Shuriken. Never mind, opting not to target down the Archeops, but the Lugia and the Luminion. I also really like this play. Again, I mentioned earlier 90-90 to the Archeops.
Yeah.
And that sets up perfect math. But there is a card that kind of messes up math in cards like the Radiant Serena that throws your entire game plan out the window because it has to be perfectly 90-90, you can't heal, and then do 120, right?
Yes, and Andrew Hedrick does play that Radiant Serena as well. We're going to see that Capturing Aroma flipped now that we're over onto Andrew Hedrick's side. It was a 4, right?
Yes, that is even. That means you can only get an evolution Pokemon, which I don't think they need at the moment.
Yes, yeah. The Capturing Aroma is one of those cards that is a bit of a gamble when you're playing it. If you roll tails, you get a basic Pokemon. Heads is an evolution Pokemon. So at the moment, evolution is what's going to be sought out of the deck, but that does mean Andrew Hedrick, even though that Archeops will never come into play because it cannot evolve from anything in this deck, it's still nice to get it out of there and get it discarded if you possibly can.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if it's in your hand, that means you're not going to draw it anymore, right? And
yeah, and we got Ultra Ball, baby.
Definitely, you can make use of the Archeops that way. Ultra Ball could find them another Luminion, potentially, but that's a lot of targets. Again, we know for a fact Andrew Estrada is playing the Kyogre version of the deck, and with another Luminion, that's another multi-prize Pokemon in play. So I have to wonder what Andrew's going to be going for. Right now, they can even speed wing the Greninja technically, so they're going to have to attack with the Lugia. But there it is, the Radiant Serena. So we're opting to just keep the hand. Keep this hand, I'm pretty sure it's like 3 or 2 energies in hand. I'm prioritizing getting this healing action on. Again, elegant heal on the Radiant Serena. Very, very powerful. And especially if you can get multiple uses.
Yeah, we're going to see that retreat from the Archeops, the hard retreat after an energy attachment there for turn from Andrew Hedrick, and that's going to lead us to the knockout there. Of course, it's only going to be a single prize card Pokemon in that Radiant Greninja. Andrew Hedrick going down to only 4 prize cards left to take. Andrew Estrada, a lot of damage here on the boards, and those are on 2 prize card Pokemon, so if those go down, it's going to get spicy here. Colress's Experiments.
I think that was the grab off the Flower Select Link, because I was thinking, wow, Forest Seal Stone, that's a pretty good card sent to the Lost Zone, but not as good as Colress. And with that, 10 cards now in the Lost Zone. I could be losing my mind here shortly.
Losing your mind. Let's go Sableye online here. All it needs is 1 single energy attachment of that Psychic energy. And it's in play here once you have 10 cards in the Lost Zone. So we're going to see some more damage counters coming down here from Andrew Estrada's side. This is the name of the game here for Lost Zone decks. Well, I guess Lost Zone decks with Sableye.
But yeah, here we go. Lost Mine, 120 damage. I'm curious where the damage is going to go. Potentially the Luminion. No, it's going to be the Lugia. That is the main attacker. But now, yeah, it is on the Lugia and putting just a little bit extra onto the Luminion. I'm doing a little bit of math on my head now. If the Radiant Arena heals this up, it's still going to be enough for a knockout, so that should be A-okay. Again, Andrew Estrada takes two prizes. The nice thing here is if Andrew Hedrick benches another multi-prize Pokemon, that opens up Kyogre. That's something I haven't seen in a minute.
Yeah, it's been a while. Kyogre lists kind of fell off a bit versus just straight turbo Lost Box without Kyogre, but now Kyogre is here again in Andrew Estrada's list, and I'm sure it has been making some waves out there in the field, carrying Andrew Estrada to this 10-1-1.
100%. I remember when Aqua Storm on stream was such a big deal, and then there was just that one regional where it just happened back to back to back. Well, it's been a minute, Andrew Estrada. I would love to see it again.
Yeah, we have to like say it in tandem. Aqua Storm, let's go.
I'll time it.
Those are the most exciting things, though, because you're thinning down your deck so much trying to get there. But these players are pros when they play these decks, and they know exactly how to do it. Archeop's going to get another energy attachment here, that gift energy, and we're going to see the Speed Wing. This is a one-prizer attacking into a one-prizer. Fantastic strategy here for Andrew Hedrick to do, going down to 3 prize cards left and setting up the Stonejourner on the bench as well. We're over onto Andrew Estrada's side now, Comfey in the active position here, so we're going to see some more flower selecting here. I think Andrew Estrada just taking a look at the discard pile on Andrew Hedrick's side, getting familiar with what is in there so far. Andrew Hedrick also does play 3 Iono as well. I don't think we've seen a single Iono, but once these prize cards start flying, we're going to see some Iono potentially.
Yeah, that's exactly why Andrew Estrada started to play cards into hand over discarding like the energy on board, just really preparing themselves to have needing to find less cards once the inevitable Iono happens. Because we're going to see here as Super Rod bringing back the Sableye and energy, trying to think what other card they could possibly need. Could be the energy, could be even the Radiant Greninja, try and Iono-proof yourself a little bit more, but it looks like it's going to be the Psychic Energy there. Right now, they need to, I believe they need to take a knockout on the Luminion. Right now it has 70 damage on it. That'll leave it with 120 HP. But again, if you don't take this opportunity, if you don't take this knockout right now, Radiant Serena once again is the MVP of the Lugia deck, specifically for this matchup. And yeah, we're going to see a chorus experiment here. Let's see what they find.
Let's see what they find. Indeed, Andrew Estrada going to go with that chorus experiment. I think it was, I don't know if he's still deciding right now or cards already flew away. Actually, I have no, just going with the hand right now. So I must have just I must have missed a cards going into Lost Zone there. But Sableye is down on the bench here now with that Psychic Energy attached. And we have the switch cart out of the Comfey here so that Sableye is back in the active position, pressuring Andrew Hedrick's board state even more. It's going to be 12 damage counters that Andrew Estrada gets to place with this Lost Mine.
Yeah, okay, let's see what else they can set up here. Nope, yep, again, there we go. They did take the knockout, excuse me.
No worries, Mancho. They took the knockout there. Andrew Estrada going down to 2 prize cards. Andrew Hedrick now with a Professor's Research, going to be able to draw into 7 additional cards here, which is exactly what he wants to see. The hand was pretty slim before, so a Research is fantastic. Let's see what cards Andrew Hedrick can work with here to wrap up this game. But what does the prize card trade look like from here, Wancho, do you think?
I might try to do the math a little bit in my head. The thing is, right now, it's all the Pokemon in play are single prize. Well, was in play. Were single prize Pokemon with a lot of HP. Now that the Tyranitar's on the board, we could see a Cragalanche come up, take easy knockouts, try and lose some, try and get some key resources out of Andrew Estrada. I was thinking maybe Lost Mine, because earlier, without the Tyranitar, Lost Mine's not enough. You're not going to take 2 prizes by attacking with Lost Mine twice, right? You cap out at 240, and then not to mention there's the Radiant Serena. With the Tyranitar on the board, actually, because of Radiant Serena, the math doesn't work out. Yes, you do 120, heals 20. Tyranitar just happens to have 230 HP, but the scary thing is, it's on board. Oh, V-Guard energy, very important as well. Again, this is a match of math, right? Now I was thinking, hey, you know what? Now you can go for Dragonite, but because of V-Guard energy.
That's going to be a scoop from Andrew Estrada. Andrew Hedrick, I believe it mills your deck. Would he have just milled the deck out?
Is that? Yeah, that is true. That's what happens when you you play all your recycling resources very early in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Andrew Estrada lost.
I cannot believe that just
their
happened.
Super Rod. They lost their energy recyclers. I was thinking if there was still a way to really attack with the Kyogre. I
No,
believe that
because
was,
that's the thing is, like, Andrew Estrada, I think the deck just got too thin, and the Cragalanche would have, like, he couldn't have knocked out enough, and it would have melted out his deck.
No, yeah, exactly. There's not enough damage on the board to... there's not enough damage Sableye can do to close out that game. They really had to depend on Kyogre, and again, I don't think they had enough resources, especially when Tyranitar is discarding 2 cards per turn.
That was pretty wild. I mean, Andrew Hedrick finding all of the outs here with this Lugia deck, and I expect absolutely nothing less than that absolutely pro move here from Andrew Hedrick's side. I mean, this is the deck he's been playing for a very long time, won 2 back-to-back regional championships with it, and now we're back again here, watching this play out once again, this time against a former world champion here in Andrew Estrada. So Andrew Hedrick's going to take that first game here thanks to that Tyranitar and the Cragalanche. And Andrew Estrada is going to have to pick things up going into this game too.
Ooh, again, you're playing Lost Box. It takes a minute. Andrew Estrada has to play as fast as possible. Looking at the pricing right now, though, Andrew Hedrick prizing 2 Archeops. That's okay, we have 2 more.
Yeah, we have 2 more, and Burnett's as well, which is nice. Andrew Estrada going to be going first, kicking off things here. And this time around, we have that Raikou V as well. It is not stuck in the prize cards here for Andrew Estrada. So that's coming down onto the board right now. Hisuian Heavy Ball going to go into the prize cards. Actually, was it in the prize cards and that was drawn out? That must have been it, yeah. Yeah, oh wow, so it wasn't the prize cards. Hisuian Heavy Ball gonna take that Raikou V out of the prize cards this time around and be replaced in the prize cards there. Battle VIP Pass gonna lead us to 2 Pokemon here coming out to the bench. Yeah,
very lucky to find the Battle VIP Pass there because, yeah, again, Andrew prized 2 of them, I believe. So at least they were able to find 1. Does find themselves a Comfey and a Radiant Greninja. Both players here with not the most optimal start. Again, Lost Box, you do want to open with the Comfeys. And in Lugia, you don't want to open fish ever. I don't think any deck really wants to open the fish.
Yeah, that's true. Lumineon V is definitely not what you want to see in an opening position. You want it to come down out of your hand and use that utility of finding the supporter. But hey, it's not... I mean, actually, right now, really, it's just a huge liability.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's weak to lightning. You just, Andrew Estrada just showed off the Raikou. Yeah.
But hey, Andrew Hedrick's up a game, so hopefully it's not too detrimental for him here. But Andrew Estrada is going to start stacking up some cards here into the Lost Zone. We'll have to keep track of what's going into there with these flower selectings each of these turns. Switch card is going to lead us into another flower selecting here. It's going to be another option here for Andrew Estrada. I believe that was, what was that, Lost Vacuum
or a mystery, but the mystery one goes in the hand. Oh, it's Chorus. Of course, the Chorus.
Well, there you go. Chorus's Experiment going to the hand as well for Andrew Estrada. Of course, cannot play it, and Andrew Estrada was going first this game, so now we're on to Andrew Hedrick's side. Now, that means Andrew Hedrick can play a supporter card if you have one. I only see an Iono in the hand here for Andrew Hedrick right now, so going to map out this turn so far. A couple energy, we have a Nest Ball, Capturing Aroma, so lots of options here for Andrew Hedrick to get things going here in this game too.
Definitely, we start with the Capturing Aroma first. It is the unknown. You don't know if you're going to get a basic or an evolution just yet. But yeah, again, it's an interesting card, something Lugia players kind of have to play. But no, Andrew Hedrick actually going for the Nest Ball instead. Definitely get another Pokemon. Going to have to be a Lugia.
Lugia coming down here. Of course, Andrew Hedrick does get to glance through the deck as well. Map out the prize cards. As we said, 2 Archeops in the prize cards. A Lugia V-Star, an Ultra Ball, Collapse Stadium, and an Evital as well are in the prize cards. So another good bunch of Pokemon in there for Andrew Hedrick, but hopefully nothing too terrible here. Something that he can work around.
Yeah, definitely. I think at least you have Lugia Vs. Like, you don't need too many Pokemon in this matchup for sure, especially when you already have a liability like the Luminion in play. But there it is, Lugia V playing down. And right now, still the V. You can read the wind this turn, but then I think you'd rather leave the fish in the active, just because Lugia V is a little bit more important.
Yeah, Lugia V is important. The Raikou, we know, is in play as well because Andrew Estrada got it out of the prize card. So Andrew Hedrick's very aware
You might want to
that lightning Pokemon's there.
Yeah, you might want to drop the Tyranitar here as well, potentially, just to protect you from something like an escape rope. But by placing that down, that's 6 prizes on board.
Yeah, that is scary. Luminion, why have you betrayed us here? You're supposed to search out a boss. All right, we'll see. Yeah, I think Andrew Hedrick was debating that, but is going to put that Tyranitar V on board here, as well as a V-Guard energy attached to it for the turn into that Iono that was in hand, which is going to allow Andrew Hedrick to draw a lot more cards. We're going from 3 to 6 here. And those cards are going to the bottom of the deck that were in the former hand. 6 cards based off of prize cards here for both of these players. So Andrew Estrada is also going to get a nice 6 cards off that Iono.
And more importantly, Andrew Estrada was able to draw into another Chorus at least off the Iono.
Nice.
But even more important, Andrew Hedrick, I did get to see, does have the Burnett in hand naturally. Right, you don't because Luminion's already in play. You can't afford to play a second one, I think, to find the Burnett. And we know there's already 2 Archeops in the prizing, so it would have been tough to get those to the discard pile. So drawing into it naturally, it seems perfect to me.
Yeah, especially when there's 2 Archeops in your prize cards. The Burnett is a great way to get those other 2 out and discarded, but of course going to have to wait another turn for these evolutions and the Burnett and the Archeops. But hey, that's coming up next turn. Andrew Estrada over here utilizing that Mesa Goza here. That is the stadium in play between these players. A bit of a gamble, but if you hit heads on your dice, you get to search for a Pokemon out of your deck. And so far, both of our players have hit heads, and Cramorant is going to be the draw off that Mesa Goza.
Yeah, Andrew Estrada here probably just content with just getting damage on board. There's a lot of aggressive plays that could happen. Again, Luminion V is weak to Raikou, but that means you're putting Raikou in play. You're also giving up 2 prizes. Maybe Andrew here just wants to put damage on board, maybe paired up with something like an escape rope, because we know for a fact Luminion, 170 HP, should be very easy to knock out with Kyogre, whereas something like the Tyranitar or especially Lugia V-Star, it's a little bit tougher. As a Chorus experiment being played, how many Mirage Gates were in the hand?
Yeah, that was a lot. At least 2 here. I didn't see the other card going into the Lost Zone, but a single Mirage Gate, a Colress's Experiment at least going into the hand for Andrew Estrada. Into a Flower selecting another choice, but an easy one choice at that. Battle VIP Pass that can no longer be utilized this game. Going into the Lost Zone for an additional card to hand from that Flower selecting. That's bringing our Lost Zone up to 5 now total for Andrew Estrada.
Yep, 5 more than enough for your Cramorant here. Looks like debating on playing the Artazone as well. I like how both these stadiums technically get Pokemon, but Artazone lets you find a basic non-rule box Pokemon. And it could be something like another Comfey, maybe, possibly, another Comfey. You already have the Cramorant in hand, and I believe that's going to be the attacker for turn. In theory, anyway. Or even Radiant Greninja. Again, there's so many options in the Lost Zone deck.
Yeah, lots of options indeed, and difficult decisions for sure, but that Artisan is going to bump that Mesagoza out of here. Only one stadium can be in play at a time. Andrew Estrada just signifying that was used there. Comfey coming down onto the bench, and we're still getting Pokemon out here. We're going to have that pivot out of the Comfey into the free hitting Cramorant here with that Spit Innocently, thanks to 5 cards. Well, really only need 4, but we have 5 in the Lost Zone currently. So 110 damage. Already targeting down that Lumineon, getting damage on board, and it's just a ticking timer really now for these damage counters that are going to start flying from Andrew Estrada's side. And Andrew Hedrick has all of these Pokemon that are liabilities to those damage counters. Professor Burnett, of course, going to kick off this turn here for Andrew Hedrick, searching the deck out for those Archeops to discard immediately into the discard pile. Just the perfect supporter card for this deck.
Yeah, it was just, again, I can't emphasize enough how good it was just to naturally draw into the Professor Burnett. And again, should discard the only 2 Archeops in the discard pile. We know for a fact we already have the Lugia V-Star in hand. We even have the Radiant Serena, so I believe that's going to be the board. It's going to be Lugia V-Star, 2 Archeops, and potentially the Radiant Serena, either now or potentially the next couple of turns. And there it is, Summoning Star, one of the most powerful V-Star powers in the game, allowing you to ignore allowing you to put in those 2 Archeops. And there's the Radiant Serena as well. Elegant healing up the Lumineon a little bit.
So one thing I want to mention is in the prize cards, both of the Archeops are on the bottom here, so that's already pretty rough because most of our players select prize cards from the bottom. So not good prize cards you want to draw into, but also that one collapsed stadium in the prize cards, the single one in the list for Andrew Hedrick, that actually would potentially help with some plays of getting these damaged Pokemon off of the field in the prize cards and in the middle, unfortunately, for Andrew Hedrick. But Tyranitar V going to be hitting way more damage than it needs on that Cramorant, getting the knockout here.
I believe it's just enough because they went for the Cragalanche, so they did discard 2.
But all of these energy boosting it.
Yeah, but yeah, and again, it was able to discard 2 switch cards, I believe. Again, Cragalanche does 60 damage plus 20 for each of those single strike energies, brings it up to exactly 120.
Yes, 120, yeah, and that Cramorant 110 there, so that is Tyranitar V coming out again as the strategy here for Andrew Hedrick in this matchup. Andrew Estrada now over here navigating through this turn, starting off with that concealed cards to draw an additional 2 cards. But yeah, milling your cards from a deck where you're already milling your own cards essentially to never be drawn again from that Lost Zone, and you have to get that Lost Zone up to 10. That's what we're aiming for to get this Sableye online. So when you're getting more cards that aren't of your choosing into the discard pile from Cragalanche, it is just a difficult situation to work with, but we'll see how Andrew Estrada chooses to navigate this so far.
Yeah, definitely throws a wrench in your plans, right? We saw Andrew Hedrick discarding 2 switch cards. Those are 2 potential flower selectings that are no longer available to you, which is...
Yeah, that's huge.
It's pretty bad for sure. But let's see how Andrew Estrada maneuvers. Again, Tyranitar V is such a behemoth of a Pokemon. 230 HP with the V-Guard energy effectively giving it 260 means Dragonite can't easily deal with it. So
he's big.
Yeah, this Tyranitar should be able to stick around for at least 1 more turn. As we do see the Mirage Gate, I believe it's to power up the Sableye on the bench, take a knockout on the Lumineon.
Yeah, that Colress's experiment got us to 7 cards now in the Lost Zone. So these cards are slowly being unlocked. We had the Cramorant at 4. Now we have the Mirage Gate being unlocked at 7. And these cards play into these Lost Zone engine decks to accelerate these energy now from the deck. And now Radiant Greninja is charged up, ready to go with a Moonlight Shuriken coming up shortly.
Ooh, very powerful. Again, perfect math there. 90 HP, right? 90 damage right now on the Lumineon. Plus this 90 is going to be more than enough to knock out. Plus, you get damage on board. and every single bit of damage count. And it's a sizable amount, right? 90 damage somewhere could be on the Tyranitar to set up a knockout that way, or potentially 90 damage on the Lugia, because it does have 280 HP as well. But we'll have to see what Andrew Estrada chooses here.
Well, look at that. We're going to the beach now. Wancho, beach court coming into play here. Retreat cost of your basic Pokemon is 1 energy less, and those Comfey are only at 1 energy. So that free retreat into the Radiant Greninja, into that Moonlight Shuriken. You do have to discard 2 energy off of the Greninja, but now they're discarded, and Andrew Estrada is choosing where to put this 90 damage onto 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the Luminion. Take the 2 prizes right now. Brings you down to 4. Aqua Storm, very real possibility, but again, Andrew Hedrick playing it perfectly here. Only having 3 V Pokemon. And
oh my gosh, look at those prize cards on the bottom, though, for Estrada. No.
Again, both players' prize cards at the bottom not looking too
yeah,
good
they're really
either.
not great. They're cards you definitely do not need anymore for both of these bottom prize cards for our players. Andrew Estrada is still choosing where to put the other 90, but it's going to be on that Archeops on the bench, and then just a Hisuian Heavy Ball and a Battle VIP Pass. 0 utility here for Andrew Estrada, and unfortunately not in the deck to be milled as well. It's in your hand now.
Well, the Heavy Ball is still playable at the very least. The VIP Pass, that's stuck.
Yeah, I guess, but there's no Pokemon in the prize cards anyway, but yeah, I guess you could shuffle around, shuffle around your prize cards.
But just a little reminder what's in there, maybe you've forgotten a little bit.
All right, we're over onto Andrew Hedrick's side of the field. Now Andrew Hedrick and this Tyranitar V, the beefy boy, who has been doing some work in this match so far. We're going into the deck with a Primal Turbo here. That's going to allow Andrew Hedrick to search out some more special energy from the deck to place onto these Pokemon on the field, getting things loaded up for future turns.
Yes, again, very, very powerful ability. It's going to be 1 more energy attachment to the Tyranitar. That means Cragalanche is now doing 140, I believe, enough to knock out the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, 130 HP on that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, very, very powerful. And I didn't get to see the result of that capturing Aroma, but I can't imagine what Andrew Hedrick's going to be needing here. Maybe Luminion potentially for the next couple of turns, or at least getting something out of the deck. No, but it is going to be the Luminion.
Yep, coming out of the deck here for Andrew Hedrick. Mesa Gota is going to bump. We're no longer at the beach, Wancho. I'm sorry. Now we're in like a city.
We're in school.
Yeah, we're in school. Oh, we're going to school, honestly, with all the math you've been doing today so far, Wancho. It's appropriate. Mesa Goza. It is a heads, I'm guessing, because Andrew Hedrick is searching through the deck now. Going to be able to search out any Pokemon. The Stone Journer is coming down on the field. We saw it on the field last time. Didn't get used at all, but now it's on the field once again here for Andrew Hedrick.
Yeah, I think it has some pretty useful attacks, Giga Hammer 120 or Land Pulse 30 plus 30 if there's a stadium, but I think it's there just to prevent something like an Echoing Horn from being played to get like the Luminion back into play, right?
Yeah.
Now it's all single prize Pokemon in play besides your Tyranitar V and your Lugia V-Star. That means even if you escape rope, there's never going to be a scenario where you have 2 multi-prize Pokemon in the bench, which is what Andrew Hedrick is playing around.
Yeah, absolutely. Mesa Goes is going to be a heads here for Andrew Estrada as well. All of these Andrews hitting heads on the dice so far here this morning for our players. But yeah, I mean, Lugia V-Star, the deck itself, how it can just convert into attacking with 1 prize Pokemon. It can mill your opponent out with that Tyranitar V as well. And the Lugia V-Star is so bulky and powerful. The Archeops accelerating energy. The Radiant Serena healing off these damage to help you in these matchups as well. There's just so much that's going on in this deck, and all of it is looking fantastic here for Andrew Hedrick.
Yeah, it's no wonder why this deck has one of the best conversion rates into day 2.
Consistent.
Yeah, very.
If it's consistent, otherwise it just bricks and you lose.
Putting consistent and Lugia together sometimes.
It's not something you usually see, that's for sure. But if your engine's going, then it gets very consistent on what you can do, and the capability of this deck is just at your fingertips.
100%. As again, Andrew Estrada has 8 cards in the loss, so needs 2 more to really have access to that Sableye. They could potentially, what they could want to do this turn, in my mind, is maybe knock out that Archeops. Once you knock out that Archeops, it puts you down to 3. That means the Kyogre play is definitely possible, as it's down. The Aqua Storm Kyogre, the Celebrations Kyogre being played now by Andrew Estrada. We can't. In my mind, can we Aqua Storm right now? I don't.
Get
think
ready
we
for
can.
some more math, Wancho.
We can't Aqua
Buckle
Storm
up.
right now. We can't. We'll lose if we do that, I believe.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
so
usually how the Aqua Storm works is the player is pretty much dwindling their deck down to only energy left, so you can do the amount of damage that you need to take big knockouts and take game-winning plays.
yeah, essentially the last 5 cards of your deck have to be all energy, and after you discard your entire deck, that means you have no other turn. Putting down the Kyogre here right now means it is susceptible to something like a boss's orders, but maybe Andrew thinking, all right, I have
Super
rods
Rod.
in my hand,
Yeah.
should be fine, and that means they're playing a boss's orders instead of something like Iono, which should be even scarier.
Yeah, that is. Iono is scary for, I'm sure, every player out in our field. We're going to see another flower selecting, giving Andrew Estrada some more options so far here.
Yep, didn't quite get to catch what those 2 cards
I
are.
don't
but
think it was shown.
Look at Andrew's hand. Does he need anything else?
It's big. It's big, just like the Tyranitar V.
Yeah, I believe.
Escape Rope was played as well, and Andrew Hedrick switched into that Lugia V-Star. That is why Lugia V-Star is now in the active position here for Andrew.
Yep. Again, Andrew has to maneuver in a way that it's always V's in the active. Only one V in the active. Well, you can only have one act. One V in the bench, and your V is also in the active. You can't have both of them on the bench at the same time, or else that's a losing scenario.
Wouldn't that be wild if we were like VG and we could have 2 Pokemon in the active? Whoa, that'd be cool.
We need to make a new format.
Yeah, let's create it. All right, Raikou V is going to be the choice going into the Lost Zone here for Andrew Estrada. Opting for the other card here off of that flower selecting. I didn't see what it was, though. Switch cart going to get us into another Comfey, the only one so far in this turn that has not been utilized, and that is going to be 2 more cards. Remember, we're dwindling down this deck currently for Andrew Estrada, but also has to work around decking out potentially as well. But I'm sure Andrew Estrada, being so familiar with this deck, knows exactly what's going on here to try to get into an Aqua Storm play. Lost Vacuum's going to be going into the Lost Zone for Andrew Estrada, opting for the energy instead.
No, 100%. Again, another thing Andrew Estrada just has to play around is, yes, he can draw these cards, but don't forget the Cragalanche on the Tyranitar. I've known many a player to just keep going through their deck. If you have 2 cards left, well, you've just lost.
Yeah, I casted, the juniors to doing Remy decking out his opponent. It was pretty wild to see. Super Rod is going to be used here for Andrew Estrada. The card you want to see as well to get those energy out of the discard pile and shuffled back into the deck. So just adding all of this up right now for Andrew Estrada. How close are we to this now, Wancho?
Wait, is Andrew going to Aqua Storm this turn? No.
No, you said we don't have enough damage, right, on the board?
No, there's no way. But yeah, I mean, he could Aqua Storm. Again, it does 250 damage to 2 Pokemon on the bench. If you discard 5 energy, you can knock out the Tyranitar plus something else, but it's only one prize.
Yeah, it could happen.
That's something you could do. You could even attack right now. But again, I think it's ideally you attack with a Sableye this turn. I just saw like a ton of energy being laid out. I thought they already used the Recycler, but no, that's definitely not. Now's not the time.
No, that was just the Super Rod there, shuffling those energy back into the deck here for Andrew Estrada. Again, those back in, super important here for everything coming down. But yeah, this entire play or future plays, it takes so much calculation and preparation. Every single turn, you have to be playing the right cards, getting the right cards. That's why we saw 3 flower selecting here to draw into as many cards as possible and line up these final turns, because Andrew Estrada needs to take this win to at least take us to a 1-1 in this matchup between the Andrews. We only have less than 5 minutes left on the clock as well, plus an additional 3 turns if it goes to time. But if these players end up at a 1-1, That's an interesting scenario for sure.
Well, you could walk away with 1 point at least.
Yeah, it's not
right?
horrible.
It's better than 0.
Yeah, both of our players are at 10-1-1 records right now. So, yeah, definitely better than 0. Not as good as 3, though.
No, for sure. I mean, it'll bring them up to 32 points.
Yes.
Again, 35 could still potentially bubble. And let's see here. Again, was it just a pass?
Yeah, I think that was just a pass here from Andrew Estrada over to Andrew Hedrick's side of the fields now.
Very, very interesting. Again, there is still time to work with, right? Well, not on the clock per se, but there's 4 prizes to take. Andrew Hedrick will take at least 4 more turns to win the game here. As Messagoza being played, not quite grabbing anything.
Yep, it's going to be a Tails there. Going to go back into the deck with the Primal Turbo. Look at the differences in decks here. Andrew Hedrick working with tons of cards left here, while Andrew Estrada has been working things, dwindling things down here for future Aqua Storm with that Kyogre. But Andrew Hedrick just shuffling up here now. No energy taken out of the deck or accelerated.
Yeah, let's see what else they do. Again, Lugia in the active doesn't quite have any energy.
All right. Oh, it was
there
just a double turbo. Yeah, there we go.
Double turbo energy I believe that's from the hand.
I think that was from the hand. Yeah, I think the Primal Turbo was just searched through.
Yep.
No, that was from deck. Well, that one was from deck.
This one was from the deck, but he does have one from the hand.
Yes, one in the hand was going to be played, but now using the other Primal Turbo to accelerate that, retreating that Lugia V-Star back into that Tyranitar V here. It's going to be the boss's orders, bringing up that Kyogre. This is the play you were talking about here, Wancho, taking that off of the field here.
Oh.
And, throwing away a Colress's Experiment and a Mirage Gate for Andrew Estrada as well.
How many Mirage Gates do we have left? I know there's one in the Lost Zone. I believe we've already used 1, so we might just have 1 left.
I think so, yeah.
And it's not in the prizes, right? Okay, so as long as we still have 1, there's still a way. But now this is it. Andrew, you have to be able to, well, actually, maybe you still have 1 more turn potentially. The Archeops still has 50 HP. I was thinking, there's so many counters to keep track of, right? The number of turns, the number of prizes, but also the amount of HP the Radiance Arena can heal. If it heals 20, the Archeops, I believe, will still have under 20 HP. And what's going to need to happen is that Archeops has to get knocked out, and then the Tyranitar plus 1 single prize Pokemon has to get knocked out by the Kyogre. That's going to be the game plan here, I believe.
I do not envy Andrew Estrada right here. I mean, you can tell every single decision here is so difficult, even debating whether to promote the Sableye or promote into the Comfey. The Comfey was the decision. They are into a flower selecting. Another decision to happen. I did not even see the cards that were decided in between there. But yeah, having that discard here from that Cragalanche is so rough. Escape Rope is going to come down here for Andrew Estrada, just counting all of these resources, trying to add things up of how he can still pull this off in this match. And Andrew Hedrick is going to have to send up another Pokemon here off of the Escape Rope within that Lugia V-Star. And that's difficult too, because then you're using your energy to have to retreat out of as well.
Yeah, but here we go, flower selecting. I'm sure Andrew is saving that Escape Rope as well, because that is the one way you push Tyranitar to the bench.
Yeah.
2 cards left in the deck. You're going to have to play a Super Rod here, or else Cragalanche ends this game. Again, discard the top 2 cards. If no cards to draw, you do lose the game. And he does have the Psychic Energy to be able to attach to the Sableye. Again, that's the one downside of losing that Mirage Gate earlier.
Yeah.
Mirage Gate is a great way to really get those energies out of the deck, the specific energies you need in any case. But what else do you have here? It looks like Dragonite's going to be dropped.
Dragonite V coming down onto the fields. We have not seen it in either of these games so far, but it is back here now. And the Super Rod looking like the next. Oh, it's going to be a Pokestop. To just your draw into that and into the last Mirage Gate, knowing that was the last card in the deck here.
Yep, again, very
then the recycling happens.
Very, very important card to get into the hand so it doesn't get discarded by a Cragalanche, and I believe it's just going to be maybe a Rod, put three energies back into the deck or something.
Yeah, he's saying that he cannot make it happen. Andrew Estrada extending the fist bump here to Andrew Hedrick. And once again, Andrew Hedrick is not taking a tie here. He's taking those 3 points, the match win between the Andrews, keeping the name and going up in points here. That's going to put in that wins because they're at what, 31?
Yes.
And now they're at
Andrew should be at around 34 now. Still has to get one more game,
yes,
one more win or 2 draws.
Yeah, but taking a win from this is huge here for Andrew Hedrick. And with Lugia V-Star, a deck that he has been operating flawlessly for so long, winning 2 regional championships with it already, and with that 11 1-1 record now, heading into the rest of this competition, probably feeling pretty confident here that maybe he could be the one to take down another regional championship with Lugia V-Star.
100% here, a couple of replays. I believe the main thing that happened, the MVP of the deck, is that Tyranitar V. Just being able to Cragalanche after Cragalanche after Cragalanche, discarding key cards, taking key knockouts, and winning Andrew the game.
Yeah.
What an intense game, Boo. This was our first stream game of day 2, and the caliber of these players is just another level. My head hurts already.
I mean, when you take a former world champion, you take a 2-time regional champion as well. Of course, we're going to see some incredible gameplay. But I love that Andrew Hedrick showcases the versatility of Lugia. I mean, even in that first game, it looked pretty scary there with just an energy attachment pass and really no setup after that. But we saw the setup in the next turn for sure, and that carried Andrew Hedrick to that first win, and then another win after a very long game. I mean, we almost went to time there. I don't even know what the clock was at. Maybe we were in turns. I have no idea. But yeah, that was awesome. Andrew Hedrick pulling out another win with Lugia V-Star. We got to see him yesterday as well, so we're going to get to talk to him once again.
Yeah, I mean, again, the way Andrew played, I really hope everyone took notes of that, because, again, sometimes people think Lugia V-Star is a very straightforward deck. You know what? Hey, evolve into Lugia V-Star, get Arcaps into the discard pile, win games, right? But there was so many things Andrew Hedrick had to do to maneuver around. Yes, my setup is great, but how do I prevent losing to this Kyogre?
Yes.
Benching that Stonejourner, making sure everything in play is single prize Pokemon, besides my 2 V-Stars, especially when you open up Luminion of all things.
That was rough as well.
They really had to maneuver.
Yeah, and the Collapse Stadium was prized as well, so there weren't any intricate plays there that could really happen with that. But Andrew Hedrick did maneuver, and yeah, when you're playing against Lost Box as well, there is so much maneuvering that has to happen. You have to be picking the optimal Pokemon every single turn to be attacking with, to track the prize cards, track what your opponent has discarded as far as resources, not only into the discard pile, but into the lost zone as well, and then keeping track of all the resources left to avoid the potential Aqua Storm too. But I think it was awesome seeing the Cragalanche be used so much, boosting that damage to take out the knockouts on each Pokemon and get those pivotal discards. You love to see it. I know there's a lot of Tyranitar fans, I'm sure, out in the crowd today. Our viewers watching at home as well. So sound off. Add us on socials how much you love Tyranitar, because it came out and did some work in that match.
It definitely did a lot of work. I mean, I'm a huge Lugia fan, I just have to say. Gen 2, one of the best generations.
yeah, Gen 2. We're rocking our dual pins here, though, today, here, Wancho.
I was wearing Lugia until you made me switch.
I know, I literally made Wancho switch. I was like, no, I'm wearing Blastoise. You gotta rock the Charizards. And then, of course, we have our little Manaphy up here as well.
I'm sure Manaphy would have played such a pivotal role in that match, too.
There's no bench space anywhere. What do you mean?
I mean, imagine if that Stonejourner instead it was a Manaphy.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I want to hear how Andrew Hedrick is feeling after that 2-0 win there in that match. Let's throw things down to Skarzik for an interview with Andrew.
Hello everyone, Adam Watson here in the lounge with our big winner you just saw on stream, Andrew Hedrick, here once again to talk to me about your victory. I don't know, we're running out of things to talk about. You've been winning so much, coming in here for your interviews, and first and foremost, congratulations. Second off, biggest regionals here in Pittsburgh, day 2, dominant points. What's on your mind right now?
I don't know. Definitely, we're going to make top cut in the next couple of rounds. We'll see. Still have to get a couple more match points to lock that one up. So,
just keeping your eyes on the prize, getting those points, getting those wins. Lugia has, again, developed a reputation for being very powerful, yet a little inconsistent. But whenever we see you on it, It seems to function very smoothly. Is there something you're doing differently than other Lugia players?
I definitely got a little bit lucky on those stream games, like especially game 2, drawing that Burnett without even needing the Luminion for it was definitely a little bit lucky, but
yeah, I mean, you did even start the Luminion as well, so
yeah.
Sometimes you just need a little of that protagonist energy because you've played the deck so much, right? And so maybe it's just responding
yeah.
to how much you've enjoyed the list. So I think the biggest MVP we can talk about, Andrew, is the Tyranitar V. It put in such work in Game 1 and Game 2, milling your opponent of those important cards. Is that your go-to strategy for a Lost Zone, or did it just happen to show up for that particular matchup?
It's good against Lost Zone, but especially against Kyogre because they're trying to put together so many different cards. You know, they Lost Zone some of their pieces. A lot of times they only have exactly what they need left to win the game, so sometimes you can just discard one exact piece and they can't pull off the Kyogre anymore.
Yeah.
And that way in Game 1, that's kind of exactly what happened. I probably should have got out Tyranitar earlier even. I tried to get Serena instead, but I think it probably would have been more useful to get out Tyranitar to try to discard more cards. And But I ended up getting the Energy Recycler anyway at the end. And that Game 2, I decided to go to it right away, and it definitely helped me out as well.
Losing that Energy Recycler was just absolutely backbreaking. Yeah. At what point in the match did you realize that it was Kyogre?
I'm pretty sure I knew Estrada was playing Kyogre before the match.
Oh,
so
okay, yeah. It's just, you know, there's so many people in the room. There's talk gets around. Kyogre is a little bit of a lesser played build now. Did you feel that that was a good call? Or, because I know you have a little bit of experience on Kyogre, do you want to talk about maybe a decision to bring that over Lugia?
I don't know, whenever I thought about Kyogre, I do like playing it, but it does feel like sometimes you get down to where, you know, you have exactly enough you need to win and then something can go wrong. You Flower Selecting in double resources, or if you're facing Lugia, they mill some. So it can feel bad sometimes, but when it works, it can be obviously really broken. So.
Right, and then of course your experience on the deck lets you know where to attack it. You knew that Cragalash was going to be so important, especially in the final stages of the game when your opponent's low on resources. When you consider Lugia, not just against Lost Zone, but against other decks in the format, has your opinions changed at all in Day 2, playing against some of the bigger names in the field, piloting the decks a little bit better? Changed your opinion on any matchups?
I don't know. I definitely found that the Miraidon matchup can be rough when I hit one last round, and that was pretty scary. So that's a matchup I'm trying not to hit in the future. But
ooh, that's exciting to hear because we thought that it was a little bit more even, but the Miraidon enjoyers are coming up, shopping up those matchups, playing clean, even giving Andrew Hedrick a little bit of trouble. If you dodge the Miraidon and you get that World's Invite, I mean, you're still going to be competing, but are you going to stick with Lugia? Do you still have an open mind, or is it just going to be the tried and true Lugia for 3 and 4 and 5 regional wins going forward?
I don't know. Lugia is obviously really good, but I'll have to see if the meta changes at all coming out of Pittsburgh to see if the deck I'll stick with or not.
Okay, keeping an open mind. I love to hear it. We love our deck specialists here behind the scenes. Very easy to follow, very easy to keep up with, but a player that remains versatile and willing to shift with the metagame is always a pleasure. Any final thoughts you want to share with our audience at home before we kick it to break?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I know I'm putting you on the spot, but thank you so much for sharing with us. I mean, you're probably going to be in the lounge again. It feels like we're just doing a podcast at this point, but congratulations and good luck to you in the future.
Thank you.
We're going to send things to a quick break, and we'll have our next Swiss round when we get back, so don't go anywhere.
He has done it! He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it!
JW Naldo is your first Latin American international champion here.
It looks like that is a knockout. Yakovic is your first ever Oceania international champion.
Wow, what does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her second regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his second regional championship.
My goodness.
The back-to-back champion, Luminion V into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great. It really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again. Like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville regional champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I did not expect to take it all away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Bish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Tord again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone, because I think I can beat everyone.
Dancing Rob and Emi Wizard. I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin
Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100 plus of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
It would be breathtaking to win the World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm gonna try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm gonna have so much fun.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
I'm Gabriel, and I'm from Brazil.
Hold on, is there the pieces available? Is there a Pumpkin Pit? Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors division world champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
I'm feeling good to be a world champion. It's something I'm gonna remember for a long time, for sure. It means a lot because this is my second Worlds as a senior, so winning it just feels amazing. So my strategy this weekend was to play aggressive early on in the game, and then late game, if I was behind on prizes, I would just Yono plus Pet. And my favorite card is Weird Ear V, and it's because it can one-shot everything right now in this meta. I was feeling very confident in my strategy, so no doubt. My advice to other trainers is just practice a lot and play a lot. That's what I did on my whole vacation. My plan is to compete next season and become a world champion again.
我的名字是严少彤，然后我是从台湾来。
There's a second energy
And that's
recycler we're
it.
waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tong'an is your junior division world champion.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。我赢了后，对我的意义是我平常练习的努力没有白费，因为花聊花环陪我赢下非常多的比赛，我也喜欢放逐这个体系。我的策略是我全部会选择后攻。 但我也有想过是否可以选择先攻，但后来选择后攻的原因是后攻可以使用支援者，这样我会变得比较顺畅。我建议他们每天都要练习，且在想好自己要玩什么牌组时后的Can I go again？ 我会建议他们要练习，要多多练习。可是，在想好自己要玩什么牌组后。 也要构筑好你的牌组。我想玩宝可梦卡牌的原因是我可以认识许多朋友，然后跟他们一起成长。我觉得我会再去下一次的世界赛，且再赢得一次冠军。
Welcome back, trainers, to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of the first regional championships of the season. I am Jeremy Jallin, joined by Kyle Sablehouse. We are Balling, and we are right in the middle of day 2 here.
It's heating up. That's right. We have a great tournament here with over 180 players trying to be crowned the champion here on Championship Sunday. A lot of work to do, though. You've got to make it through those 6 Swiss rounds, try to make it to the top 8 out of all those players. And it was pretty daunting to even make it to this point. Only 10% of players still remaining after the ridiculous field we had in day 1.
It is one of the largest tournaments that we've had just in Pokemon history, and I think it's the largest regionals that we've had. Largest day 2 that we've had for our regionals, and we're starting to whittle down a lot of potentials for top 8. I know that there's probably about 6 people that are above 31 match points, and from there, there's a ton of 31 match points, so they're going to really be fighting it out for those last couple spots in top 8. Let's go ahead and take a look at our round 13 key matches, see how those shaped up.
Yep, so many big names that we've seen already making their way to the top. A lot of those results continuing to build. We now are in round 13, so almost at that point as, round 14, excuse me, as we move on. Just 2 more rounds to get those pivotal match points. Try to lock up, 36 points would be great, 34, 35 gets you around that bubble. Here were the results we had of last round. Of course, our featured match, Battle of the Andrews, where Hedrick came out on top against a deck that he was well known with that Kyogre on the other side. Knew what to do, worked in the Cragalanche, and took some big knockouts.
Jesse Parker taking the win over Adam Reinhardt in that Miraidon mirror match?
Yep, that was definitely an interesting one. It's not one you really want to see on stream, locking that path in on the opening turn. Really messes with your strategy on the other side. Meanwhile, we saw Lucas with the run hot Shenpao.
Oh, yeah.
Taking down Tord Reckliff here, so Tord's still a little work to do if he wants to make it into top 8 here. Johnny Ravis taking the loss to Rahul Reddy, who's doing very well with the Lugia Lug and Chops. And then Austin Ellis playing his Lost Tina was able to take down Alex Szymanski after what looked like some unfortunate prizing in game 1.
Those players that are above that 31 match point have a good position going into these last 2 rounds of Swiss to try to make that top 8. Granted, every match point counts, especially when we get towards the end of this day 2 Swiss.
Let's go ahead and take a look at round 14 as we move on in this tournament. We see the stream match is going to be a big one. 2 big names here. Noah Sawyer up against Isaiah Bradner. And we could have picked any of these. These are fantastic. Tyler Matthews up against Tord Reckliff. Adam Reinhardt and Rahul Reddy really stands out to me as well. How about world champion Andrew Estrada playing against EUIC champion Alex Szymanski too? Some big games going on here.
Big games, and there's also a lot of maybe potential IDs at some of these top tables. Andrew Hedrick can try to just coast his way into another top 8 of one of the largest regionals. I think he's good at winning the largest regionals we've had.
Yeah, coasting on the back of a Lugia.
Yes.
We've seen that a lot from him. Definitely pulling a lot of weight, winning 2 regionals in that fashion, trying to make a 3rd here. But we're going to be featuring Noah Sawyer and Isaiah Bradner in this one. Noah is going to bring us a little familiarity there, though.
Well, let's go ahead and take it down to the stage. Our players are getting set up. We can talk about their decks and their chances.
Hey, Logan Chops. Welcome back. Yeah, that's right. Noah Sawyer is going to be running it back. He's been playing Lugia and Archeops in combination for a good little while now. Had a huge finish, culminated in a 2nd place in Fort Wayne, as we saw 2 players from the Tennessee region making the top 4 there. So that was a great story to follow along with. Wasn't able to get the job done. Speaking of players who don't get the job done.
Why'd you have to do it to him? Isaiah Bradner has been one of those players that has been ultra consistent for a long time now throughout multiple divisions and has taken a break. Focused on school for a little bit. First day 2 in 6 months. Still not putting the loss in Lost Tina.
I love this guy. He understands that you have to put the work in, and he put it in, and he figured out that this was one of the best decks that he could play, and he loves this. He's added his own little mix. He's got that Drapion in there featured this time around. It's been really helpful in his last 2 games against Mew VMAX, not this time around. Speaking of helpfulness, 2 paths to the peak
The
in
only
prize cards.
The only 2 in the list, and it's a pretty good stadium. Turn 1 against Lugia.
Yep, unfortunate for Noah as well. You see that Professor Burnett is going to be in the prize cards, but he plays 2, thinking ahead.
And of course, you see that single strike Urshifu V up at the top. That is a card that has kind of been taken out of a lot of these Lugia lists that we've seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, it has the potential to, of course, hit some big numbers once you evolve into that Urshifu V Max. Sometimes you have to sacrifice some pieces. Maybe you see that Stonejourner fall away, but it's going to include that this time around. Maybe it could take a big knockout on a Pokemon like Giratina V-Star.
Looks like Isaiah is starting things off. Comfey in the active spot. That'll allow you to use flower selecting, try to get things going, find that Colossus experiment, maybe battle VIP pass.
Always nice to see that Comfey in the active spot. You're looking to get a few cards in the Lost Zone to start things off, and that's why you play additional copies there. We see that Giratina, likely V-Star, hitting the Lost Zone, and you're usually just trying to get a 2-2 line out. If you get the 1-1, honestly, that can be fine too with all the different attackers that you feature in a list like this.
It does take a lot for Noah to actually take a knockout on a V-Star Pokemon, requiring those single strike energies in combination with something like Tyranitar V or that single strike Urshifu V Max. Isaiah now Nest Ball, able to search the deck for basic Pokemon, put it on your bench. It's going to take a little bit of time here to see what's prized.
Well, Jeremy, I didn't see any water energy in the prize cards, did you?
I did not, no.
Well, when you look through the deck list, you see 1 water energy in there. He can Rain Splash.
That's what it's there for.
This is truly the dehydrated Tina list, playing 1 water energy as a gimmick to bait your opponents into thinking that the Radiant Greninja is going to be there. It's not. It cannot attack.
It's when you're really thirsty, you go for the water bottle, and it's just like a drop comes out.
It's full of salt water.
Yeah.
This is completely useless, but sometimes you fake your opponent out, they play down that Manaphy, it's a wasted bench space, and it doesn't matter from that point. You've already gotten what you need out of that from your opponent, so we've seen this, I think it was featured at the World Championships, just a one-of copy, and I guess Isaiah's drinking the punch.
There's not much of it left, though.
That's true, there's only 1 drop.
Nest Ball does find a second Comfey here. And there we see Grass to retreat. Another decision off this flower selecting. Roxanne going to the Lost Zone. Does play 2 copies, though, so it won't be too bad.
Yeah, that is something we've seen featured a lot more. Originally, we saw players focused on the 1 Iono, 1 Roxanne, and Isaiah understands a lot of matchups do go to the late game, so actually featuring 2 copies of Roxanne and 1 copy of Iono. After you use Colress on the first 2 turns, I mean, honestly, with the use of the Comfeys, potentially using Abyss Seeking from the Giratina, you're going to get to 10 in the Lost Zone. And then those supporters are just free game to help out, potentially locking your opponent out of weird situations at the end.
Most of the time when we see a Lost Zone box deck that isn't focused around Giratina, you just want to use Colress's Experiment every turn, get your deck thinned out as much as possible so you don't lose to something like a Roxanne or an Iono. Even earlier last round, trying to get that Kyogre with that Aqua Storm. This, not so much. Like you said, 2 Colress's Experiments, a couple flower selectings, you get that 10 in the Lost Zone. That's all you really need. Yep. Okay. Oh, Ultra Ball double Archeops. That's how you draw it up.
That is definitely how we like it. Very nice start there with the Ultra Ball. Get both of those Pokemon into the discard pile. You don't have much you need to do from this point. We talked about the Professor Burnett in the prize cards. Who cares?
Yeah.
You've already accomplished the goal. Now you just need to avoid Path. You've already done that because he prized them both. And now you just need to evolve, and you're chilling.
Noah looking through the deck now, checking what is prized. And grab nothing? Okay, there we go.
Did I miss it?
To grab the Lugia V off that Ultra Ball. You want to have 2 of those down just in case Isaiah has a stellar turn of get to 7 Mirage Gate, take the knockout.
Just
That'd
in
be bad.
case.
Just in case.
That is going to happen. Have you seen the hand? Double Colress experiment over there on the other side. Noah throwing away 2 of those single strike energies. Sometimes that looks dangerous. Don't worry. He's got that Urn of Vitality in the deck list, so should be able to find those later on when he needs them. Oh, this hand's...
Can we have the other hand back?
This hand's interesting. At least there is that Luminion as a bailout button for next turn, but I think the work's already done here. Maybe throw away 1 final Archeops. Try to get 3 of them out if no one's looking.
Spirit of the game, Kyle. Come on.
I like to win, Jeremy.
Nestball is going to fetch that Tyranitar V, the big hitter in the deck now that you don't have access to something like a powerful colorless energy of previous iterations of Lugia.
Yeah, we've seen the single strike variant against the colorless variant and how they play differently against other decks. This is one thing that Noah's really going to like as a benefit. Those single strike energies on the Tyranitar V add up pretty nicely. You only need 2 of those if you want to take a knockout on a Pokemon like Giratina V-Star.
Read the win ends the turn for Noah. Does find Capturing Aroma and Mezagoza. 2 coin flips that could probably get that Lugia V-Star for the next turn. Meanwhile, Isaiah has one of those 2 Colossus experiment in hand, like you said, and is making a decision on what to Lost Zone here out of these 5 cards.
We've seen sometimes players incorporating Lost Vacuum into the list. This was something that he tested diligently. He's decided to go against that. So if we want to see the Mirage Gate this turn, it's going to also include a 3rd Comfey. There is a Jet Energy in hand, so that makes things a little easier if you do decide to go with that on the Colress experiment, and that is going to be selected along with Mirage Gate. So Isaiah does have the pieces if he can find that final Comfey and maybe an evolution here and there.
Flower Selecting gets rid of that Iono. Jet Energy will bring up the Comfey from the bench to the active spot, and another Flower Selecting, so now there's 5. And he does have that Cramorant, so if anything, we'll be able to at least get some damage on the board this turn. Not what you're really wanting to hope for, though. No, there's 6 in the Lost Zone, sorry.
A little short there. The 3rd Comfey, nowhere to be found. So it's like retreat into the Cramorant's going to be the play. You do have the hit points on that Giratina V-Star, but you talk about dangerous. If you lose that Pokemon here and now, it could be over.
It's going to have to rely on some flips, though. Capturing Aroma, flip a coin. If heads, search your deck for an evolution. Tails, search your deck for a basic. And there is the heads. Lugia V-Star ready to come on out and bring a couple friends.
Sometimes when you're watching that card, you don't know what your opponent wants. I think we knew what he wanted there. Heads absolutely crucial finding that Lugia V-Star. Already both Archeops in the discard pile. Luminion in the hand to find that supporter card to help out. Are the pieces there potentially for a retreat? Tyranitar, Boss's Orders on a Giratina V-Star. We will have to see.
Would need an Urn of Vitality in hand as well. Remember, 2 single strike energies being discarded.
No, we're good.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
We got him.
240. Base 240.
Yep, just looking for that energy to retreat if that is in hand, and we do see the V-Guard energy lined up. Luminion V going to be wearing the suit, finding that Boss's Orders, and this is a dangerous turn.
The best Boss's Orders.
Incorrect, but it does the job, Jeremy.
I think Noah even has the collapsed stadium to get rid of this Luminion after it's done its job. Energy from the hand to the active Lugia V-Star. First Primal Turbo, fetch out that single strike energy and gift energy. Second one's gonna grab another single strike energy and V-Guard. And this game is looking scary.
Yep, this is very tough. Not finding that second Giratina V means that there's no real threat that you have on Isaiah's side of the board to counteract anything like this Tyranitar V. Your one hope, I guess, your opponent's going to be discarding a lot of cards off the top of their deck. Maybe they lose some valuable resources. Maybe it's all energies and Urns of Vitality, and you buy some turns and you don't have to worry about attacks ever again. Probably not, though, Jeremy.
No, we could just Not play the boss's orders. That's the out.
Calm down. No way.
There we go. Collapse Stadium getting rid of Lumineon V. Boss's orders up that Giratina V-Star. Tyranitar V, 280 damage. Double Turbo Energy gets discarded along with the Gift Energy.
2. It's not enough.
Not enough. And like you said, no Giratina V on the bench for Isaiah. That means no easy response to this Tyranitar V to get a knockout, and it's going to run wild.
Yeah, this is where Isaiah is going to have to find something on his bench. He's going to have to establish that Giratina V. Maybe wait a turn, though. It's tricky because you're trying to incorporate that Cramorant into the math, but also give your opponent one more prize card. Make that Roxanne the most important card in your deck next turn, so that you have potential to take a big knockout on a Pokemon with energies, and maybe your opponent doesn't have a solution to the high hit points of a Giratina V-Star.
Flower selecting, Jet Energy, that means another flower selecting, and honestly, I think that's one of my favorite parts about a deck like Lost Zone Giratina is the utilization of Jet Energy with Comphase.
Absolutely. If this deck, if Turbo, was able to play like this, I feel like it would be one of the best decks. It just doesn't line up well because you can't incorporate these colorless energies. You need every typing possible. Giratina doesn't care. It plays a water energy because it feels like it. So clearly, these Jet Energies, 4 copies of them, are going to be very pivotal, letting Isaiah fly around the board, find the right pieces. Right now, it's just that Cramorant, but if he's holding on to Iono or Roxanne for the following turn, maybe he can get something working here.
The big thing for Noah next turn is going to be able to bump the Collapse Stadium with the Mezagoza in hand, maybe find that Radiant Serena to get some healing going from these Spit Innocent leads that Isaiah is trying to put forth.
Yeah, it starts to get dangerous when you see the board space and the issues that you could run into, especially if your opponent is able to work in that hand disruption, finding the right answers, that second copy of Tyranitar V potentially if you're going to need a Pokemon like that, or the Lumineon to find a supporter card to fix your hand. It gets really tricky, so we'll see how Noah wants to go about that as we see that Collapse Stadium.
Isaiah ending with just another Spit Innocently, 110 damage on that Tyranitar V, 110 damage on Lugia V-Star. Noah firmly in the driver's seat here. It's probably the least amount of cards I've seen a Lost Zone deck play in a few turns.
They're all in the Lost Zone,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Sometimes that's good news for Isaiah. Does lead to Sableye being active, but as you mentioned, that Radiant Serena is going to be so pivotal in a situation like this. Tyranitar with 11 counters on it means that it's only 12 damage counters away from being knocked out. Lines up really well with Sableye until you find the green girl. But not going to go ahead and do that. Yeah, it's what I was hinting at earlier with how important the bench space can be. And Noah's willing to lose this Pokemon here.
Isaiah is trying to remember what is in hand. There's so many cards. It's hard to remember what you're actually getting shuffled to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, this speaks to all the percentages that Isaiah is working through as he's making moves. If he wants to shuffle the deck first, potentially use a card like Mezagoza to his benefit to shuffle the deck and see some of those resources that he had in the previous turn, or if you just want to draw off the top with that Comfey a few times as you've got some percentages on the top you might be looking for.
I think important to note here too is with both of the single strike energies in the discard for Noah, was really hoping to find an Urn of Vitality just so you can Cragalanche for the knockout. Wow.
How about those? Jeremy, 2 Urn of Vitality gonna be lost there. That is brutal.
That's basically like discarding 4 energies.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And I mean, how many are there? There's 1 left. You're gonna have to make the most use of that at the perfect time if you want to use a Tyranitar once more. Problem for Isaiah, doesn't even have the Giratina V established.
Hey, it's all right. 12 damage counters left on that Tyranitar V. That means Sableye coming in, cleaning things up. Could be a route to victory for Isaiah.
Yeah. Don't have the exact counts on what has hit the discard pile yet, but we have seen a few of them. Thank you, Noah, for sprinkling through. And it looks like 3 of those non-single strike energies, along with that gift energy and V-Guard there. and potentially one more in the prize cards. That means 3 feasible energies to work with for a Lugia attack. However, if they include double turbo in their name, you're not going to be taking a knockout on a Pokemon like this Giratina V. So perfectly timed here from Isaiah to bench this Pokemon now. And is this Shred?
Shred does get there.
I like Shred.
You're kind of safe. And if Noah does go for the knockout, it's going to be using the rest of the energies. It's definitely a little bit risky, but you got to play risky when you're down this much.
Right. If you don't have the resources for Sableye, go ahead and incorporate that Giratina into the strategy. It looks like the cards won't be there for Noah to take a knockout with a Pokemon like that Lugia V-Star on the following turn. Is that the second Giratina V-Star into the Lost Zone, however?
You don't need it. We're going shredding.
Woo! Evolving is overrated, just like Ash and Pikachu all those years. Nice.
If it ain't
Look
broke,
at that.
don't fix it. Roxanne coming down for Isaiah here. Doesn't need Colress anymore. 12 in the Lost Zone. Gonna look for 6 cards. Gonna push Noah down to 2. Still hasn't retreated yet, but still needs a lot of help. As it stands right now, no Mirage Gate in hand, so you won't be able to charge up that Shred. No route to Sableye.
1/1 Lugia V-Star added to the hand of Noah. Not what you're looking for.
Not at this stage in the game.
Isaiah's still looking for a little help here. Looks like he has not found it just yet. Comfey trying to bail out. Mirage Gate would be ideal. I believe we've seen 2 of those already.
See a Sableye peeking out of that hand. There's a Psychic Energy as well.
Oh, I think he's run into that situation that so many Giratina V players hate, which is finding the escape rope in a situation where the Pokemon that you want to attack is already in the active. However, adding that Sableye means that if he can find the Psychic Energy in combination with that, still will be able to take the knockout on the Tyranitar V. Does have that energy.
No switch
looks
out.
like there is no switch out.
That is not what Isaiah wanted to see here. Mezagoza gonna bail Noah out of this hand. Gonna be able to grab that Lumineon, grab Radiant Serena, grab Tyranitar. A little bit of options here.
Wow, look at the energies completely depleted at this stage. It's just 2 double turbo energies.
That's definitely not going to get there.
Looking at the Tyranitar V, of course, the Urn of Vitality would be so crucial there. The top deck for the turn was just the Urshifu V Max added.
Second Tyranitar V seems to be the card of choice. Still debating about it.
This is so tough.
There really is 3 good options you can grab here.
Yeah, the problem is even with the Tyranitar V, you don't take a knockout on a Giratina V-Star. You'll have 2 single strike energies, but the other energy would be the double turbo, dropping your damage down to 260. So instead now it's going to be the Radiant Serena healing off the Tyranitar V, making it so that the Sableye doesn't take that direct knockout onto the Tyranitar.
Healing off the 20 damage from both of your Pokemon is going to help mitigate the damage from Sableye. Discards Boss's Orders and a Psychic Energy off the top of the deck. That Psychic Energy actually could be pretty big.
Yeah, we've seen a few of those hit the discard pile already. Six 2 prize cards here in game 1. Isaiah trying to find the pieces. Already down 2 Roxanne, so Iono is a way to hand disrupt. However, you've already seen your opponent's hand. Looks pretty bad. Everything is on the line with this Tyranitar V, and we do see the Giratina V-Star added by way of Mezagoza. Star Requiem gets through that gift energy pretty nicely.
It definitely does, and Noah's really relying on that gift energy in case this Tyranitar V goes down. Colress's Experiment can grab Isaiah 3 more cards off the top of the deck.
Yep, Super Run in combination with the Mirage Gate would be unbelievable in a situation like this.
Radiant Greninja and an unknown card we can't see. Flower selecting. escape rope going to the lost zone as well. Do we see Super Odd, Mirage Gate, the switch? I can't.
The switch, not the switch card, the switch. And there is that psychic energy. Giratina V-Star lined up to use that V-Star attack.
And that is that last psychic energy in the deck as well.
Big
Star Requiem
knockout there. Takes this Pokemon out of play, goes through all effects there, so not going to see that gift energy activated. No additional cards here for Noah. He knows he has 2 energies left in the deck, has to decide how to go about this. This is tough.
Still has a boss's orders in the prize cards, but a simple double boss 2 turns in a row can take the win.
I think at this point you're focused on single boss. You've already seen the 2 Giratina V-Star into the lost zone, so there's that one target there in the Giratina V with 220 hit points. If you can find a turn where Mesagoza is able to flip heads, find that Tyranitar, add that to the bench, include that Urn of Vitality, you can set that Pokemon up to deal 260 damage with the boss's orders and take the knockout for the game. You have to think about how many attacks you can realistically get off in a point like this. Even attaching 2 energies to that Lugia V-Star on the bench will not be safe, as Lost Impact just knocks this Pokemon out.
To be fair, though, Noah did grab the last V-Guard energy from the prize cards that could throw a wrench into things, preventing 30 damage from that Giratina.
Yeah, that's a big point. We've seen lists previously in this matchup have the Temple of Sinnoh as an answer to that card, maybe that Choice Belt as well. Isaiah does not feature either of those cards.
Noah just doesn't do anything, passes the turn, needs to save those energies for maybe that big one-hit knockout with the Tyranitar V, like you were saying.
Yeah, I think even a switching effect in this situation would be unreal, just to incorporate the Sableye into the mix, place damage onto the other Lugia V-Star, and avoid that V-Guard awkwardness that we expect to see in the coming turns. But you still need to put pressure on Noah at a stage like this. Every turn, he's getting closer to drawing the right Pokemon with the Mesagoza flip, or finding the right cards off the top of the deck in that Urn of Vitality.
Deep in the tank here, gonna start things off Mesagoza.
I can almost guarantee he does not care. As we see
2 Mirage Gate.
Yeah, and the Pokegear for nothing.
Honestly, there's 1 card in there that could come up huge.
Oh, he does play the Temple!
The Temple of Sinnoh.
I thought he cut it. Very nice. Yeah, that's such a big addition. It makes so much sense, too. I was talking to you earlier about including the Drapion V in this list. You can't play it unless you have a counter stadium to your own path to the peak. He does include that Temple there. Love this from Isaiah. Could really come in clutch at the right time.
No cutting here. We're going all bulk. 3rd energy on that Giratina V-Star will allow Isaiah to take the knockout. But again, every time you use that Lost Impact, you're getting rid of 2 energies to the Lost Zone. Your resources dwindle.
Difficult decision here. Of course, knockout easily lined up here, but you would lose those energies that you want to have access to. So Super Rod looks to be the play here to get some additional energies lined up. Go back-to-back knockouts with Lost Impact. You have that Temple of Sinnoh that you can potentially draw into. Work your way through that V-Guard energy. Would be no sweat there.
Oh, wow.
And Isaiah understands the assignment. He's going to lose that energy, the grass on the Giratina V-Star, the Psychic on the Sableye, and he's just going to draw the rest of his deck next turn to go Energy, Temple of Sinnoh, knockout Lugia V-Star.
Only putting 1 Psychic back with that Super Rod. That's all you need, though. Lost Impact takes the knockout. Noah trying to figure out something. Professor's Research off the top of the deck.
Said, let me look at your discard pile, you crazy man. You only grabbed 1 energy. What is your plan?
To draw that energy.
Easy.
As it goes, Tails. You do see that V-Guard energy. Along with the boss's orders, do we just boss the Giratina V, put some damage on it, and pray?
could certainly be a line that you go with at a stage like this. If you've counted all of the switching effects, maybe there's not one left, but there's still plenty of cards left over for Isaiah.
Quadruple turbo on this Lugia V-Star. Not normally seen in this format, but when everything's kind of discarded, you got to do what you got to do.
The energies just aren't there. This is so different from Lugia of old that would shuffle energies back in with Luminion.
Oh, wow. Professor's research discards the boss's orders in the hand.
At this point, what can you even find? You have every energy lost. You found Tyranitar and the Urn of Vitality, but those energies don't do anything anymore. You have no energies remaining unless there's an energy left in the prize cards. That would help out, but it's not there.
It's not there at all. Urn of Vitality, shuffle back those 2 single strike energies. Noah can choose to grab him with the second Primal Turbo if he wants. Does have a Counter Stadium and the Mezagoza for something like that Temple of Sinnoh.
This is as helpful as that water energy on the other side.
Isaiah has the Jet Energy, boss's orders, brings up that Tyranitar V. Noah giving the game to Isaiah in this game 1, just over half of the time gone for that insane back and forth game.
Unreal, the 6-2 comeback we see there for Isaiah Bradner, finding that Roxanne at the perfect time, able to take a knockout with his Star Requiem against that Tyranitar, and it really goes to show, as important as that Tyranitar is, taking those knockouts, there's backlash. Losing those 4 cards off the top twice really hindered anything that Noah was able to accomplish. Had no more attackers left when it mattered most.
2 energy the first time, and then the 2 Urn of Vitality the second time. Proved doom for Noah in that game 1. Isaiah able to close it out with that last boss's orders, after getting 1 discarded from Cragalanch early on.
Yep, surprised to see in this list, Isaiah's gone back to the old school list. This is very reminiscent of what I brought to NAIC, where we really wanted to focus on having a lot of play back and forth. It helps so much in matchups like this, and he really had a strong read of what he was going to see here. Lugia, one of the most prominent decks. You need to have Paths to the Peak. You need to have Temple of Sinnoh. And of course, having that V-Star on that Giratina V-Star helps so much right here, taking the big knockout on that Tyranitar, not activating the gift energy. Would have had the Temple of Sinnoh for another, but Noah didn't even have the energies to come back here.
Just like that, Isaiah taking game 1, 1 game away from a record of 10-0-4, 34 match points. Would need to ID next round for a potential top 8, win guarantee top 8. And that is for both of these players.
Yeah, so much on the line for both these players. Fantastic in their own right, but they're looking to build on what they did last year with the second at Fort Wayne for Noah, the second at Orlando for Isaiah. Both seen a lot of Lugia, and Isaiah this time thinks he has the upper hand, built in with a couple additional cards to help out. Maybe we'll see that once more here in game 2.
Taking a look at the prize cards, double Nest Ball Battle VIP Pass for Isaiah, double Archeops, Tyranitar, and a couple energies. Okay, Noah, that's not what you want to see.
Not good. Oh, that's not your favorite either. That's going to be Single Strike Urshifu V starting things off there.
Yeah, I like Rapid Strike better.
That one's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Not in this deck, though. I have not tried that one yet. I have seen the Meloetta version of Lugia. That thing was awful.
Ultra Ball discarding Professor Burnett, and then a choice here. Looks like boss's orders.
I got really scared there seeing the Burnett go down, but there is a second one in the hand, thankfully. When you look through the deck and you see that 2 Archeops are in the prize cards, finding those 2 for the discard pile, it's going to be that much more difficult. He's already got it.
Good old Professor putting in work. Oh, where are my Archeops? Oh.
I'm not seeing him, Chief. Let's just shuffle up. Did not get a peek at the rest of the hand. However, when you do have that Professor Burnett already lined up, Lugia V-Star would be ideal. Maybe there was an Ultra Ball in that hands, but you lose a lot of resources trying to discard those cards, and maybe there wouldn't even be a supporter for next turn. Isaiah's like, oh, that's it? I like that.
Nest Ball, the card drawn for the turn for Isaiah, has what looks like a Battle VIP pass in hand.
He's going back to the Taylor Swift concert. He wore a ridiculous hat to that concert. I suggest he burns it.
That's saying something, because those concerts are hard to get into.
Yeah, and to make that wardrobe decision of all, yikes.
Well, talking about decisions, we're going to see what is prized and not really have to worry about it too much. I guess the Roxanne and Mirage Gate after this Battle VIP pass is going to be the important cards that you're missing.
Yep, that water energy there, thank goodness.
Whew.
Yeah, you see what a great opener there to have that Battle VIP pass. If you have the Jet energy, then you can really make magic happen here. And with slow start like this, I don't know what to read of Noah's hand. He threw away Professor Burnett, used an Ultra Ball for a basic Pokemon. Maybe this is one of those Abyss-seeking turns.
Definitely helps you bridge the gap into a turn 2 Star Requiem or Lost Mine. Really just helping you dig further. And here we see 3 Comfey. I think we're going to see a Jet Energy. Oh, and another Battle VIP pass. Talk about running hot.
You can invite a friend.
Does he have 2 hats?
I hope not.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this will be very telling of what Isaiah wants to do here, and he's going to include that Giratina V into the mix early. Of course, threatening the turn 2 is going to be important. Sometimes players want to incorporate that Radiant Greninja into the mix to draw additional cards. This time we see the second Giratina V, so if the energies are available, one of these Pokemon could use Abyss Seeking, get those additional cards into the Lost Zone, a few into the hand as well. And then you have the backup plan if Noah does have the right resources to take that turn 2 knockout.
After 2 Battle VIP pass, there's 3 Comfey, 2 Giratina V, a full house for Isaiah on the field. Flower Selecting going to look at the top 2. Get rid of that water.
Woo! Moral victory.
That must be the easiest thing to get rid of after turn 1 Battle VIP pass.
Right. Well, still eyeing up the Jet energy there. Instead, it's going to go onto the Comfey. This is a safer line, of course, but this does include the energy for the turn. No Abyss Seeking, but you get to retreat. Include that third Comfey into the mix. 3 cards into the Lost Zone with the double Giratina V on the bench. Doesn't get more comfortable than that.
It's still one of my favorite plays you can make in the standard format here. Just being able to get such value out of a single energy card in a deck where you need to build up that Lost Zone as fast as you can.
Absolutely. We see this time and time again when the going gets tough, when you get into turn 3, 4, 5. There's always switching effects on the other side for that Lost Tina player, and it's because they're not using those resources in these stages of the game. They have that Jet energy to bounce around. And with this Nest Ball, we'll see 1 more Pokemon included into the mix. Is Cramorant going to make its way onto the board here early?
It's either Cramorant or Radiant Greninja. I think we're 1 short from Lost Provisions being active for this Cramorant. Still has not seen a Colossus Experiment yet. Do you think it's in hand?
Could potentially still be there, thinning out this Pokemon, adding it to the bench, and then you don't have to worry about drawing into that card. It would be a pretty unbelievable start here for Isaiah, but go ahead. As he adds 2 more cards into the Lost Zone, 3 to the hand, and a switching effect would lead to some pretty relevant damage on the active Pokemon too.
Battle VIP Pass and Pokegear 3.0 are hitting the Lost Zone. Don't need those anymore.
No.
Path to the Peak as well, and Isaiah has found literally everything you'd ever want.
Oh, there's an escape rope in the hand to attack into the Lugia if you want. However, you can pass the turn and maybe get the knockout on the V-Star or something very relevant too. So it's going to hold on to that resource. Noah, thankfully, with that counter stadium there in the collapsed. And adding that Lugia to the hand. Has the Burnett as well.
This is everything. No
but that's
cards in hand. Noah has that Professor Burnett. Summoning Star gets both the Archeops in play. Now you just have to rely off the top of your deck and the prize cards to try to draw out of this. But you have as many energy as you want.
Jeremy, I'm not reading that card. I'm not doing it. I know it's a knockout.
It does more than enough damage. Impact blow, 180 damage. Can't use it during the next turn.
Yep. Thankfully, in all of my testing with Lugia, I've never had to attack with this single striker Urshifu V. And that's because it shouldn't attack. But here we are. This is a problem that you run into with Lugia decks that don't include the jet energy. Sometimes you get stuck with weird Pokemon in the active spot, and you have to work with what you got.
Can't always get what you want, but Noah at least taking a prize card here to start things off in the face of Isaiah's insane turn 1 and starting off a turn 2 with another Colress's Experiment.
I mean, what a find here. Also, another Colress found there.
Mirage Gate as well.
Roxanne included in this really tough decision here for Isaiah. How do you go about this? Of course, you're going to lead into 7 cards in the Lost Zone here with this decision, opening up the Mirage Gate. Find some of those energies. Looks like it's not in hand already, or does not have the attacker that he's looking for, as we see that Comfey. Look at 2 more cards.
Switch card going to the Lost Zone off that Flower Selecting. Isaiah has that Radiant Greninja, so it can seal the cards, can draw a couple more. Maybe you can Mirage Gate to that and charge up Moonlight Shuriken, right? Right?
Right?
Right?
He's only down 1 water.
Yeah.
I think no one knows. I think when your opponent gets down to 4 cards in their deck, you've got an idea of what's going on there.
No.
No preemptive Radiant Serena this time to protect the Archeops. And now...
All we're missing the V-Star?
I mean, I haven't seen the Mirage Gate either, but
Oh,
Isaiah's done a great job of protecting this hand. I think I see the V-Star in there.
Keeping it close to the chest. Psychic Energy on Giratina V, almost. Jet Energy on the Comfey. Instead, Flower Selecting yet again. Lost
Really
the Cramorant.
Bulking up this Lost Zone now. 9 cards in the Lost Zone. Giratina V-Star added to the board, so the threat is active as long as we see that Mirage Gate ready to roll. But it's not there yet. It's going to be a pass of the turn, very slow here. But Noah only has 2 cards in hand, and the more that you shuffle them together, the less they're going to help.
No, they change, right?
He's not a magician. He's a volunteer.
Oh, I get that. Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tennessee.
Yes.
Go Vols. Primal Turbo charging up that Lugia V-Star on the bench. Now 2 attackers going up, but remember, that single strike Urshifu V cannot attack this turn thanks to Impact Blow. Forced to retreat those single strike energies off. Granted, you can get them back with the urn later on if you don't discard them.
If you don't lose all 3 of them. And you already see plenty of those energies that you use for Lugia in play. 1 gift energy there on the Urshifu. 3 on this Lugia ready to roll by way of the double turbo energy. It's going to be a knockout here. Lose the Collapse Stadium. Isaiah, 9 cards in the Lost Zone, definitely has some answers here if he ever finds that really cool accelerating energy item.
I was like, where are you going with this? Comfey to the active spot. 1 Flower Selecting away from getting to 10 in the Lost Zone to turn on that Star Requiem from Giratina V-Star. And I think that's what Isaiah's kind of forced Noah to walk into.
Big find there. Loses the Psychic Energy. In return, rewarded with the Mirage Gate. Comfey in the active will lead to the 10th card in the Lost Zone. I believe we did see that Colress added to the hand too last turn. So plenty of cards to be found here. Isaiah now just needs to make a decision of If you want to potentially dig for a card like that Temple of Sinnoh, play that early, and then you'll have access to Star Requiem later on. If you want to go ahead and cash in on using your V-Star attack here, some tough decisions to make.
I like cashing in.
You get to hold those energies on the board. Yep. Of course, not losing them to Lost Impact. Looks like there isn't a threat that can really handle this Pokemon with 280 hit points just yet. And knowing that 2 energies of the single strike variant are already in the discard pile really helps out with that Urshifu V, potential V Max not being a threat.
Mirage Gate for Isaiah grabs Psychic Energy and Grass Energy, charges up that Giratina V-Star, so Star Requiem is available. All you need is a switch cart. Gonna start things off with a Colress's Experiment, though.
This will be the magic number for Sableye and Giratina V-Star.
11?
Yeah, it's you just gotta be careful. Just in case you miscount, just get an extra one in there.
Couple energy, Mirage Gate, Giratina V-Star.
Whoa, the embarrassment of riches once more, but it's not where you want to see it.
Jet Energy is actually perfect for that Giratina V-Star to bring it up without having to waste a switch card.
Down goes the 1/1 V-Star piece. Looks like Star Requiem would line up fantastic here. Avoid that gift energy activating. Has the second Giratina V-Star ready to roll in case anything happens on the other side. We know with Archeops, so often your opponent can surprise you with a big attack. But Noah does not have the cards in hand to get the job done. Needs that activation of the gift energy. And Isaiah understands this. He's going to deny that as much as possible.
Psychic Energy on that bench Giratina V-Star to have a chance to power it up just in case something like Single Strike Urshifu V Max hits the board with an Urn of Vitality to try to take a big knockout. But speaking of big knockout, Star Requiem taking down that Lugia V-Star. Like you said, no gift, no V-Guard energy.
Well, we might have to wish upon a fish. Ultra Ball in hand, 4 cards left. Finds that other single strike energy. I think we're going to lose the whole hand here. Find that Lumineon and try to find a supporter card to get out of this situation. However, you're just adding more fuel there. Is the Lumineon even there? Okay, good.
Whew, with the 2 of them?
I was worried. Thankfully, it is there. That would lead to the professor's research to draw, but you got to find that Urn of Vitality, evolution as well.
Luminous Sign will search for that professor's research. I think there is a single strike energy in hand, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, reasonable debate here from Noah. Thinking about working in the Primal Turbo early, there is that 1 single strike energy that's in the deck right now. You could fish that out and then attach for the turn. And then you're just looking for that Urn of Vitality. You've thinned out some energies, but feels comfortable playing this 1 down and using the research. Hopefully this does not lead to some awkward draws. Would love to find that Urn of Vitality right here, right now.
7 cards off the top of the deck. No Urn of Vitality at all. Capturing Aroma, Ultra Ball. So would have had that single strike Urshifu VMAX. But as it stands now, no attack available for Noah.
It's brutal and unable to find that. You do have access to the Impact Blow if you want to get some damage onto this Pokemon. However, evolving, it requires 3 of those single strike energies if you want to take that big knockout. And with 2 already lost with that early retreat of the Impact Blow, it's not going to lead to the right pieces here.
Even with just the 1 single strike energy in the deck, you're doing 220 damage. That's not enough. This basic single strike Urshifu V. Capturing Aroma with a heads does find the VMAX though. And I guess you do have more HP.
HP is cool, especially when you've seen your opponent use that Star Requiem. It means that the knockout is unavailable at this point. damage could be relevant, but Noah does play some options. He has that collapsed stadium. I think we did see that early, however, and it is just the one copy, so damage would be sticking around. Sableye licking his chops.
Why would Sableye lick the Archeops?
No, not that chops. There's so many teeth in the TCG.
I mean, Sableye usually goes for what, like gems and crystals, right? Not prehistoric birds.
That's fair. I mean, you could get confused.
140 damage on that Giratina V-Star thanks to Beatdown from that single strike Urshifu VMAX.
I feel like Beatdown should be a lot stronger. It sounds really strong, but that's not enough.
Especially if you're staring down that VMAX.
If that guy beat down, that sounds terrifying. I should absolutely be knocked out.
It's not one blow, though.
That's true. G-Max. Isaiah has so many options here. I believe there's a boss's orders in hand, too. If you want to just steal prize cards off the Luminion V, you could ignore the threat of the Urshifu VMAX attack Archeops if you want to. You can do so many different things here in this situation, but honestly, the best answer could just be attack into this Pokemon. Deal 280 while you can. Your opponent would go down a little lower in prize cards, and then Sableye in combination with an Iono or a Roxanne could be devastating.
We do know Isaiah most likely has all of that available to him. The hand is massive. 20 cards or so. Nestball does find a second Comfey. Thin the deck out a little bit more. There is, what, one Mirage Gate left? No energy.
Yeah, I believe there was the Mirage in hand. However, just so many of the energies have already been played. They're stuck in the hand or they're in the lost zone. Just the Jet energy to fulfill that colorless attachment there for the Lost Impact. Always downloading information as Isaiah wants to know exactly how many resources are left. Sees so many of those energy cards could potentially be gone. However, Urn of Vitality could be fantastic here for Noah later on.
I like removing the Psychic just because the grass has already been in the Lost Zone. You might need that one with the Super Rod.
And actually unseen there in the Lost Zone, there's a second grass energy above the Giratina V, so 2 of those of the 4 are lost.
Noah now tons of damage on that single strike Urshifu VMAX. Has Tyranitar V finally. And Primal Turbo is going to search the deck. Oh, look at that. No energy at all. Shades of game 1 already, but in a much worse position here.
Yeah, 3 energies in hand. Not where you want to see those. No Iona as well to help out and put those on the bottom of the deck and then draw into them with Primal Turbo. Instead, the only supporter in hand it looked like was Research. You can't discard these energies. Jeremy, going into this tournament, how many energies would you play in a Lugia deck?
14, 15?
Yeah, I feel like 15 is the answer that a lot of players go to. It's 13 energies here, and we're really seeing the impact for Noah with the awkward draws.
Finds a Lugia V-Star off that Capturing Aroma heads. Has Ultra Ball, but Ultra Ball's going to discard one of these energies. You're already attached for the turn. There's Urn of Vitality left in the deck, but just take the knockout and hope you can draw into something next turn because, wow.
I mean, there is a world where Noah is able to find the right pieces. Isaiah can do a lot of great things to avoid this. Has the Sableye, can incorporate that into taking the knockout here on the Single Strike Urshifu VMAX. And then just trying to dodge Urn of Vitality and that boss's orders for the knockout on that Giratina V-Star. If you're able to limit the hand size here with a Roxanne, you can certainly make the most of that.
Psychic Energy for that Sableye. Isaiah now can Lost Mind. Take the knockout, like you said, on that active. Spread some damage to where you can set up kind of a checkmate scenario next turn.
Isaiah all the way down to 4 cards left in deck. Really gets to play with all 60 cards, feels like, when we watch him play.
one thing I really want to mention too, a minute left in the round here. A tie for both of these players is essentially a loss. Would not let them make top 8, even with one more round left. It does matter for top 16, top 32, that prize money there. And that's honestly what I thought would affect more of these decisions as we go later on, like gentlemen's agreements and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, double-edged sword here. Iono going to put those energies on the bottom of the deck for Noah, exactly where he wants to see those. But the Temple of Sinnoh is played down, shutting off that gift energy, shutting off that V-Guard energy, really limiting the attack power for Noah if he's unable to find a stadium bump.
So far, these gift energies for Noah have been socks. Every time.
Some people like socks, Jeremy.
Show them to me.
Well, next time we get into the lounge, I will show you. I've got quite a collection. Sableye adding another Pokemon to their collection. Big knockout lined up on that Urshifu V Max for 3 prize cards. Isaiah just 1 prize away from winning this series.
Do you just put the damage on Archeops? That way you can maybe Sableye also clean up later?
I love that, and looks like that is going to be the line. You could also remove it with Moonlight Shuriken.
That is true.
Really tough here for Noah. He found a supporter, but it was that Professor's Research. It looks like in order to win a game like this, you would need Boss's Orders and the Urn of Vitality right here, right now.
That's 2 cards. You only draw 1 card for your turn.
Oh, he found the Boss's Orders! If any of those turns, from turn 2 until now, if he could have found some help with finding that Urn of Vitality, this could have been a closeout draw. Actually, I don't even know. Well, yeah, the energies were added back in with the Iono, but Noah is going to take a look. See 3 energies, not named Single Strike.
So far, those Urn of Vitality have been holding Noah's top 8 dreams. Double Turbo. Gift energy found off that Primal Turbo. Or not.
Can I
deck you out?
No. You couldn't even Craglanche if you wanted to. You'd have to use the Professor's Research to draw through and find the Urn of Vitality. And then you're just knocking out a Sableye. Checkmate established from Isaiah on the previous turn with those energies on the Giratina V-Star. I think at this point for Isaiah, you really just want to see the supporter of choice for the turn.
Do you just fake him out and play Boss's Orders on the Giratina V-Star?
then reach for your discard pile so quickly and move the energies?
Oh,
yeah.
There we go. Noah conceding the game. Did not see a route to victory there. And Isaiah Bradner, 10-0 for 34 match points, hoping to make it into the top 8, pending the results of the next round.
Yeah, talk about winning a game before it even happens. This is all about Isaiah focused on the deck list, trying to find the right pieces. I feel like he had a really strong metagame read, understood that Mew VMAX, Lugia V-Star were going to be very prominent decks, and everything else maybe you can figure out with Star Requiem, Lost Impact, and certainly it worked out right there. Was able to play some really clutch cards, work in that Star Requiem, and find a great moment for that Temple of Sinnoh. Avoid that gift energy and take a big 2-0 victory here to get to 34 match points.
There's a reason this Lost Zone Giratina deck was the most played deck in day 1 and has been seeing an all-right conversion rate into day 2. No,
I don't think so. I expect so much from this deck, and it really just, I think it just has to be in the right hands. Honestly, we've seen a lot of play from it, and sometimes it's about putting in the work, understanding the matchups. When you see that opening bench and how players line it up, it depends so much on the matchup, which Pokemon that you need to go for. And Isaiah had a full understanding of this, went very aggressive, all the Comfeys, all the Giratina in the world ready to roll. And in game 2, was really able to flood the Lost Zone and get to a spot where he could use that Star Requiem early, then had the Sableye to take a big knockout here. Noah no energies left once again. 2 games in a row. And that's kind of just how things work here for Lugia V-Star decks. Sometimes you draw them in the wrong order and you just can't get the job done.
Especially with the low count of 13 a little bit. Unfortunate mills in that game 1 really led to Noah's downfall. And then game 2, just not really finding those urns when you need them and just not having enough time in general. Both of those games took 25 minutes apiece.
Yeah, that's very typical of this matchup too. It's back and forth. It's really fun to watch, and sometimes Lugia player has a little more luck there. Is able to chain together some big knockouts with Luminion Boss's Orders and Tyranitar knocking out those V Pokemon back to back to back, and take some quicker games. But with the hand disruption that we saw on the other side for Isaiah, he was really able to focus on a weakness of this deck, which is the fact that it doesn't draw very well, and the only time it does, it can't boss as well.
Yeah, and we saw that, especially game 2, having to discard the entire hand to get a Summoning Star Archeops turn 2. But that's it. You're playing on your board now, and hope to draw a Professor's Research or something like that, and just was not able to get there. You need way too many cards.
Yeah, and for Noah, it's going to be one of those stories of getting that much closer to potentially making another top 8, but going to be falling a little short. Has one more round to get some really solid points, and of course, you've mentioned those top 32, top 16 finishes are going to be very coveted, as they include those extra points towards your invite. The prize support that comes along with it too is going to be great, but Isaiah's got a decision to make. He's got to go to the calculator and find out if 35 is going to be enough, or if he needs to play one more big game in order to make top 8 of the very first regional of the season.
Well, if anyone can figure it out, it's definitely Isaiah and his friend group. They are at the forefront of those percentage points, and seeing if they can actually squeak in, or even trying to kind of figure out their matchups heading into top 8.
Yeah, and so often they're able to calculate that. They understand it before I even do, and I kind of go to them sometimes like, hey, do you guys know top 8 already? Rahul Reddy, also going to be one of those players to look out for. I believe he entered round 14 with 32 match points, so a win here would have been huge. So look out for that player as well. As once more, that crew just continues to put in work.
Put in work, and when you're playing Lugia, it's easy enough.
There you go. Well, I'm excited to hear from our winner of round 14, Isaiah Bradner. He's going to be in the lounge there with Skarzig. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the lounge. Adam Watson here with our winner we just saw on stream, Isaiah Bradner. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing amazing. I just won my match on stream. I was nervous coming into the match. Lugia is a good matchup for me. I played my deck. I included some techs because I expected Lugia to be big, and they've definitely paid off this weekend, paid off in that match right there. So I'm feeling amazing. Still got a lot of adrenaline from that match. There were quite a few moments where I was, sitting there with my hands in my head. I was like, please, please. And
the classic Bradner pose.
Yep. And oh my gosh, especially game 1. Game 1, I thought that I lost. Like I was sitting there, like I was in an amazing spot, and then I missed Sableye attack one turn. And I was like, oh shoot, like I don't know if I can win the game, but I thought that I might have a chance because he didn't have any energy left, and then I was able to pretty much checkmate him at the end of the game. So felt really good to win that game. Game 2 was a little bit shaky at the beginning. I had a chance to blow him out of the water if I hit a Mirage Gate on turn 2. I could have attacked with Giratina V-Star. I would have roped and knocked out either his Lugia or one of his Archeops, and then next turn I could have saved V-Star to knock out his VMAX, but because I missed, it got really awkward, and then I drew every energy in my deck, and so I couldn't play Mirage Gate, and so I was sitting there like, oh my gosh, how am I going to close this one out? But I ended up barely getting there. I had exactly enough energy to win, so yeah, just feeling super hyped right now, pumped that I was able to take that one down.
Yeah, that was certainly a match that both players were struggling to kind of find the pieces, have those cards missing, and just being unable to make those key plays at the right moment. But when the chips are down and you have to dig deep to find those lines, that's, as I said before, that's where the heroes are made. Now, you talked a little bit about
your list,
Yeah.
teched for Lugia.
Yeah.
Do you want to give a shout out to anybody who helped you make those decisions or test that matchup?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I need to give the biggest shout out to Ricky Gao and Justin Bakari, because on Friday night, I was in the Uber heading back to my hotel, and I called those guys for probably an hour and a half, and we talked through every card in the list, and we talked through perfecting it, and they convinced me that putting in Sinnoh and putting in Drapion were the right things, and those cards have, I mean, they're the reason that I'm here. They're the reason I'm in this chair, have a chance for top 8. So shout out to those two guys, and then of course, shout out to all the boys. Special shout out to Lucas Zing and Mustafa. Those two, they played a lot of games with me before this event. So that's a big shout out. And then one special shout out, I want to give the biggest shout out to my little brother Coleman Bradner. It's his birthday today. I love you, C-Train. I'm hoping to take down this regionals for you.
That's amazing. Happy birthday indeed. And you know, you're kind of celebrating a little bit of a birthday now too. I feel like you've broken the Isaiah Bradner stream curse.
Yeah.
You know, you've been in the pocket for a long time, just grinding. And I mentioned it at the top of the show. I don't know if you caught that segment. I mentioned you kind of took a step back, let your protege, Reagan, kind of shine a bit. You were taking more of a supportive role there, helping him practice and teach. But now, started 2024, you're right back in the saddle. Beautiful run here in Pittsburgh. So if you win this regional, you automatically get your Worlds invite. Are we going to see you take another step back and just try to train and practice, or are you going to just keep competing through the entire season anyway?
If I win this regionals, then hopefully you'll see me in Peoria winning that regionals. So I'm going to be playing, obviously I'll have to step back a little bit, especially as the year goes on, but for the events that I can go to, the ones that are close, I definitely want to be there. I love competing. My goal for every season isn't just to make the World Championships. My goal is to win as many tournaments as I can and establish myself as one of the best players in the world. And so even if I win this tournament, even if I was auto-qualified for Worlds, I would still try to play as much as I could and, you know, cement my legacy.
Absolutely. Keep your name out there. Keep your, you know, your skill at the forefront of our audience's minds, so that when your name pops up on those top graphics that we're always reviewing at the top of our streams, they say, oh, there's Isaiah Bradner. I know that name. I know he's going to be cooking up some spice. So I suppose one thing I do want to ask. Lost Tina, very contentious around whether or not it's a good deck or not. You said you really liked it. Were you one of the early adopters of the list? And then you had to, or did you have to be converted to become a Tina believer?
I was a Tina hater. You can actually ask Kyle Sablehouse at NAIC. He was like, yo, Tina's so good, Tina's so good. And I was like, it's trash, it's trash, it's trash. I just told him his deck was so bad. And then as it came closer to Worlds, we were trying the cross-swisher version, but that version ended up being too inconsistent. It wasn't really working. And then the weekend before Worlds, we put in Pokegear into the deck instead of the cross-switchers. And then it all started clicking. The deck started winning a lot of games, and I ended up playing it for Worlds Day 1 and making it through. And then whenever I was testing for this event, I really debated a lot of different decks, but I ended up settling on Tina just because I love how the deck plays. I think that Tina is the deck in format that most rewards good play. I think that you have pretty even matchups, but they go up a lot in percentage with how much you've played the deck. It plays very uniquely. So I definitely wasn't an adapter, but I have now seen the power. I mean, I think it's the best deck in format. I'm playing it here today, so hopefully I think this is my favorite deck since Palkia, and so hopefully it's the deck that can take me all the way and get my first regionals win.
That is a tall order for sure, because you were also one of the early adopters of Palkia when that debuted in the metagame. And I know that Kyle is very happy to hear that you are now singing this archetype's praises. And all I can say now is I hope that you continue to enjoy success on this archetype, and because, as you've said, Isaiah, that it is a list that rewards hard work and dedication, that you will continue to reap the results of all of that hard work. We're going to send things to a quick break now, but when we return, we're going to figure out who's making it into top 8, so don't go anywhere.
Hello trainers, welcome to Pittsburgh Regionals. I am Jeremy Jallin, joined here today with a very special guest, Cyrus Davis. How are you doing, Cyrus?
I'm doing pretty good. I had a rough last couple of rounds since stream, but I'm still in it, and I'm still feeling pretty good about the tournament.
Good to hear that. It has been a pretty crazy weekend so far, a ton of players. Is this what you've been expecting to start off the season?
Yeah, I think like just with every event capping and like player registrations last season, I think that like I definitely expected, assuming that they did increase the player caps, which they did, that we were gonna have a like pretty much double the size of last year, which we're not quite there at like 1,800 to like 1,000-ish from I think it was around last year's numbers. But like I definitely, maybe not to quite this extent, like it is a lot. It's a much bigger event. You can feel the energy in the room is much bigger. It almost feels more like being in like an Internats hall where there's just so many more people here to play Pokemon.
Now, speaking of Internats, you are our most recent NAIC Masters Division champion, and then coming off a 9th place at Worlds as well. What are your expectations for this season going forward?
Honestly, I'm just gonna play Pokemon. You know, I'll register for whatever events I feel like going to, and I feel like I'll have fun playing. And I'm just trying to have fun. Take every event as it is.
Yeah, that's basically Pokemon. You want to have fun. That's what we have fun here for. And that does it for us. Thank you again, Cyrus, for your time. And be sure to stay tuned. We got more TCG action coming up soon.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by two incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually a Pokemon Center.
Yeah, this is actually a Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we've got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so it's TCG cards over here, we got our plush over here, got the big Squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep!
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play.
Oh, how about the exclusive version?
10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
All right, what do we get here? A bunch of play mats, deck boxes.
Oh, dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a Cherish Ball too. That's very special.
Got it.
Woo! All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got the Koraidon and the Miraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well,
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center.
My name is Andrew Ford, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was gonna win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America. This weekend I never really doubted myself because I wasn't playing to win, so I had nothing to doubt. I mean, this game consumes a lot of my life, but it was like honestly changed my life. Winning Worlds, I'd probably like be considered the best player in the world, so it would be like what I've always wanted.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championship 2023. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I am definitely going to make day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, but so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. Then I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
Welcome back, trainers, to the beautiful city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I am Jeremy Jowlin, joined by Kyle Sablehouse. We are Say Ballin', and while the locals of Pittsburgh may not be having a great time today, we are for sure having a great time in this regionals.
Yeah, they football, right? Go sports. I'm here for Pokemon, and we have quite a show for you here. If you've been following already, we've had daunting 14 rounds of TCG. These players have gotten down to a very pivotal point. It looks like if we had all of the draws in order to get to 35 points, 14 players would be left trying to get 8 spots. But we got news. Only one table 1 has ID'd to lock in 2 players. Looks like everyone else is going to be fighting it out, and that's what we love to see.
Hey, we said no more IDs, right, Kyle?
Yep, and I didn't think they'd do it for day 2. I thought that was a yesterday conversation, but go ahead.
Now we're going to take a look at our round 14 key matches, see how those shaped up while we were watching Isaiah take down Noah Sawyer. And just a great interview, Isaiah always is, just the wealth of knowledge he has.
Yeah, for being so young, he's so smart, and he's continued to show that he's one of the most impressive players. Always have to look out for one of those, as well is Tyler Matthews. Been keeping my eye on this player for quite a long time, and what an unreal takeaway here, knocking out Tord Rekla from top 8 contention. Now with a win-in opportunity would be a fantastic mark for Tyler to reach.
Colin Marilee Matthews at 34 match points as well, taking down Joshua. Andrew Estrada moving to 34 match points, taking down Alex Shemansky. He is now out of contention for top 8. And Raul Reddy losing to Adam Reinhart. That Miraidon, too much for that Lugia.
Yep, often that is going to be the case, and that's what really mixed things up, is Adam Reinhart at 36 points, Jesse Parker at 37 points. Both of those players already going to be guaranteed for top 8. Both riding on the back of Miraidon. Giddy up.
That's probably why you call it Miraidon.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And it's done a lot of work. We see both those players at the tippy top there. Few players also that really wanted to lock in the ID were Andrew Hedrick and Lucas Singh, but it's not going to be the case with the way that the pairings lined up. Lucas is playing against Jesse, and that's going to...
Yeah, so that also means Adam is guaranteed in, but he is playing against Andrew Estrada, so I don't know if you really want Kyogre into the top 8 if you were playing a Miraidon deck, so we'll have to see how that match shapes up.
Yep, certainly something to look out for. Other matchups that we see here, it's Andrew Hedrick against Isaiah Bradner. That's going to be fantastic. Both of those players we've already featured on stream, so going to be avoiding that one. And let's see a few more notable names here that will still be fighting in contention. Brian McDaniel, Austin Ellis, and Michael Chen all there with the potential to reach 36 match points. A few players on the bubble there that may have an opportunity now at 32 points. They could win, and with no IDs, maybe 35 finds its way in the 8th spot.
Now we kind of spoiled them a little bit, but let's go ahead and take a look at our round 15 key matches. And the results of these will hopefully put a lot of these people into top 8. Brian McDaniel up against Hunter Butler. That is going to be our stream match for this round. Andrew Hedrick up against Isaiah Bradner, like you said. Heavyweight bout between two of the best players in this tournament so far, still left in contention. Michael Chen, Tyler Matthews. That is going to be Lost Zone Toolbox up against Lost Zone Giratina. Colin up against Austin, and Raul up against Rowan. This is pretty great matches we have left.
Can we just cut to top 16? I don't want to lose so many of these players. This is unreal.
Let's get some support tickets in, you know?
Yep. A great tournament that we've had so far. It does eventually have to culminate to that top 8, and it looks like we are ready to go to our final Swiss match here. Let's go ahead and take it down to the table, see what our players have in store for us. It's going to be Brian McDaniel with that Miraidon EX faced off against Hunter Butler, a real deck innovator on that Lost Zone box. He's not spicing it up as much as he used to. And it looks like it's because he wants to win games this time around.
What? Winning games is fun and spicy in its own right.
Yeah, he's got a little spice, but it's not enough. It's consistent spice, which is my kind of variant. The salt and pepper, if you will.
I was just about to say pepper.
Brian McDaniel on the other side is going to be playing the Miraidon EX, of course. Very consistent, strong, early aggression build. Squawkabilly included if you want to go wild. Don't always see that in this matchup. Bravery Charm going to be what we're looking out for on that side of the board. Give that additional hit points. Maybe you avoid some of those knockouts on the other side. Keep these Pokemon around for some additional time. Maybe they get you some more prize cards.
Maybe even that Flying Pikachu VMAX shows up in this matchup. There's no evolution Pokemon in Hunter's list. So if you can just get that Max Balloon going, might be going all the way into top 8.
Yeah, a little inspiration from Seiju Park could be the case there, as we see the Flying Pikachu included. So often this deck is just looking for the one free retreat Pokemon. We've seen Zeraora as a focus. The new Miraidon occasionally bumps in there. Flying Pikachu V does the job just fine. And if you get the 1-1 down at the right time, you just win games against some decks.
And what a way to make your stream debut in round 15 of our largest regionals ever. Brian hoping to make this top 8. 11-3 record. It's a record good enough to make top 8 in a bunch of past regionals. Not here, though.
Yeah, this is going to be one for the history books. Very excited to see both these players go to work here. Looks like they're excited as well. That's what we love to see here. Everything on the line in this final match of Swiss. Looks like nothing too difficult in the prize cards there. Hunter losing a couple of nest ball and a Pokestop, but all in all, I'm going to be very excited to see these prize cards drawn at the right time and maybe keep the ball rolling.
We'll have to see one of those Bravery Charms in those prize cards. We still has access to another one in the list. Looks like our players are pretty much set up and ready to go here, just waiting on the go-ahead from the judges. Here we go, round 15, Kyle. Looks like Hunter is starting things off for us. Sableye in the active spot. Grip of cards in the hand. Must have been a couple mulligans here.
Excuse me? Is that like 10 cards in the opener there?
Yeah, you're only allowed 7 in your opening hand, but if your opponent does not have any basic Pokemon, they're going to shuffle and redraw a new hand, and every time that happens, you get another card.
Yep, occasionally is going to be what we see. And when you get extra cards as Lost Box, you probably find Battle VIP Pass, and we are going to see that as the opener here for Hunter. Unfortunately, starting with that Sableye means that a switching effect or an energy is going to be the price you pay to get a card into the Lost Zone.
It's pretty cheap.
I'm in.
Yeah. Hunter taking a look now through the deck, seeing what cards are prized. When you're playing a deck like this Lost Zone deck, you need to know where everything is, because every single flower selecting Colress's experiment will change the trajectory of the game.
Definitely have to look out for all of the resources that you have, all the different attack power that you can include in this matchup. This is one where we occasionally see that Radiant Greninja really play a pivotal role, get some early damage onto the board, especially with those low hit point V Pokemon on the other side, in that Raichu, and of course with the Raikou V. If you can get the damage on them early on, Sableye cleans up very nicely. Cramorant, also a nice Pokemon too, but let's see Comfey first.
Along with that Radiant Greninja, so Concealed Cards is available for Hunter. One of the best abilities that we've seen on these Radiant Pokemon, being able to discard an energy, draw 2 cards. Clean, straight, efficient. Has pretty good attack too.
It's my cup of tea. Well, not if you play 1 water, but thankfully, we're going to see 4 in this deck. It'd be nice to see the Moonlight Shuriken occasionally here. It looks like we do have the concealed cards lined up with that Lightning Energy. Finding some nice resources there. It looks like Raikou V included, which could occasionally come into play with the 4 Seal Stone or be a great attacker, and a Nest Ball included too.
There is a switch card for the Comfey. Flower selecting gets rid of Escape Rope.
Yeah, just real strong read there from Hunter. Understands, yeah, you could get a couple more switching effects, a few more cards in the Lost Zone with that Escape Rope. However, Dragonite V can be a very nice closeout Pokemon in a matchup like this. If your opponent does start to target down the Miraidon, if you don't have the solution to a Bravery Charm, you're going to have to do 250 damage at some point to get the job done.
You know what does 250 damage?
Dragonite V.
Yeah, buddy. Colress's experiment found off the top of this flower selecting, but debating, grabbing it, gets rid of that Battle VIP Pass. Colress is too important.
Well, Jeremy, if you're Brian, it's your first time on stream. Your opponent's played 87 cards, and then they are nowhere close to done. We see all this, and that is going to be a big turn as you finally get to start playing. But you know, you got Miraidon. Let's tandem unit and get rolling.
Wait a sec. I thought you were only allowed 60 cards in a deck.
He recycled them. He played trump card. I don't know.
Okay. Tandem unit from this Miraidon EX will be able to search his deck for 2 basic lightning Pokemon, put them on your bench. You can also stack that ability if you grab another Miraidon. It's one of the best parts about this deck in general. Just very consistent on that turn 1.
Always interesting to see how you want to go about this opening turn. Do love to see the second Miraidon there, get the other tandem unit rolling. Flying Pikachu, easily the first target that we will see. And that puts Hunter on a clock. If he wants to attack this Pokemon, knock it out before it becomes a VMAX, You're asking for a lot of resources. You need to have the boss's orders. You need to still get plenty of cards into the Lost Zone if you want to use the Mirage Gate. That's tough. Brian is going to add some more Pokemon onto the bench, increase the attack power for both of these Raikou V.
As it stands right now, each of the Raikous are just short of taking a knockout on the other. But a simple benched Pokemon will change that. Brian wanting to get that Mareep down so he can get that Flaffy and Dynamator going as soon as next turn. But here is the card of the deck, Electric Generator. Look at the top 5 cards, attach up to 2 basic Lightning Energy. Most of the time, that's what happens.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, at least in my
experience.
Okay.
Yeah. Not in round 15 of the first regional of the year, right? Because that's not what you want to see. Maybe if we try again, we can find a Power Surge. No.
See, that's what I told you.
The lights are off. Hunter has nothing else to do but smile and nod. It's tough. It's tough to be on that side of the table and see that. And Brian's, I mean, he's really looking for some help there. There's Arvin in
for
hand,
another one.
But the way that he's played this out, it looks like this is a research strategy. You would have easily used the Arvin first, thin those cards out, and then gone for the double generator. So needs a little more help, it looks like.
7 energies.
Don't do that to Oh, there's 3!
I mean, you had to find them sometime.
That's true.
That hand is not good either. Ultra Ball, bunch of energies, that path to the peak.
It's brutal. We see the path to the peak. It's going to get played down. There was the potential to maybe incorporate some of the other cards into the mix, that escape rope, but energy already played for the turn onto that Raikou. It's just going to be a pass. Can Hunter take the first strike here?
Forces experiment. Giving Hunter a choice here. Find another one in those 5 cards. Escape rope, Lost Vacuum can get rid of that path to the peak. Also bump up that Lost Zone count to maybe Mirage Gate this turn. I think the last one's Pokestop.
Looks like it. Yeah, Lost Vacuum looks like a really strong piece to see, but not going to need that in this situation. Might have all of the abilities that he needs here, and could just counter the stadium with the Pokestop, keep rolling, draw plenty of cards. There's 2 more items.
Flower selecting, getting rid of that Battle VIP pass, finds an escape rope. And that is another pivot for Hunter here. The way it stands, though, there's 5 in the Lost Zone. Already has another vacuum in hand, so that's pretty good.
Yep, that should certainly help out here. We see the addition of the Pokestop. Oh,
okay.
That's the end of that. Gonna see 2 water energies fall away with that stadium as well, and
I think we heard a lovely from Hunter there.
honestly, when your opponent fails 2 generators, that is to be expected.
Yeah. Escape rope brings up the second copy of Miraidon for Brian. Meanwhile, Hunter brings that Comfey to the X block. Flower selecting, gets rid of that Battle VIP pass, but finds Forest Seal Stone.
Oof.
And that is such a good card to find here.
Yeah, what a card. You can add this into play, continue to build with that Raikou V. You could even use the Star Alchemy. And if you want, you can use the Lost Vacuum on this card, add even more cards into the Lost Zone, and keep that Pokestop around.
Dragonite V hitting the bench with that Forest Seal Stone. It's going to use the Star Alchemy right away.
Brian had all the considerations there for avoiding giving up prize cards in this situation. You don't want to lose prize cards early in a matchup like this. Saw the Raikou V, had 4 cards on 4 Pokemon on the bench, so was not going to see a knockout on the Miraidon. Instead, it is the Dragonite V, which can reach the big KO there.
Now with 2 water off the Pokestop, are you just going double Mirage Gate here?
Could be the case. We see now 8 cards, I believe, in the Lost Zone, and Oh, there we see the Super Rod. That's going to be pretty nice to get some cards back. The problem is now is the energy already in hand, or yeah, it looks like it's going to be the double Mirage Gate. One played there, a second already looming. That's what happens when you have 4 Sealstone. You can find all the resources you need.
The Dragonite V is always a little tricky to attack with, just because most of the time you need a water energy from the hand to help charge up this Dragonite with just a single Mirage Gate. But when you have access to 2 of them, you even get that retreat off that Comfey. And here we're going to see a big Dragon Gale, even having the switch cart to save that energy for the following turns.
It's nice to work this Pokemon in, take some prize cards while you can. The issue, of course, is Flying Pikachu V is there. If the V Max comes into play, which we expect to see by way of that Ultra Ball in the hand, starts to get tricky for Hunter to find the right prize cards, and eventually this could catch up to him.
If only there were some extra energies on the board from the previous turn.
Like generated?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
Raichu V is benched for Brian here. Will be a way to cobble together a knockout if he's able to find the cards available. I think it still would require another generator, because you can go ahead and get a Flaffy. Dynamotor will be able to attach energy to it, but that's 3. That's just 180 damage.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough there. And Flying Pikachu VMAX, if it's not attacking, it's not exactly the Pokemon that you want to go after just yet. If you do find it, then that'd be nice, but it's not there. And so many escape rope on the other side for Hunter. If he could just continue to target down all these Pokemon, the prize cards could be there. Brian's going to need some help here.
Flying Pikachu is not as good of a card against Lost Zone as it used to be in the past. Really missing that big Parasol item tool now.
The play is going to be the Iono. Bunch of useless cards to the bottom.
I like
maybe the generator on top.
Shuffling the 1 card.
That's clutch. Yeah. You got to make the most of your time on stream, you know? Ooh, that's not it. I think we need this. We're going to need some help. Bailout button. Yeah.
That's not an item. That's not an item, and that's an energy.
Goodbye.
Bail was denied, unfortunately.
That's tough. Do not pass go. Wow, I mean, there's not much to work with there. We see a couple paths to the peak added. This is not exactly the matchup where this buys you an additional turn. Raikou can get some damage onto the board, but that's not going to be enough. Fleet-footed.
Oh, yeah. 200 damage from Lightning Rondo here. Really missing something like a choice belt or something.
Wouldn't that be something?
That'd be crazy.
It's on the other side. It's a one-up in Hunter's list. But Brian doesn't do that.
180 plus 20 is.
Some quick maths. Figuring out how much damage Raikou
It is
does.
funny to see how players go about calculating that, and Brian's 180 plus 20, because you don't always include the active Pokemon in all the counts. And regardless, it's not a knockout.
Pokestop grabs Super Rod and a couple targets for Hunter there.
Wow. Nice find there. Palpad going to add in another Colress experiment. And really, that's just what you need. You need to continue to keep the ball rolling, draw into the right resources. Your Pokemon's going to be sticking around there in that Dragonite V. You can take another really nice knockout. The damage accumulating on the bench does not matter. The closer we get to boss's orders, escape rope into a V or an EX Pokemon, that could be game 2, ready to roll.
Concealed cards. This card's water energy for Hunter. 2 cards off the top. Plenty of damage on his side of the board, but firmly in the driver's seat for this game 1 here. Still only 8 cards in the Lost Zone, so not really having to think about something like a Sableye just yet. Really going to be focusing on these Pokemon V to try to take down their counterparts.
Ooh. Yeah, this Boss's orders, I mean, used early, but effectively. Removing that flying Pikachu V avoids a lot of issues that Hunter could run into down the line. And you know that your opponent does play a lot of hand disruption, so while you have it, use it. Get this Pokemon out of the way. And easily, you'll have the knockouts lined up. For Pokemon like that Flaffy, maybe you can target down one of these Vs later on too with that Raikou, with the Choice Belt. Could work out.
Super Odd shuffles back just 2 energy, saving the Cramorant. Doesn't need it now. Have kind of a game plan already set forth. Gonna take a knockout here, go down to 2 prizes. Hopefully this Raikou will be able to clean things up for him.
Yeah, big turn there, taking that knockout, and of course, still continuing to have some threats lined up. It's gonna be up to Brian to get some hand disruption. Maybe there's a world where Hunter isn't able to reach 10 cards in the lost zone, runs into some issues in finding a relevant attack next turn, but you're asking so much if you're Brian. And, I mean, at least you got an energy, my friend. that's half the battle here.
I think Hunter said, at least you earned that one. Still not hitting the full 2 lightning off that electric generator, but finally selling just a little bit. And then a Dynamotor grabs another one, so Miraidon EX available to attack.
Yeah, absolutely crucial to find that energy off the electric generator. It's what activates this Miraidon with the 3 energies ready to roll. Well, now we got another. We're just rubbing it in that we found some energies this time. But this does mean that eventually Pokemon like Raichu would be able to close out on another big V2 prize Pokemon. So the pieces are lining up. The hit points are there now with the Miraidon against the Raikou V and the Choice Belt that doesn't have any effect against that EX Pokemon.
I would definitely be careful benching extra cards, but I guess, yeah, the Choice Belt doesn't really matter against those Raichu or Raikou.
This Pokemon should be sticking around. Problem is, once the damage is done, Sableye cleans up. Energy's down, Dragonite down. Prize cards established for Brian as he tries to make something out of this game 1. Hunter did a lot of thinning last turn, trying to get into a good situation. Can he make something of this?
Comfey to the active with that energy, so you can flower selecting and retreat with that without having to really care about doing anything else just yet. Also would guarantee essentially 2 cards in the lost zone with another flower selecting.
I'm unsure if the sequencing was available for Hunter on the previous turn to use that Pal Pad after using the boss's orders. That would have opened up a lot of avenues to taking a knockout on a V Pokemon this turn. Instead, it is going to be the Colress experiment, continuing to dig. But that is good news as we see the 10th card added to the Lost Zone. Super Rod going to bring in some resources. That Dragonite is looking lined up too.
Nest Ball finds that spinning Dragonite V.
Whee!
Mirage Gate, Water, Lightning, Water from the hand.
And all dragons.
And retreating Dragon Gale for the knockout. 60 damage all over the bench from Hunter there, but able to take game 1 with 3 Dragon Gales.
And a kiss to the people. All right. Yeah, well, I mean, we were what, 1 more Dragon Gale away from
a tie?
A tie there? I'm not prepared for that. But I'd love to see it.
I think you're right, too. You just said mulligan 3 times with 10 cards in hand.
That's brutal. Yeah, for Brian, I mean, took 18 minutes, took an opening loss, and it looked bad from the get-go. As soon as we saw those electric generators missing, there's just not much that you can do there. And tried to make something out of that game, but you have to be careful, and you have to consider every second of time on the clock when you're trying to make it in the top 8.
Now with just over 31 minutes left, Brian technically has enough time to finish 2 games. They cannot be very long games.
Nope. Maybe you need some mulligans from Hunter this time. But actually, you don't, because that takes too much time off the clock.
Oh, trust me, I know, Kyle.
Yeah, I think you've seen that once or twice, or
like
for like 4 minutes. Yeah.
No, it was 12 minutes.
12 minutes?
4 minutes and then 8 minutes. It was something else.
Yeah, I must have fallen asleep during that game, but I didn't fall asleep here. This was an unreal turn. Got all those cards in the Lost Zone, was zooming, found the right pieces. Dragonite able to take a big knockout. Unreal close out there for Hunter.
You fell asleep in the booth? You were commentating, Mike. Nice.
Then just play better. I don't know what to tell you.
That's why you make day 2 and I don't.
Hey, we got to start this.
I mean, I do get some pretty good matchups on stream. I'm not going to complain. Well, we'll see if Hunter can make the most of this one. I feel like this is a favorable matchup for the Lost Zone players. So often you're able to just get a lot of damage established on these low hit point Pokemon. Looks like we will see Bravery Charms for Brian this time around. None in the prize cards. We can work with that. No, we can't work with that though, Hunter. What are you doing?
Oh, it's for Mew, right?
It's not the 151 set yet, Jeremy. We're not ready.
No, I did say I was going second. Yeah.
Oh, no.
So that's my fault. Yeah.
So I think what happened here is Brian chose to go second.
Yeah, I mean, it's
but
right
then
here. I
drew a card
haven't-
like he was going first.
I mean, do you still want to go second, or do you just want to go first now? Like, I mean, I'm cool with you going first and not getting a penalty, but
Well,
they're probably going to
I don't think you can change your mind, Hunter. I mean, we've already seen the opening hands, so going second means you are going second. But I do appreciate the fact that Hunter just wants to play Pokemon. He doesn't want to see any issues. He just wants to play.
Yeah, it's okay.
So we're going to take our time here, let the judges figure out what needs to be done. Unsure of if Brian saw the card. We got to the screen a little late.
Listen, they don't call it hashtag play Pokemon for nothing.
That's right.
Hunter's really embodying
I'm not. That's not me. That's not
the
me.
format.
You're good. That's his card.
Yeah, we've seen Hunter time and time again on the big stage. He had a win in at EUIC. I think the first time that we ever met him was playing Stunfisk in top 8 of NAIC.
Spiritomb Stunfisk. That was a deck for sure.
Yeah, that's one that really put him on everyone's radar as a deck innovator and also just a great talent in the game. It's always nice to see him playing at the top tables.
Also taking down Dallas Regionals, one of the last expanded tournaments that we had with that Turbo Giratina.
Oh, thank God for that.
Yeah.
I'm done with expanded. that's going to be good and fine for me. For players, it's tough enough to keep up with all of the cards. Imagine for commentators when people just bring up things that existed 7 years ago. No thanks.
Yeah, don't bring up things existing 7 years ago. Don't bring up new Pokemon around Kyle. He learned what Meowscarada EX looks like for the very first time this weekend.
That's true. I only have the full arts, so I don't want no scrub.
I was really hoping that the Arceus Meowscarada could pull through. Started out 4-0.
Wow, I didn't know that. I saw the Torterra guy at 2-0.
Yeah.
That was cool enough. But hey, we're ready to play Pokemon. Let's go.
It looks like a simple resolution. We'll get word if there is a penalty for that or if it's just a warning. But Hunter's starting things off lightning fast here. Escape rope that Drapion V out of the active spot. Flower selecting with the Comfey. I think was eyeing down double battle VIP pass.
Yeah, no wonder he wanted to play Pokemon. Look at this. he's rolling. Comfey already in the active spot. He's going to find some additional friends here.
And with those two red Pokeballs under the name for Hunter, that means there was a double prize loss for Brian awarded for seeing that extra card.
I mean, how do you come back from that? If Hunter has the classic setup here and is able to find a few Comfeys, get some cards into the Lost Zone, I mean, that is so tough. It has to be a very aggressive Flying Pikachu V Max. Maybe work that Raikou in before your opponent gets to a Mirage Gate situation, but Brian needs to have a stellar turn here.
Really making a bad matchup worse here with that penalty. Hunter, meanwhile, this Battle Pass, able to search through the deck, see that, Cramorant's prize, it's pretty much it.
Well, who needs to deal 110 when you could snipe 90s and blow Pokemon up left and right with Raikou, Dragonite. I like that a lot.
Radiant Greninja and a second Comfey go to the bench off that Battle VIP pass. That means more cards are coming for Hunter off the top of the deck.
Did we even get word of who's going first?
I'm pretty sure it was Hunter.
Okay.
Because Brian wanted to go second in the first
I
place.
just won't talk about supporter cards unless they get played. Oh, look at this. Another situation with cards flying off the top. It's going to be another Battle VIP.
This is slipping out of the fingers for Brian with every card that Hunter plays.
I'm curious if you even want to play
I was
another
just
Pokemon
about
at
to
this
say,
point.
yeah.
Yeah, if you do play one, I think Dragonite is the best call. It means that your opponent isn't deciding how much damage you're doing. You are going to be dictating that with the Dragon Gale. It's a Pokemon that you can work into the mix early, really put the pressure on Brian. And with the 2 prize penalty, I think that is also playing a role for Hunter. You can put on a lot of aggression, not worry about hand disruption, just take those prize cards as fast as possible. If he has a couple switching effects here, and retreating is going to be number 1.
Water Energy to the discard. Second flower selecting looks like Mirage Gate, Pal Pad, and we can get rid of that Pal Pad. We don't need that.
I don't think we're going to see turn 4, Jeremy, so Pal Pad's dumb. Let's add Mirage Gate and get rolling.
I'm a fan of turn 3, Jeremy.
turn 3 doesn't happen. Turn 3's not real.
Forest Sealstone on that Drapion V, saving it for a future use. Now passing it back to Brian. So Hunter was turn 1.
Good to know. Bad to know. Brian's hand. At least there's a Forest Sealstone, but yeah, it's got to be used right now.
You hate to see it. This will allow Brian to search his deck for any card. And I think I down a Professor's Research.
Looks at the hand, says, I'm not going back in. This hand stinks. I need to find some help right here, right now. An Electric Generator.
Speaking of help, top 5 cards. Hey, there we go.
All right, it was it was earned at that point.
Yep, definitely
hey,
needed those cards to help out here. Raikou V already lined up to take a knockout as long as they can reach the active spot. Decision to be made here. He has the escape rope before using the supporter. It's going to be another Comfey.
I like playing it, especially when you already got the 2 energy. You have your attack for the turn. Going to be able to knock out anything that Hunter really brings up. And then you get that fleet-footed for an extra decision here.
Yeah, that's actually pretty surprising to see. Is it's incorporating the fleet-footed before the research. I assumed that meant Path to the Peak was going to be played. And instead, that's not going to be the case. Maybe a consideration for Miraidon and Tandem Unit helping out, but that's not going to be happening here either. So
how about
adding
like
a
4
card,
energy? 3.
I mean, I'd love to see one more card in this hand instead, but it's not going to be the case, is it? Instead, let's take a knockout and see what Hunter is rolling with here.
Brian did find a second Path to the Peak, though, so went ahead and played that down to stop the concealed cards from Radiant Greninja and the wild style from Drapion V.
Can we give Hunter a prize penalty for playing those Rainbow Colress? I mean, come on, man.
Listen, that's the beauty about Pokemon. There's so many different arts for a lot of these popular cards. You can just play whatever you want.
Beauty's not the word I'd use, Jeremy, but thanks. It's good to know.
It's in the eye of the beholder.
Well, I don't have a Vespiquen. We're going to see Comfey there, adding one more card into the Lost Zone. This is where it gets dangerous. Of course, Hunter still has access to that Forest Sealstone to get more cards into the Lost Zone. Looks like the town store is open, even on Sunday.
That's pretty surprising.
Good hours.
Do they have good benefits?
No.
Oh. Same.
What do you really need from the store at this point?
Tools.
Okay, we'll add another one, even though it does nothing. But at this point, thinning is winning, and looks like Hunter is doing just that.
Winning?
Yes,
yeah.
and thinning.
Now, using that Forest Sealstone, that Star Alchemy, search your deck for any card. We've already seen the Colossus Experiment for the turn. There's 6 in the Lost Zone, maybe eyeing down Lost Vacuum. if you have those Mirage Gate in hand.
Yeah, kind of tricky. Looks like there's already a lightning energy in hand. There's a lightning energy in the lost zone, so it would have to be the double Mirage Gate of water energies if you want to attack with the Dragonite V in this spot. Of course,
Super
very well done here. Sees that issue, throws away the lightning energy with the Radiant Greninja, could then Super Rod this energy back into the deck and then find it by way of the Mirage Gate. So Hunter really showing off some prowess here.
The sequencing has been perfect so far from Hunter. Super Rod shuffling back in, a Psychic, a Water, and the Lightning. There's the Mirage Gate, grabbing the 2 of the energy that he just put back into the deck.
Ooh.
Dragon Gale is now online, has the switch out potentially in hand. It's really the only thing missing here for a big knockout.
I just love to see this. I mean, see the speed that he does this with as well. Just really understands this deck inside and out. Considering everything, of course, as you move into this next turn, this is a big turn where Brian could have some hand disruption. You've already established one of your big hitters, and it's not guaranteed that it's going to stick around when you see a Raichu on the other side. So, do you want to establish the Raikou V this turn? I'd certainly consider it.
Hunter really taking the time, looking through the deck.
I was thinking about playing another card, but I'm not.
Another Mirage Gate in hand. You'd have to assume he has the switch out.
Oh, for sure.
Yep.
The issue now is hopefully it's not the escape rope, and it's not. It's going to be that switch card. Lines up perfectly to attack into the right Pokemon here. It is that Raikou V. Big threat already knocked out. And Hunter, although it says that he's got 4 prize cards there, 2 more means the match and means his first top 8 berth of the season.
Everyone's first top 8 berth of the season.
Especially Hunter's. I don't have word on the other guys.
Energy 4 turn on the Raichu V in the active spot. Bravery Charm. Not going to do too much in the face of a 250 damage Dragon Gale. Ryan does have the Iono, though, and even though, like you said, Hunter only needs
4, right? Yeah.
2 prize cards to win, the way the penalty works, you still have those 4. So Iono drawing 4 cards for Hunter here. Brian gets 5.
Yeah, I wonder if there were considerations to using the town store. You could look through, maybe pull one of those tool cards out before you use Iono and have a little more of a chance to draw into a card like that Electric Generator. Get some more energies onto the board. Because right now, as it stands, Flaffy is going to be in the mix. Add 1 more card to the board, but Raichu's still not taking a knockout.
Yeah, I think with the 5 cards Brian drew, you're not getting there. You needed an Electric Generator, hitting just 1 extra Lightning Energy to be able to take the knockout. But Dynamotor grabs you 1. You already attached for the turn, and that's a hand of Raikou V and a Lightning Energy. This Dragonite V is sticking around, and you have to retreat to Flaffy?
Yep, there's no other thing you could do here. Brian's just going to take a moral victory of attacking in. Hunter Butler going to be taking a huge victory here. 2-0 sweep, and that means that Hunter is going to be at 35 points, something that we should note is not a guarantee, but certainly puts him in contention to find his way in the top 8. Yeah, he hears me. Hunter Butler really trying to get the job done here. We're going to love hearing from him. A great player in his own right. And unfortunate there for Brian. Wasn't able to get the job done. Just the card's not falling in the right direction.
Oh, not at all. Just those Electric Generators, game 1, whipping both of them. And then Dragonite V is the kryptonite of Miraidon.
It's a really good card.
Yeah.
That obviously we saw it included into the Turbo decks by way of what Caleb Gettimer back in Milwaukee all that time ago, and it has been a staple ever since then. Love to see this Pokemon get into the mix, deal so much damage to your opponent and yourself, but who cares? You can get that spinning top of a Pokemon out right here, right now, as Hunter did. And woo! There we go. Let's get some energies on that bad boy and take a quick game 1.
You know, the animation effects that they've done is just insane. You know?
Yeah, TCG Live is going crazy right now. It's really taken on a whole new wave.
Game 1 also Hunter benefited from 3 mulligans from Brian to get those extra cards, get that early setup. And Brian, meanwhile, had that turn 1 Lightning Rondo, but thanks to that double prize loss, Dragonite V, Dragon Gale 1. And then you got a Dragon Gale number 2. And that does it for our round 15 here. Hunter, 35 match points. Brian was 33, so if he would have won, that'd be 36. Guarantee himself into top cut, but it's such a hard matchup to face in the final round. Trying to play on stream for the first time, make top 8 for the first time. It's a lot of stuff going through your head.
Yep, a lot of pressure, not the best matchup. We've seen some players talk about it and say, I think Bravery Trumps solves it. Don't think that's exactly the answer right now. I mean, of course, having those hit points can be helpful, but playing against deck, what, 3 loss vacuum usually? It's not going to stick around always. Sometimes it does work out. And, I mean, Dragonite also just does not care. When it's a 200 hit point Pokemon, plus 50, still a knockout. And Hunter was able to do just that, really taking the most use of that card, full proficiency, able to take all those prize cards. And now he's just going to wait and see. What is he even rooting for at this point? I guess he wants to see a bunch of winners so that less people are at 35 points?
Yeah.
It's really tricky. So run out there, my friend, after this interview, and hopefully you see some match slips getting slimed the right way.
I guess a bunch of winners for the 34-pointers that are playing.
Yes.
A bunch of ties for the 32-pointers that are playing.
That's not all right. That is a lot. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a lot to ask for. I guess we can't celebrate just yet, but it is always nice to see some great play on the top table there, and Hunter was able to do just that for us. I mean, it's been since EOAC since we've seen him, so not too long ago, but hopefully we get to see him play a few more rounds here if he's able to make top 8.
Usually the name of the game is Path and Pray. Now it's just Pray.
Yeah, the work's done. You've done everything you need to do. I think if you asked Hunter going into this tournament, hey, buddy, I can guarantee you 35 match points. How do you feel? He'd say yes, please. So it's a very strong showing, but 36 would have been a little nicer.
Well, I guess we can ask him that now because he is sitting in our lounge with Adam Skarzik-Watson. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the lounge. Adam Watson here with our winner we just saw on stream, Hunter Butler. Now, you just took a big win. Now you're going to be in contention for top 8.
Not
How you feeling? Not guaranteed, but still in contention.
Not guaranteed, guys. I mean, I feel good about the match. Obviously, he was guaranteed, I think, with a tie, which always feels bad to get paired down. I knew the matchup. I knew it was quite favorite for me, although I haven't played it too many times. So it felt good that I was getting paired against Marion, but just, you know, taking somebody out of contention for top 8 for me, possibly getting 9th, doesn't feel the greatest. So it is what it is. Hopefully I make it.
And you brought the Turbo Lost Box. You weren't trying to target Maridon specifically, just happens to be a good matchup for you. So Hunter, with this Dragonite Lost Box, there's a lot of different variants right now kind of floating around there. Is this your favorite version, or you just thought that it was a specifically good meta call for Pittsburgh?
I've been playing Turbo for about 4 months now. I've played Kyogre, I've played Turbo Lost Boxes when I played at Worlds, so I feel very comfortable with the deck. I actually got in at 5:30 in the morning on Saturday, so I couldn't sleep basically, so I was gonna play something else, but because of the sleep, I decided to just go with something safe. So it ended up paying off for me, but I do believe Turbo to be the best Lost Box deck in my opinion, and I favor my build at the moment. You know?
Right, and that confidence definitely shows. You went into this matchup versus Maridon, knew exactly what to do, leaning very heavily on the Dragonite with those Mirage Gates, getting it set up immediately. And it didn't seem like there was anything Brian McDaniel could do to stop you. I know that you already said you aren't entirely familiar with Maridon, but were you worried about the flying Pikachu at all when you saw that come down?
I was worried about the flying Pikachu. I took a second to consider whether I wanted to take the knockout and then save the boss if I got flying Pikachu attacked. But I didn't want to get Judge or Iono Path and Pikachu attacked. So I was like, you know what? Let me just take care of this right now. And I know that unless he plays Belt, which I imagine he didn't, there's no way to one-shot Dragonite even without the full board. So, you know, I felt very confident that Dragonite would survive the turn. But I was slightly concerned with the flying Pikachu, for sure.
That's good to know. That is good to know that, you know, you are still feeling a little bit worried, right, when it gets to this stage. It's a huge tournament. There's a lot on the line. And now that you're kind of potentially on the cusp of making top 8, what would you say, was there anything you would particularly like to have done differently? Is it a deck choice, or are you just letting the points fall where they may?
I'm happy with my deck choice. I made a little mistake on stream with some sequencing. I was supposed to Greninja before I forced Seal Stone to discard my Lightning because I was rotting. Luckily, I didn't draw any water, so it didn't hurt me, but that's kind of, maybe just take that back.
Yep, and just move the microphone
like
this, they can hear a little
Oh,
better.
for sure.
Yeah, hold it
So
up here.
I just feel that I just feel like my choice was good. My play has been pretty good despite not having any sleep. I've had some luck, which I haven't had the last couple months. So I'm just happy to be here and happy to be lucky, and hopefully I get in. If I get 9th, I'm cool with it. It is what it is. You know?
I definitely hear you. If you can be proud of your deck choice, be proud of your play, even if you bubble 9th, still a solid run, especially at the largest regionals of all time. And it's just the beginning of the season.
Just the beginning.
And moving forward, do you predict that you'll stick with Turbo Lost Box? Is there any decks on the horizon that maybe you're looking out for?
I wanted to play something else at this event. It's a bit rogue. I'm going to save it for Sacramento when I have sleep. So
okay.
I have things, but I think the meta is decently defined. There are consistent decks and there are inconsistent decks, and I think Turbo's just a consistent deck. So that's ultimately why I chose it.
That's pretty exciting to hear, that there's a little bit of mystery around Hunter Butler's next potential deck choice. And as one final note, is there anyone you want to give a special shout out to that helped you practice, or you just want to give them a little bit of love while we got you on stream?
Shout out DDG, shout out Wood Gang, you know who you are. Shout out Carter, Finn, Hayden, and shout out to my grandma for always supporting me since I was 11 years old playing this game. Hopefully I come home with some money and we can make it to Hawaii. So we're starting off the year hot. We'll see how it goes.
Very well said. Maybe we'll see everybody in Hawaii for sure, but while we have to crunch the numbers and see who did make it to top 8 after all, this is, of course, as we've said time and time again, the biggest regionals of all, so we have to do a lot of math, a lot of Swiss math to figure out who made that cut. So we're going to play a few episodes of Path to the Peak. So kick back and relax, enjoy these episodes, and then we'll get back after this break into our top 8 at Pittsburgh. Don't go anywhere.
What a beautiful day. All right, kiddo, ready for a new adventure?
Thrilled.
All right, let's go. Welcome home.
Careful. Those are the dishes.
I'm putting them in the living room.
I'm gonna have to call you back. Honey, can you put that in the donation pile?
Well, what is it?
Oh, nothing. Just some old stuff I don't need anymore.
Whoa.
Hey, kiddo. Looks like the storm's letting up. I know it's tough moving to a new place, but think of it as a new start. You can try new things, make new friends, and eventually, you'll find your place.
I guess so.
School calendar says it's club week. Perfect time to try something new.
A new start. Huh? TM10?
Challenge accepted!
What?
Pokemon! This is the Pokemon Club. You got my note? About Pokemon?
You all play together?
Of course, we're all friends here. All you need is a deck.
Oh, hey, kiddo. How was your first day at...
Let's play.
Ah, you brought your own deck. Retro cards, nice. I'll use my old deck too. Know how to play?
Not really.
Then you're in good hands. Start with a 60-card deck. Draw 7 cards. On the field, you have 1 active Pokemon and 6 prize cards, plus bench Pokemon. Attach energy and evolve. If you knock out their Pokemon, you claim a prize card. Once you have all 6 prize cards or they have no Pokemon left on the field, you win! I'll start again.
No, I got it. Let's play. I'm Ava.
Joshua.
I bring out my Pokemon and attach an energy.
You're doing great!
I place another energy on Scyther and use Slash.
Wow! You knocked out my Pikachu!
So that means I get a prize card.
Nice! Finished? Evolutionary Thunder, Evolve on Bench, Delta Charge, Scoop Up, Heads, Evolve Final Eevee, 3 Poke Power Knockouts, Attach, Swing for Game, and I win.
I'm Joshua. Let's play Pokemon. I'm gonna make you think you're good, but actually, you stink.
Well, this is what I think of you.
Hey, what you doing?
I did what you said. I tried something new. My cake was ruined, they banned me from archery, and I have a bee sting on my... Never mind. And I lost my first Pokemon game in front of everybody.
You know, I'd get beat every time when I played that game, until I discovered the secret.
Tell me the secret.
Okay, pick a Pokemon.
Oddish.
Good. Now, here's the secret. Close your eyes. Imagine Oddish is your Pokemon, your friend, always with you, no matter what, growing stronger together. You and your Pokemon, you have a bond. Whenever I played Pokemon, I'd picture the battles in my mind, see the stadium, imagine my Pokemon, and I'd always do better. Sometimes, I'd even win.
Rematch?
Challenge accepted!
Shoo.
I'd picture the battles in my mind, see the stadium.
I'll put Oddish in the active spot.
Looks like you're Oddish against my Eevee. You're up first, Ava.
Whoa! Joshua, are you seeing this?
No?
Never mind, because I use an energy card to power up Oddish. Oddish! Razor Leaf!
Nice move! But can you handle this? I bring out 3 bench Pokemon. Zap, zap, zap! And my Eevee evolves into Jolteon!
Is that foil? That's awesome!
I know, right? This is it! Down to your last Pokemon, Ava. What's your move?
Whoa. Look at the possibilities. No, not that. Nah. Nope. No, not that one. Nope. Oddish? Aww. I got it! I power up Oddish with Defiance Band. Go Oddish!
I didn't even see that coming.
5, 6? I think I won.
She straight up destroyed me! Whoa!
With an Oddish?
That was incredible!
That was fun. Good game. Who's next?
No one. You beat us all.
With an Oddish!
Catch! Welcome to the Pokémon Club!
I'm in the club? Whew. Yes! I'm in the club! All right, okay. Uh-huh. Yes, yes, yes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So the new girl can play. But how would you do in a real competition with championship points on the line? Nice dance moves.
Who was that?
Celestine, the best player in this school.
What was she talking about?
Regionals!
Where am I? Oddish? Sorry. Oddish! Are you okay? Celestine! Ugh, must have fallen asleep building a new deck. Ew.
Ava! It's Regionals Day! Let's go!
Joshua? How'd you get up here?
Your dad told me to get you. Ready to wipe the floor with Celestine today?
I don't know. Maybe I should back out.
Back out? No. You are the most talented rookie our club has ever seen. Plus, you've got me as your coach.
Ugh.
Man, no one's ever beaten Celestine before. We really thought you were the one. But, I get it if Celestine intimidates you.
I'll do it!
There it is! Now come on! Everyone's waiting for you downstairs!
Everyone?
Ava! 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 We love you, Ava!
Oh, it looks like your club friends are here to support you. You sure you want to do this?
Yes, Mom.
Okay. I packed your bag. Scarf, jacket, snacks, water bottle. Oh, I almost forgot. Baby powder. For your rashes.
It's okay, Mom. It's only 15 minutes away.
Ava, there's something you should know. Oh, never mind. Good luck, sweetie.
This is Regionals. The best players in the area playing the strongest decks. And you've brought Oddish?
What about it?
Check it out. Strong meta deck, top tier. A lot of people gonna be playing this.
I like Oddish.
Going rogue, huh? No one will expect it, especially Celestine. Welcome to Regionals.
Trainers, sign up for build and battle at the side event table. Don't know a Buzzwole from a Pumpkaboo? Come to the Play Lab where a Pokemon professional is playing.
Oddish! So she actually showed up. New girl's braver than she looks. You should have stayed home, because if you play against me, my power deck will rip the stuffing out of your little Oddish.
Hey, Ava! Let's go find our spots!
Trainers, are you ready?
All right. Table 43. Here we are.
Ava, you're going to do great. And just know, I'll be right here cheering you on. Is that a Pikachu hat?
Hi, I'm Tonio.
I'm Ava. It's my first regionals.
You got nothing to worry about. At my first regionals, I was so nervous, I almost threw up.
Actually, I did throw up.
Anyway, call it.
Heads. No, tails. Wait, heads. Tails. Definitely tails. I mean, heads.
Tails. You fought well, my sweet child.
I won.
Good game. Not bad for your first regionals. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to puke.
Take care, Tonio. Good game. Yes!
Congrats, Ava. But, we got a situation.
Dad, what are you doing?
Oh, hi, kiddo. Your friend invited me to play around.
Dad, she's not my friend. She's only doing this.
Relax. We're just having fun.
Imagine my Pokemon. Imagine my Pokemon.
I hope your dad's talent doesn't run in the family. I evolve Phantump into Trevenant and attack. I win.
It's already over?
You crossed the line, Celestine. This is family.
See you at the finals, Ava, if you make it.
Ava, what are you going to do?
The only thing I can do. Play my heart out.
Welcome to the final match of the Pokemon Regional Championship. Returning champion Celestine against Ava, who's here to make a name for herself.
Go, Ava! You got this!
You do know they're not here for you, right? They're here for me, because I'm undefeated and they're hoping to see me lose. But that's not going to happen.
She's unstoppable! Celestine wins game 1.
Ava, she's just trying to psych you out. Relax, take a deep breath, and remember, have fun. Look, we're all here for you.
Trainers, one step closer to victory. Are you ready? Strong attack!
Yes! One game each! Come on, Ava!
Impressive. I won't hold back anymore.
I'm on the edge of my seat, folks. It's 1-all as we begin the final round. This is it, folks. They're down to 1 prize card each.
Want to know my secret? Weakness. Everybody's got one. If you want to win, all you have to do is find it. I knew yours the moment I saw you. You rely on other people too much.
Does Ava have a shot?
It's not looking good. Celestine's trapped Ava, and I think she's out of moves. Ava doesn't look so good. Oh. Ava? Ava? Ava!
What if it's not weakness? What if they're my strength? Spoink's Rapid Bounce allows me to draw a card. I evolve Gloom into Vileplume and use Dizzying Pollen.
Well, what are you waiting for?
The move only works if the coin lands on heads.
It seems Ava's leaving the battle entirely up to chance. Unbelievable! She did it! She did it! Ava's the new regional champion!
Ava, I had a blast. I haven't felt like that in a long time. Good game.
Come here!
All right, squeeze in and say Cherry Berry.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking. Where everyone can see. I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking, I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make 'em stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road,
Where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me.
I'll be walking
where everyone can see.
I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be.
I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make 'em stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric.
I'll be a legend.
Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road.
Victory Road.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. My name is Adam Watson here in the lounge. We still got a little bit more time to kill before we figure out who made top 8 here at the Pittsburgh Regionals. But to help us pass the time, I'm here with my good friend Matthew Wood.
What's
and
up?
welcome in, my friend. Happy that you were able to take the time to kind of, chill and chat and, and just talk to your fans at home. How's your experience been here in Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh's actually been pretty great. I really like the scenery and the architecture here with the bridges, the stadium. The view from the venue is really nice with you get to see the water and everything. It's really, really cool. So I've been really liking Pittsburgh.
It's been, I think, really overlooked for sure as a place to have a regional. It's been very spacious here in the venue. We've heard tons of compliments about the bridges. As long as you aren't, doing too much driving around and getting caught in traffic on the bridges. They're beautiful to look at.
They are,
But when it comes to your experience maybe playing in the regionals and, just having a good time, you want to tell the folks at home, what you decided to bring and how you did in the tournament.
So yeah, I ended up playing Single Strike Lugia. So I was going to play Colorless Lugia. I've been on that
known
deck.
for the spice.
Yeah, I've been on that deck for about 2 weeks now. I was going to use a similar list to the list that won in the seniors division at the World Championships this year. But in testing, I found that the deck was losing to Miraidon and Single Strike Lugia, which I predicted to be very popular for this tournament. So I scrapped it, and you're going to love this. So the other deck I was thinking about playing was Reggie's.
Ooh,
because I'm like, Reggie beats Miraidon.
Resurrected Reggie.
I was thinking about it. The 60 was kind of unrefined. Obviously, it was last night testing, so I was like, I probably shouldn't do this, but I'm down to try it again because I think it has a good Miraidon matchup, beats Arc decks. It can beat Lugia, and it beats Xianpao.
Wow.
I thought it had a good matchup spread, and I just had to avoid Lost Zone decks, kind of like how Szymanski played United Wings to NEIC. Just dodge the Lost Box, and it wins games. So that's what I was thinking with Reggie's, but I scrapped it, and then us on the Shovel Squad, we ended up going with Single Strike Lugia, which was, I think, a really good meta call. I unfortunately lost my win in 2-day 2. I hit a Lugia mirror match. I hit 3 Lugia mirrors, which the mirror is not that fun. It's like coin flip reliant, and you can get some really bad luck on your Tyranitar. So when you do, when you do Single Strike Tyranitar, you can mill a bad card, and I had an unfortunate run in the last game in Game 3 on the win-in where I milled my second Tyranitar, which lost me the game because I needed it. So unfortunate luck there. That's Lugia. It's a very coin flip luck heavy deck.
And you talked a lot, Matt, about trying to find a deck with a good Miraidon matchup. Was this something recent for you that you were considering Miraidon a real contender in the metagame? Because we kind of talked about it as an up-and-comer. When did this deck get on your radar?
So after Mahone's placement at Worlds, the deck kind of blew up, and it's been doing really good in the online tournaments, been all over the ladder, even been a lot of talking like League Cups and League Challenges on Twitter. And the path build, it seems like it's been finally like figured out the proper like way to play Miraidon, like the correct 60 has been found. So I was scared of it, not to mention, you know, when a big YouTuber does well at Worlds and popularizes the deck, everyone's gonna want to play it, especially if it's their first regional. So I was like, all right, Miraidon's been good. It has a good matchup spread against a lot of decks, even the Lost Zone decks. Apart from Kyogre, it's favored even into Lost Box thanks to Switch Card, Brave Charm. Like if you know what you're doing as a Miraidon player, it's not that bad against Lost Box even. So we expect it to be popular, and there isn't really a good anti-Miraidon deck apart from maybe like Mew and maybe Kyogre Lost Box. I didn't want to play either of those decks though. I'm not a fan of Mew, and I can't do Lost Box to a regional.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's very taxing, very
taxing,
prone to ties, depending on what your opponent's even playing. And that was something that we've discovered and even seen on the stream overall in Pittsburgh. So I think you made the smart choice, bringing the Lugia. We've had players who did very well with it across day 1 and day 2. You just got a little bit unlucky.
Right? It was very popular, which was unfortunate. But I'm glad I chose it. I'm excited for Lugia. Single Strike Lugia going into Toronto, I think, is still good. Even the colorless build that I was going to play gains a new card called Mew EX from Pokemon card 151, which makes potentially colorless Mew and just Single Strike Mew in general, or Lugia, even better because it's a really good attacker that can copy your opponent's active Pokemon's attack. So against like Giratina V-Star, you can just go Mew EX Archeops to it and then knock out their active Giratina with your Mew, which is really good. So I'm looking forward to Lugia. I think it might be my new pet deck over Arceus.
Okay, the colorless build.
Yeah, because I'm thinking Arceus has fallen off a little bit. It's a shaky Miraidon matchup, not good against Tina. And I wanted to try Lugia again, and I'm glad I chose it because it was a good call. My brain was kind of half on yesterday, to be honest, with lack of sleep.
Right.
And that may have affected some of my like Archeops placements, but I'm proud of my performance still, and I got points, which is good. At 93 CP right now, which is awesome. So I'm really excited for Toronto, and I'm definitely going to test Colorless Lugia, hopefully like on the channel and everything, and just see how it does, because I'm super excited for Lugia going forward. It gained some really cool new cards.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad that you had a good time and that you can still walk away from this regionals with a little bit of consolation with those points that are just going to add up. It's still the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
And so you've got plenty of time to test and figure out the meta, because you, Matt, are known for, posting some spicy decks, always experimenting with the metagame on your YouTube channel, Little Dark Fury. And I know that a lot of new players that are jumping into the game, trying to figure out how to get into the Pokemon TCG, play some of these decks at a higher level for the regionals, are going to be turning to your content.
Yeah, I had a lot of people come up to me today, be like, this is my first ever regionals, and your content really helped me get into the game and figure out what decks to play for the tournament. And even like some of my like meta discussion videos on the second channel I have, even they were saying those helped them decide what they were going to play too. So it's just really cool all around.
Yeah, and I hope that your explorations bear fruit in the future.
100%.
You could certainly be on the forefront of the colorless Lugia,
hopefully.
paradigm shift that may occur.
Yeah, I'm super excited to try it out and test it. Next Friday it comes out on the 22nd.
Okay.
So I think 151 is legal in Peoria, so we might see some spice there. Unfortunately, I won't be in Peoria, but we might see some spice, because there are a lot of other cool new cards in the set, not just the Mew, though I think Mew is the best card in Pokemon card 151.
Gotcha. Yes, and that's great to have so much to look forward to, not just in terms of new tournaments, but again, the new cards that we get in Pokemon TCG always have a chance to shake things up, and you will be there to help guide our viewers at home, to navigate these new cards, navigate the sets, and not just find good decks, but to find fun decks.
Yeah.
And so let me ask you, what's the fun thing that you've been playing recently on Pokemon? If you want to just sit down, play, but just have a really good time, what's a fun deck that you could bust out?
I like playing a Sableye Cramorant Charizard deck, Radiant Charizard, but there's some spice. So the deck plays a 1 of Luxray and a 1/1 Milotic line so that you can't get Iono. So you sit there and build up a big hand, and you can Sableye your opponent while there's a Milotic in play. So if they boss the Milotic, they don't take out your Sableye, so you get more turns to do Sableye, which is really good. So it's like a really hard spot for your opponent to be in. Build up a big hand, build up Radiant Charizard with Clara. That's been like my go-to ladder deck to play on Pokemon TCG Live. Whenever I need to like grind the ladder resets randomly sometimes and lowers your elo. So I need to get back up for videos, and that's the deck I use to grind it. That's been a fun one. And Wugtrio Mill has been a lot of fun too.
Oh no, not Mill. It's back. We thought that Durant rotating would save us, but the Wugtrio is back. And there's a certain kind of player that enjoys just making their opponent's deck go bye-bye. And then, of course, as we know, we've seen it a couple times, or nearly on stream. If you run out of cards, you can't draw at the start of your turn, you're going to lose automatically. And a fun little alternate win condition if you want to explore everything the Pokemon TCG has to offer.
Once we get a coin flip, reflip effect back, like Glimwood Tangler, Victini, I think Wugtrio could actually be something that maybe people start to consider for tournaments, because it's on the cusp of being good. With reversal energy, the power that it has, it just needs that coin flip, reflip card, and it's actually just really decent. And I think it's got a lot of potential if we get a coin flip, reflip card.
Yeah, and the fact that you've already kind of discovered a list or an archetype that's one card away from being good means that you always have hope when a new set is released. Because we are just at the beginning of the season, and who knows, 2, 3, 4, 5 sets from now, you know, we get that reflip card, the new Glimwood Tangle, and suddenly the meta is completely different. Lost Zone decks and Kyogre start to live in fear of having all their resources thrown away, decks that draw a lot of cards, and that could really flip the meta game on its head.
I agree. I mean, we even just saw like a bunch of new cards get revealed in our November set, Paradox Rift, and there's a new Jirachi that counters Sableye. So we're already seeing that happen now with even in our November set. So really looking forward to see what else gets printed in this new set with the future and ancient Pokemon mechanic that got printed.
Yeah, that was teased at the World Championships. They had a special video about it. We know the A-Spec cards are coming back.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one.
Opening up a whole new can of worms and speculation from our players about what potentially could be on the horizon for the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of mechanics from back in the day, the A-Spec days, that you're hoping to come back?
There's some cards I would like to see reprinted. If I were to make a guess on what A-Specs are going to come back, I think we might see Computer Search and Dow's Machine come back. Because those are two of the most defining cards of their time, and they're really hard to get, and if they bring back expanded tournaments, then we're going to need that. And they're also just two really powerful cards. When you print an A-Spec card, it has to be good enough to play in your deck as a one-of over anything else, right? That's why we see such strong Radiant Pokemon. So, Computer Search and Dow's Machine I think will come back. I would like to see maybe like a Battle Compressor A-Spec card, Floatstone as an A-Spec card, VS Seeker as an A-Spec card. Something like that would be kind of cool. So those are some things that I've kind of theory crafted for how they could reprint the A-Spec mechanic.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're so excited.
Yeah,
Matt,
I'm excited
for the future.
It. Yeah.
And for me, I'm just along for the ride. I know that everybody's really excited about, you know, Iron Valiant with that Tachyon Bits ability,
that ability
to just switch in and out of the active and sprinkle some damage, especially with Sableye maybe finally taking a back seat. Players that want to spread that damage and be playing, you know, Iron Valiant. You got Vespiquen out there. It's going to get wild. There's still so much potential for viability, and I certainly do want to thank you for taking the time, LDF, for you know, just explaining how your tournament went, what you're excited for in the future. Is there any final words you have for our audience at home, and where can we find you?
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube at Little Dark Fury or my second channel, LDF PTCG. Yeah, I hope that everyone watching who played at Pittsburgh had a good time, and hope they enjoyed the tournament. It was a great experience. Biggest regional of all time. It was crazy.
Yeah, so I don't think that biggest regional of all time is going to be something we're going to say just in Pittsburgh. We still have more room to grow and expand. I think we're going to break that record for sure. 100%. And that'll be with your help, I'm certain. But we're just ready to move into our top 8. We still got a little bit more time to go, so we're going to send things back over to another break, and hopefully when we get back, we'll be moving into our top 8 here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. So don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
What's up, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm just in a living dream today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. No way. All the Jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
Welcome back in, everyone, to Pittsburgh for our Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championship. We're into our day 2, and we have gone all the way through 187 players to top 8, and that's what we're about to jump in to. I'm Boo, here with Juancho Saldana. Juancho, Did you expect our top 8 to look as it looks?
Not like this. I mean, it's very, very exciting. I cannot wait to see all these top 8 matches.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the culmination of the biggest regional to date.
Yes.
So these players have worked hard. I was walking around the tables, and everyone had to play almost every single game to get into this top 8.
Absolutely.
It was it was something for sure.
Well, luckily for our players, you know, they know that they've already secured thousands of dollars making it to this point, which is really cool to say for sure.
They definitely have earned that, those thousands and thousands of dollars, and they can only win
$3,000.
Yeah. Just typing it up a little bit. I mean, can you imagine? At the end of the day, one person here is gonna walk away with not only $10,000 in their pocket, but an invite to the Pokemon World Championships this early.
Absolutely. Well, let's look take a look at our day 2 meta right now. This is what we came into. So I said 187 total Masters Division trainers here. This is what our meta breakdown looked like, and oh my gosh, this converting into top 8 is interesting.
Definitely looking at the decks here and knowing what we know about our players in top 8, I think it has sort of a good representation, in my opinion. I mean, I like that Lugia, again, was great into the day 2. I think it was an absolutely amazing meta call. But then, again, if you think Lugia is good, then maybe something that hits Lugia for weakness could be good as well. And, of course, we have the Mew VMAX, which just won the Pokemon World Championships. That has to be a great call, right?
Yeah, you'd think so. Well, this was our deck usage for day 2, but let's take a look at what we are down to now. Just 8 players remaining here in Pittsburgh, and this is what we're looking at here. 2 Lugia V-Star, 2 Miraidon EX. We have a Chien-Pao, a lone Chien-Pao, just 1 blue deck here. Andrew Estrada, who we got to see earlier on the stream, playing that Kyogre version of Lost Box. We have 1 Mew VMAX, and of course a Lost Zone Giratina V-Star deck as well, piloted by Michael Chen.
Yeah, again, I expected more evil dragons, more Giratinas, but one making it in is very, very interesting indeed. Again, Lugia V-Star making it good conversion into day 2 and 2 into top 8 again. But the interesting is the 2 Miraidons. That's something I was not expecting for sure.
Why, there were so many of them out in the crowd. Well, here's a look at our top 8. Who will actually be facing off against each other? We are going to be looking up that top bracket right there. Jesse Parker versus Rahul Reddy. Andrew Hedrick is going to be going up against Michael Chen and that Giratina. So that'll be Lugia versus Giratina. Andrew Estrada with the Lost Box against Adam Reinhardt, and then Lucas against Colin. So we're just streaming one single top 8 rounds, but one of our players is going to make it into top 4, and they'll have to see who they're facing off against after this.
Yes, again, both the stream match is going to be Jesse Parker against Rahul Reddy. Both these players have again, an amazing record. Jesse Parker is someone we haven't featured on stream yet, but has an absolutely amazing record.
Yes, absolutely. Let's introduce our players now. They're all set up on stage. Let's get into their accomplishments and how they've gotten to this point. As you said, we have Jesse Parker, a well-known contributor to the Tricky Gym, the whole entire Andrew Mahone crew. He's pretty well known in the scene, 3 times world competitor. He came into He went 9-0 in day 1. Let's just mention that with Miraidon here, but you see his other achievements up here as well. Knoxville Regionals top 64, and a couple of other placements, but this will be his first ever top 8 at a regional championship. And I got to chat with Jesse, and he's looking to take this entire thing down, and he believes he can do it here with Miraidon EX. This is going to be super exciting. I'm excited to get into this.
Yeah, definitely. Jesse is looking to make a name for himself, but he's up against a Goliath indeed. Rahul Reddy, no stranger to day 2s here at a regional championship. He has multiple top 4s, OCIC top 4, San Jose top 4, multiple regional day 2s, top 8s, and all that. But something I know that Rahul is looking for is that regional win. He hasn't quite been able to really get that regionals win, and where better to get it here then here, the biggest regionals of all. He's playing Lugia V-Star with Archeops. And it's a very, very, very good deck. We're all familiar with the Lugia deck, and it's going to come down to a couple of techs for sure.
Yep, I completely agree with you there, Wancho. Well, I'm sure looking at this on paper, Jesse Parker is happy to be heading into this matchup against Lugia, but there are still a couple of things that could happen. Things could get tricky here for Jesse, depending on how really these first couple of opening turns go. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Jesse Parker did say he only has gone against one single Lugia so far, did take the win against it, but this will only be the second Lugia match he's competing against so far throughout this entire tournament.
Yes, and now he's up against probably one of the best Lugia players. Looking at their prizes here, something of note, one electric generator prize there. That's something you definitely want. You want to accelerate energy. In this type of matchup, you want to be as fast as possible. For Rahul Reddy though, a Lugia, a boss, a couple of DTEs, nothing too notable as we start off our top 8 here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championship.
Absolutely, Wancho. Let's get into this. Jesse Parker is going to be going first here. Miraidon EX being the active Pokemon, and guess what? That means we're hopping straight into Tandem Unit. Easy choice here for Jesse.
Definitely. Tandem Unit, Battle VIP Pass in an ability anytime you want. That's why this Miraidon deck is just so consistent. Well, it's so consistent on the very first couple of turns when you have to set up. Next question is, what can he find? Something that could be an option here is you could tandem unit into another Miraidon and have another activation. Maybe set up a couple of Mareep, get your Raikou, which is an easy early attacker. Your Raichu is your late game attacker.
Yeah.
A lot of options here. Let's see what Jesse decides to set up. Again, there's the Miraidon and the Mareep, but we're going back in.
Yeah, absolutely. Another electric battle VIP pass, I suppose you could say. So we talked about this matchup, at least on paper, but what are the things that Rahul is going to be looking to do to actually win this matchup against all of these big lightning type attackers?
So we're the thing is here, these are multiple prize Pokemon. They're just going to be hitting each other back and forth. Miraidon hitting into Lugia, Lugia hitting into Miraidon, Tyranitar into Miraidon, all that. So it's a matter of being able to hit first or being able to weave in at least a single prize attacker. And that's something what Rahul has access to. He does have access to the Single Strike Stonejourner. And again, that Single Strike Stonejourner is a fighting type Pokemon. That means you're hitting for weakness and only giving up one prize.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what Jesse was kind of fearing, knowing that Stonejourner is utilized within this matchup, but hopefully can play around it and have a nice, easy time against this Lugia V-Star
Here
deck.
we go. Electric Generator being played now. Very powerful card. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck. If you find any electric energy, you can attach up to 2 to your bench. Very powerful. Very good way to accelerate energy early on.
Absolutely. Huge shuffle there. I think we already whiffed one, so this is actually going to be the second one. Only a single lightning energy here. I cannot believe we missed the whiff. I was like, wow, this is such a big shuffle, but no, yeah, that doesn't make any sense to be shuffling, I guess, after you played an electric generator, unless you just completely whiff the energy. So that's kind of unfortunate, but still gets one energy down with that second electric generator. But, you know, you can only play 4 of one copy in a deck. So
yeah,
gonna have to pull out some more electric generators and hopefully not whiff anymore.
Yeah, we know for a fact 1 is at least prize, so Jesse only has access to 1 more in the deck. Do we see at least an energy attachment for a turn? So no, just the electric generator for the energy attachment there.
Yeah.
It's just as if you attached it yourself manually without any fancy tools.
Yes, absolutely, exactly. And I mean, there's 14 lightning energy as well, so to miss that is kind of rough here. No attachment for turn for Jesse Parker in the first turn. We're over here on Rahul Reddy's side of the field now, starting off with a Capturing Aroma. Looks like it rolled for an evolution Pokemon, so rolling a heads off of that Capturing Aroma to grab an Archeops out. Let's see if there's a way to discard it, but Mesa Goza is going to come into play here as the stadium for Rahul Reddy.
Yeah, looking at Rahul's hand, though, it does have the research. So
Nice.
heads here with the Mesagoza means he gets to find any Pokemon he wants. Could opt to maybe find the Luminion, use the Burnett, but no, you actually need to set up a second Lugia here as well, just because you're fighting against electric Pokemon who is ready, they're almost ready to hit. Opts to find an Archeops, so probably signifying a professor's research in the near future. But yeah, let's see what else they can do here. They need to, again, set up a second Lugia, which they do have in the hand. They also have an energy attachment for a turn. They could attach the V-Guard energy, maybe make it a little bit tougher for the Raikou to get the knockout. No, I don't think there's anything else in the hand. Big research here. Discard your hand, draw 7.
Yeah, that's a beautiful full art Professor's research there. Let's see some of the cards that were discarded. Of course, both of those Archeops, one of the Iono, and an Urn of Vitality as well. V-Guard energy going down onto the active Lugia V as well. And then we just have a fresh 7-card hand here for Rahul. A lot of energy from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, a typical Lugia hand. As we read the wind, being able to discard a card and draw 3. That means we're back now to Jesse Parker's turn.
All right, Jesse Parker, after just read the wind here from Rahul, is able to run away with these lightning attackers again. And now we can start getting into some evolutions, into that Flaffy potentially. Not sure what is in the hand. Well, there's a Flaffy. Coming down here, the little sheep has joined the field. All right,
So-
Mesa Goza, and it is a heads as well. So Rahul's Stadium being put into play, but Jesse is going to be able to utilize that as well, grabbing another Pokemon out of the deck.
Yep, I'm curious what he's going to opt to find here. Looks like it's going to be the Squawkabilly.
Yeah,
but
Tandem Unit only allowing you to get electric Pokemon. Squawkabilly is not electric, but just thinning that out.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like Luminion was the play here. We got to talk to Jesse a little bit backstage, and something he made note of is thanks to a beach court tech into his deck, it allows him to play a lot more of these consistency Pokemon, like the Luminion, like the Squawkabilly, as opposed to if he just fully played Path of the
Drapion
Peak.
as well.
Yes. So looks like it's coming into play here. Finding the Luminion means gets to find any supporter card there. Probably a research just to discard the Squawkabilly as well. Let's see here. Again, all he needs here is to be able to attach to that Raikou, retreat, and I believe because of weakness should be able to knock out the Lugia V. Let me
I love seeing this. I feel like we have not casted a match like this yet, Wancho, where we just see research, discard your entire hand, draw another 7 cards, grind through these decks, giant Pokemon hitting giant Pokemon. This is big in the Pokemon TCG for sure, and it's a good change of pace, I think, for us, Wancho.
100%. I just like not having to say flower selecting, probably.
I'm sure you're so over that. All right, we're going to see, looks like debating the retreat here from the Miraidon EX, switching into that Raikou V, but actually is going to try to opt to take it back?
Yeah, it looks like he was trying to retreat into the Raikou V, but Raikou V only has 1 energy attached.
Yeah.
He has to activate Dynamotor first to be able to attach energy to the Raikou, because Dynamotor only attaches to the bench there. Unfortunately,
Yes.
being forced to retreat here, wasting an energy attachment and an energy.
Oh no, so just a little bit of mis-sequencing here from Jesse, unfortunately. I'm sure a lot of nerves here, and also being on the stream is also difficult as well. But we do have a Forest Seal Stone, maybe a saving grace here for Jesse Parker, being able to use a V-Star power ability, the Star Alchemy, to get any single card in the deck and hopefully find something to rescue him from the situation.
Yeah, it's kind of a waste of a V-Star power, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do because he has already paid to retreat. You can't retreat twice in a turn.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, he's looking for a switch card. So
I think that's exactly what he grabbed, Wancho.
Yeah.
Switch card will allow that switch out, but unfortunately, that's going to be the Forest Seal Stone. You can only use 1 V-Star power per game, so it is gone. But that Flaffy is going to use the Dynamotor ability to charge up that energy. Now it has enough here. Of course, utilizing that Fleet-Footed ability as well. Now the Raikou V is in the active position. Draw an extra card. And we're rolling here with some Raikou V action. Electric Pokemon versus electric weak Pokemon Lugia V. It is knocked out here. 2 prize cards down now for Jesse Parker. And we're over to Rahul's side of the field.
Yep, there it is. We do get, he does get the Lugia V-Star, and there's 2 Archeops in the discard pile. Name a better combination, because Summoning Star coming up finds himself both the Archeops. Ooh, heads on the Mesagoza as well. I wonder what else Rahul's going to need in this position. Definitely a backup Pokemon after this Lugia.
Oh, and you see that Stonejourner coming to the front here, and that is going to be the grab here from Rahul Reddy. This is the tech that we have talked about, Wancho, so far. This is the scary card for Jesse Parker.
No, definitely a single prize Pokemon that is fighting type, and you know what? It can hit. it can hit big numbers. And you know what? It's Rahul was just hit by weakness. I think it's Jesse's turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Archeop's going to go into the deck here with that Primal Turbo, allow for some energy attachment here, and we see that energy coming down onto the Stonejourner. So as soon as we see a pivot into that, that Stonejourner is going to be doing some major damage here to that fighting weak Raikou V.
Yes, definitely something of note as well is Rahul is just really prepping the board, right? If you notice, a bunch of gift energies on both these Pokemon. That means after either of them are knocked out, he can refill his hand there. It's looking good, but right now that means he has to have the another attachment for the Stonejourner, I believe. Or let me double check here. Yeah, I think he still needs one attachment.
I don't think he's attached from hand yet. So no, I mean he can attach to the Lugia as well.
That is true.
Right?
Oh, no, excuse me. There is the Land Pulse attack 30 plus 30. It's 60 with 1 damage modifier.
Yes,
you need 2.
there you go. 2 damage modifiers. That is enough now to take that knockout with the Stonejourner. Raikou V going to go down. That's 2 prize cards here for Rahul. So reacting back, prize cards to prize cards for both of these players, tying things up here. 4 prize cards left for both. Miraidon EX going to join us in the active position here from Jesse Parker. Where do you think we go from here, Wancho?
Jesse Parker is behind on energy attachments, right? He missed an energy attachment on the first turn. He missed an electric generator, and he had to detach an energy for the retreat cost that he didn't really need to retreat. So he's lacking here. He needs to be able to at least get maybe the other electric generator or maybe set up another Raikou, because Miraidon EX requires 3 energies to attack.
That's a lot.
And again, you're only hitting into a Stonejourner, right? You're only going to take 1 prize here. You're going to lose your momentum, as I believe that was just 10. No, that was an Ultra Ball grabbing another Miraidon, I believe. And again, I just have to wonder what else he has to work. He doesn't have the V-Star to work with. This might be... Oh, no, there we go. We do get the Raikou. So we still could potentially attack here, but then you're giving up 2 prizes.
Yeah, I think it's really unfortunate. I mean, this is exactly what Rahul wants to see as well. Even though kind of having a difficult matchup on paper, I know that Rahul said that he's beaten several Miraidons. So it's definitely possible, and that's how things are starting to shape up here for Rahul.
Definitely. You know, the Pokemon trading card game is not as one-dimensional as, you know, some might think. Just because you're hitting for weakness doesn't mean that your deck is necessarily weak to a certain deck. That's why you can opt to play techs like these Stonejourners or play in a certain way to really swing some of these matchups. As I believe, again, just energy attached onto the Raikou. Big research as well. Dumping that Raichu too, that's something that might come up. But again, you don't have too much energy in play. I'm not sure how much Raichu can help out.
Yeah. How many energy do we have in the discard pile, though? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 energy in the discard pile. Rahul getting a quick look at that as well, keeping track of the resources so far that Jesse has used.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder what's in Jesse's hand here. Does he find the last electric generator? He needs also a switch card, by the way, or the beach court we mentioned earlier.
I know, and I can't see the hands either, just slightly out of view here for me, Wancho. It's difficult, but that Dynamotor from the Flaffy able to accelerate at least 1 of those energy from the discard pile here to that Raikou. And here we go, the tech that Jesse Parker says is better than Path to the Peak in this Miraidon deck. Beach Court, allowing you to bump this Mesagoza out of here. And the retreat cost of any basic Pokemon is now 1 less. So just a quick retreat into that Raikou V. We still have the Fleet-Footed as well from the Raikou. And Jesse can get back online here with some hits. Ooh. The Bravery Charm.
Bravery Charm could help out because, again, Lugia does a max damage out of 220. That means Rahul is going to have to find something else to knock out this Raikou potentially. And it's going to be Lightning Rondo for the knockout.
Yep, that's just going to be 1 prize card there. And it was that flying Pikachu. V for Jesse Parker, going down to only 3 prize cards left. This match is going quick, Wancho, and that's exactly how I expected it to go.
Definitely big, powerful V Pokemon hitting each other back and forth, giving multiple prizes. It's been a while since the Pokemon trading card game has been like this, I think.
I don't know about that, but yeah, we had tag teams, so those were even bigger, I suppose. But yeah, just talking about the bravery charm too. I was talking to Chip, and Chip was saying like, yo, that card is just really good in this deck. And I have to agree, that was an incredible inclusion into the Miraidon, and Andrew Mahone was able to showcase how well that worked for him at Worlds, and kind of putting Miraidon on the map. That's the reason Miraidon was played so heavily here in Pittsburgh as well, and now it's made it to this point here, piloted by Jesse Parker. Of course, a different version of the deck, but still seeing so much success here.
100%. And hey, you know what? It's so good that you're just not going to hit into the Raikou. You don't have what it takes to deal with it just yet.
Yes.
That's why the Luminion was played. Luminous Sign, finding the boss's orders. Multiple targets on the bench, either the Luminion, maybe Miraidon. Looks like it is going to be the Luminion, and that's something we can definitely hit for knockout.
Yep.
And as long as we're taking 2 prizes every turn, Rahul should be set to be able to win this game. Needs to be able maybe to set up the Tyranitar to be able to knock out the Raikou with 250 HP. And yeah, Bravery Charm, just so powerful. It technically turns Miraidon EX into V-Star levels of HP.
Yeah.
And you can even hit it with Choice Belt, for example. It's definitely something.
It's beefy, very beefy. I think that's the first time we've seen that artwork of the boss's orders too. Super pretty card here. Yep, that Luminion being brought up into the active here. As you said, Wancho, just getting these prize cards turn after turn here. And that's scary if Rahul's in a position to take this game away from Jesse.
Definitely, but again, after this turn, though, I don't quite see another boss's orders in hand. Oh,
yeah.
Did he draw one off the prizes?
I
believe he did.
I think he did.
He would have
Wait,
drawn
let's see.
boss's orders and a Tyranitar, both cards
Yes,
that are
it's in
very
the hands
important.
now. It is in the hand.
So now Jesse here has to be able to either disrupt the hand, or we could be going into a game 2. We know Jesse is playing two copies of Iona, 1 copy of Judge. We'll have to see.
Tandem unit going into the deck. Just going to be a shuffle here for Jesse Parker. Yeah, we'll have to see what this turn turns into here. Did you get a look at the hands at all? I feel like Jesse has been keeping those cards so close
to the chest. I see.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've seen a Pikachu.
Oh my gosh, I can't see anything he's drawing. Yes, just one draw off of that fleet-footed from the Raikou V because it's in that active position.
Does have the boss's orders in hand. I think that's the only supporter I see, but I don't think you go for the boss's orders here. You need disruption. There's an energy attachment.
I don't see any supporters, I think, in that hand.
Yeah, again, I think
there's 2 escape ropes, but yeah, we're just going to see that Dynamotor, at least for now here, attaching to just the Zapdos on the bench here.
Yeah, I mean, you could attack with the Zapdos. I believe it does 110 damage. That is damage onto the... Yeah, Electric Ball does 110 damage. It's not enough to knock out Lugia. It's enough to knock out Luminion, though. But, again, we know for a fact Rahul has boss in hand. Let's see what else happens here. There's the boss's orders.
There's the boss here. Going to bring
onto
up...
the Archeops.
Oh, an Archeops here.
Okay.
Into the active, I think
it's
just gonna take out that Archeops to draw another prize card, but now we're gonna be back over to Rahul's side of the field.
Now that I have to think about it, taking down that Archeops, I think, was such a big play. That means Rahul doesn't have that easy energy acceleration onto potentially Tyranitar to power it up. And now Lugia, because it has that double turbo energy, he can't knock out Miraidon. Miraidon has 220 HP. Big play here by Jesse. I want to see how Rahul responds. Plays the Ultra Ball, the best art for Ultra Ball, by the way.
I know, these cards are very pretty here. Yep, just going to play that Ultra Ball, discard it too, and looking through the deck now for another Pokemon out of the deck.
Again,
it's like just mapping out the turns here.
Yeah, again, the turn should have been so easy, but then the knockout on the Archeops. So big. Now Rahul can only accelerate 2 energy from the deck. Might have to just disrupt the hand here. Might have to just Luminion for the Iono themselves. The great equalizer, leaving Rahul and Jesse with only 2 cards a pop.
Yep, spreading out that bench, though, we're going to have a full bench here. That Tyranitar V coming down now from Rahul. I'm sure before the Iono happens here. See if there's any other cards. Maybe looking for just an energy attachment here as well for the turn.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if you attach the energy onto the Tyranitar. That means you're gonna have to accelerate energy onto the. Oh no, Luminion has free retreat thanks to the beach cord. Yes, so you're just gonna go ahead and accelerate energy onto the Tyranitar itself.
Oh,
that
no.
means it's ready for the next turn. It's just lacking 1 energy. If Rahul just had access to maybe something like a double turbo work, but yeah, if he had access to 1 more energy, he wins this game. But he's gonna have to depend on Iono. And possibly retreat onto the Archeops, forcing Jesse to find a boss's orders themselves.
Oh my gosh, it is coming down to the wire here, Wancho. Things really turned around here. The knockout of that Archeops was huge for that turn, and Jesse knew exactly what to do there. So this has really turned around here. We're going to have to see what else Rahul does here. Of course, the Iono is going to be played next. Nothing else coming out of the hands. Both players shuffling their hands. It's going to go to the bottom of the deck here, and they each get just 2 cards. Going to be a Lightning Energy and another Beach Court here for Jesse. Let's see what Rahul's going to draw into.
Yeah, again, just retreats onto the Archeops. It's going to be a pass. Jesse has to draw into a boss's orders, and he can win this turn. Fleet-footed. And electric generator, I believe, so he doesn't have a way to win this turn, but he does have access to potentially retreating to the Zapdos that he did power up earlier. An electric ball does knock out an Archeops, and then it's going to be up to Rahul to find the boss's orders.
It's going turn for turn, Wancho. I mean, we talked about both of these decks just slugging back and forth here, but this is just not slugging back and forth, almost just stalling back and forth and trying to hit the cards you need at this point.
Sometimes that's the Pokemon trading card game. You just can't follow a typical flow chart at times. Sometimes, yes, you can just go, I'll attack with my usual attackers, but you know, sometimes there are scenarios where, hey, you know what, I'm going to have to attack with this Zapdos from Pokemon Go, and it leaves me some leeway.
Oh my gosh, there's about to be another whiff, another electric generator whiff. Oh, I'm sure Jesse's going to be hoping that doesn't happen in a game 2 between these players, that's for sure.
100%, but again, right now, Jesse still, I believe Hope is still alive. The Dynamotor ability hasn't been used just yet, or they haven't attached an energy yet for turn as well. But I'm sure they wanted to at least thin out the deck, get energy out of the deck for sure. Or maybe even set up Miraidon potentially. Oop, almost attached to the wrong Pokemon there.
Nope, attaching there to that Zapdos here into Professor's Research. That's going to allow Jesse to draw into another 7 cards. Honestly, working off of just 2 cards from an Iono, and now we have another 7 here into that Professor's Research. That is somewhere you definitely want to be here, not stalled out whatsoever.
Exactly, and right now I'm pretty sure Jesse is just thinking to himself, oh, looks like he opts to find themselves the Flying Pikachu V. In my mind, I was like, oh, maybe you dropped the Raichu. Raichu typically with the Dynamic Spark attack is a great late game attacker, but again, with energy so sparse, maybe this is what you have to go for. Oh, wait! That was escape rope onto the Tyranitar. Unfortunately, I don't think is this a knockout? Oh, it's a knockout because of the Zapdos from Pokemon Go that adds 10 extra damage. Absolutely huge weight. Again, Raikou does a base damage of 20 plus 20 for each bench. With a full bench, you're doing 220. Typically, that is the cap. But thanks to the Pokemon Go, the Zapdos from Pokemon Go, it makes it 230, which is just enough to knock out.
The whole time we were talking about every single Pokemon out there, Wancho, except for that Zapdos on the bench with that incredible ability there. That is epic, and Jesse Parker is going to take this game 1 here. Heading into a game 2, I'm sure feeling pretty good. We have our players here right before the match started, how they were feeling, and now Jesse has up a game, and Rahul has to pick things up in this game 2.
Yes, again, I think both Rahul just being able to play this game to make it this close is absolutely amazing in my opinion. Again, Jesse Parker, despite a couple of misplays, well, one big misplay, meaning he lacks the energy, and whiffing a couple of energies with the electric generator, was still able to pick this up. Maybe this this matchup is a little bit lopsided. Maybe the electric weakness is definitely important.
No, it's very lopsided for sure. But I mean, speaking of it being lopsided still, it's just funny that you mentioned whiffing the electric generators, because I think that entire time Jesse only attached one single lightning energy with like 3 electric generators, and still took this game. So yeah, I could say you could say it's definitely a little lopsided, but you can also tell Rahul knows how to play this matchup as well. As long as things go pretty well. I mean, we did see those Archeops come out as soon, really, as they possibly could, and everything was kind of going swimmingly, but Miraidon just has the edge here.
Again, gotta give it up to Rahul. He's still smiling. He did lose this first match, but he's not given up. I love the positivity that he brings to the Pokemon trading card game. And you know what? This game is still far, far from over. Again, it's going to be a matter of setup. I'm curious to see if Rahul opts to go first here, as we're looking at the prizes. Big prize, the Stonejourner. The probably, some would say, besides Lugia and the Archeops, the most important card in this matchup.
Well, yeah, definitely for this matchup, but it's going to be in the prize cards here for Rahul. Unfortunately, that's the single copy in the deck, but we're getting into our Masters top 8 here going into this game 2.
All right, looks like Jesse Parker is going to start us off. That means Rahul actually very smartly deciding that, hey, you know what, I'm going to go second. Miraidon is known for being able to get those big attacks going on the first turn anyway. Might as well give myself the biggest opportunity with possibly a supporter. Giving myself...
No, I think Rahul actually went first and just drew past Wancho.
No.
That's exactly what happened just now. Yeah, this is Jesse going second here, which means access to a supporter card for the turn as well, on top of whatever else is in this hand here for Jesse. And I see a lot of cards that are usable so far. I at least saw a couple of ball cards in here. We're working with the ball card right now, the Ness Ball, to draw out a Pokemon. I think it was that Miraidon, now going back in with the tandem unit, and it's going to be that incredibly important Zapdos and the little sheep as well.
Yes,
little sheep Mareep.
Very, very important single prize Pokemon. But now Jesse is going second. He has the capability here to just take 2 prizes right off the bat. It's just that he has to get a little bit lucky with those electric generators. Looking at his hand, I don't think he has a way to draw just yet, but we know for a fact he has a couple of Pokemon that can help him out. Or maybe he has a research, and maybe he's grabbing this Drapion to send to the discard pile. But yeah, we know he has a couple of cards, a couple of support cards that are great going second, like the Squawk ability, which you're able to discard your hand, draw 6, or maybe even your minion if you need a supporter. But yeah, here we go. Right now, the Raikou is already in the active, so he might have to power up something like the Miraidon EX if he wants to be able to attack this turn. Even Zapdos can take a knockout on the Lugia V in theory.
Yeah, you just want to find any way to get a knockout as soon as possible here if you're Jesse Parker, for sure. And since this is the first turn, we also have the Squawkabilly EX as well. The bird on the other side of the field flying in here with that Squawk and Seize, allowing you to discard your hand here and draw 6 cards if you're using it on your very first turn.
Ooh.
So it's coming in here into a brand new 6 cards for Jesse Parker.
Very, very big draw there. I saw a couple of electric generators. Ooh, there's already 3 energies from that draw. Fortunately, you can only accelerate 2, but hey, that's 2 more than last time.
This is exactly what you want to see if you're Jesse Parker. And honestly, after whiffing so many electric generators in the last game, Jesse deserves these generators at this point. Both those energies going on to the Raikou V here on the bench. I believe fleet-footed on that active Raikou hasn't even been used yet. And we've just seen so many cards already thanks to that Squawk ability and so many playable cards in the starting hand here. Tandem unit gets your Pokemon. Squawk ability draws you an entirely new hand here. And now electric generator number 2 is coming out. Can we see anything again?
That's the electric generator we know.
Unfortunately, yes.
But luckily, the 2 was very important there onto the
Absolutely.
Raikou. And now all that's missing is the retreat. And he does have a knockout here on the Lugia V. He hasn't attached yet for turn. And I believe he hasn't even played a supporter yet. That was the Squawk and Seize ability. So let's see if he has anything else to play. Does have the energy in hand, has Iono Research. Going to be an energy attachment to the Raikou and the active, guaranteeing the fact that it can retreat this turn. Big research here, draws 7. Let's see what they find. Yeah, I would love to see the beach court again, just because he's really been talking up that stadium.
Yeah.
The fact that he plays this beach court again led to great success in this tournament.
I just cannot believe how many cards we have seen, and this is just the first turn here for Jesse as well. And I think Rahul at least has a Professor's Research I see in the hand here. Oh, and 2 Archeops as well. So even though just having to draw and pass, still has some cards to be working with here, but Jesse has just a completely established board state here, and now the Bravery Charm is joining the field on that Raikou V.
2 amazing tool cards on this turn. A V-Star Power and extra HP. These are great to have. And now Rahul does have a clear way to knock out this Raikou. I think the only way is really set up the Tyranitar potentially. Because again, we know for a fact this Stonejourner is in the discard pile. There's the evolution.
The prize cards.
Oh yeah, sorry, the prize cards. There's the Lugia V-Star. There's 2 Archeops in the discard pile. At least we can get going here.
Yeah, that Professor's Research sitting on top there, discarding the 2 Archeops and Iono and Boss's Orders, so one of the Boss's Orders, and a single Strike Energy. But it's going to just be that Summoning Star, at least to start off this turn after the research here, to get those Archeops back out of the discard pile onto the field here for Rahul.
Yeah, it does have an Ultra Ball in hand, has the Tyranitar. Trying to see, he might need at least a way to... Wait, let me think here. If he has an energy attachment, he could potentially attack with the Tyranitar. We're going to see the first Primal Turbo here. Going to be able to accelerate energy to the Lugia V-Star, if I had to guess. I'm curious if he's going to opt to attack with the Lugia. I will have to just wait and see here.
Yep, Wancho, we do have a couple of updates on our other competitors in the crowd as well. Both of our Andrews are up a game. Andrew Hedrick and Andrew Estrada currently 1-0 in their matches right now.
Is that the secret to success? Just name your kid Andrew.
be an Andrew.
Yeah, it looks like, energy accelerated there onto the Lugia and the Tyranitar V. And again, they're going to have to depend on the single strike crush, I believe. They want to take a knockout on this Raikou. But I don't think they can here. I don't see a single strike energy. It's just going to be a Cragalanche. Again, Cragalanche does 60 damage.
Yeah, and it's going to discard these top 2 cards as well. Wow, pretty good discard there on that Boss's Orders and Electric Energy as well going into the discard pile. I mean, there's 14 of them in deck, so I probably had pretty high chances of hitting them. Jesse wanted to see that Electric Energy off of the Electric Generator, but it's not going to be doing that today. Fleet-footed, going to draw another card into another energy here as well. What else do we see in the hand? There's the Beach Court. I see a couple of other Pokemon in the hand as well as all of those energy cards.
Yeah, again, a way he can be able to knock out this Tyranitar is really just attack with the Miraidon. Again, Miraidon does, with the Photon Blaster, does 220. Then thanks to the Pokemon Go Zapdos, is going to be able to reach that 230 damage. The question is, he needs to accelerate energy. He needs to hit energy off the electric generators, or at least one, and then find themselves a Flaffy. Looking at that, they don't quite have a supporter to, or does he have a supporter to play? At the very least, refresh the hand. We know for a fact there is still the Forest Seal Stone they have access to. No, it's going to be a boss's orders on the Lugia.
That is a supporter.
Yeah, that's a support that leads to a knockout as well, so not too bad there. And yeah, it's going to be a Lightning Rondo for the knockout. It's great to be a Lightning-type Pokemon.
Absolutely. Taking another 2 prize cards here. Jesse Parker is just running away with this game. You know, we've talked about it being a little bit of a lopsided game here, and I think Rahul is definitely feeling that at this point. Very unlucky to have prized that Stone Journer, unfortunately, for Rahul too, but I'm sure he's still in good spirits because I think he knew his odds going into this were already going to be kind of difficult. He needed to pull out all the stops here. And the cards just don't seem to be working too much in his favor after that difficult start. We're going to see the Ultra Ball discarding 2 cards here for Rahul to search out another Pokemon. And I have another update for you, Wancho, as well. The game between Colin, who is playing Mew VMAX, and Lucas playing Chien Pao as well, our other top 8 match, has concluded, and Colin has taken the win. So Mew VMAX is going to be one of the decks to continue on in this tournament.
No surprise there. Again, the deck that just won the Pokemon World Championships. But you know what? In this game, it may look dire. But you know what? I don't think it's quite over yet. Because, you know, if there's an Iono, there's a way. And
I feel like you say that so much, Wancho.
there's a chance here. Rahul still has 6 prizes while Jesse has 2. Iono means Jesse will only draw 2 cards. If Jesse misses an energy attachment, which he's been quite known to these past, or miss energy acceleration, he might not be able to attack with the Miraidon.
Yeah, there's no Flaffy out there yet on the field, at least for now. We're going to see the bump at the stadium here into a collapsed stadium. That's going to collapse both of these players' boards to only 4 Pokemon total each for them to be able to place. And, of course, we see that hand disruption as well from the Iono. Jesse's only going to have 2 cards drawn there off that Iono, whereas Rahul is going to get 6 cards. And there we go, Tyranitar V discarding those 4 cards from Rahul's deck, but also taking that knockout. 2 prize cards down, the first 2 for Rahul ready, but now we're back over to Jesse.
Boo, this is it. The game is hinging on, guess what? An electric generator. If Jesse can find at least 1 energy off the electric generator, oh no, does find the Flaffy.
Actually, it's hinging on that Forest Seal Stone, who is going to search out that Flaffy, accelerate that last energy needed here for Miraidon EX to take the last 2 prize cards in this match and take a win here, advancing into top 4. Congratulations, Jesse Parker.
Very, very clean game. Again, sometimes Forest Seal Stone, very powerful card game. You ain't gonna find anything you need, and sometimes all you need is that sheep to win. But yeah, but again, gotta give it up to Rahul, played his heart out, and still very, very happy to make it here to another top 8. Another top 8 he can add to the list of multiple top
accomplishments. A lot of top 8s, but unfortunately not going to be the win here for this regional. But Jesse still has an opportunity. We have 2 of our games concluded now. Jesse taking that win with Miraidon EX there. We see some replays of how this went back and forth here. And all of the cards that helped Jesse so much. I mean, everything just seemed to be rolling besides a lot of the electric generators. But even then, Jesse was able to take things down here, knocking out all of these electric weak Lugia back-to-back here, taking prize cards and taking the win.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I'm pretty sure it helps that you're hitting for weakness, even if you miss a couple of energies. And you know what? That's why sometimes you have to depend on those Pokemon that are a little bit more consistent than trying to hope to draw stuff off the top of the deck. And yeah, get Flaffy being able to Dynamotor their way to victory. And I can't wait to see more from Jesse. Playing Miraidon to this big, heavy Lugia-infested field, I think was a great call.
Yeah, I mean, 200 people chose to take Miraidon into this ginormous field, and it does definitely seem to be paying off here. So now that is a Miraidon advancing into our top 4, as well as a Mew VMAX. So these big, bulky, fast-paced decks advancing into top 4 here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, again, who'd have thought, right? When everyone predicted that it's going to be something like Lost Zone Giratina, maybe like I predicted Lost Zone Giratina, I predicted Gardevoir, these slower pace, methodical decks that, yes, they hit big damage, but it takes a little bit more that, hey, you know what? Sometimes drawing a ton of cards, setting up, and hitting hard is enough to win.
Hey, Wancho, do you know what I predicted?
What did you predict?
Miraidon and Mew VMAX. Let's go. Let's take a look at our bracket here to see who has gone up against each other. We have two of these locked-in top 4 matchups here. Jesse Parker, of course, just now taking it down on stream here with Miraidon, and then Colin on the other side of the bracket taking things down with Mew VMAX. But who are they going to be playing against? That is the question. What are these matches going to conclude like? Will Andrew Hedrick or Michael Chen be able to take the win, or will it be Andrew Estrada or Adam Reinhardt moving into top 4? We just have to wait and see, Wancho.
Again, you mentioned it earlier, both the Andrews up a game already. Maybe we'll see them here at top 4. But again, top 8 has barely just begun. The top cut has barely just begun. There's still a lot more Pokemon to be played for sure.
Well, what's interesting is Lucas and Colin concluded their game before we even did, and they went to 3 games. So I'm really interested to see how that actually played out there. But
how fast are these players playing?
I know we have a fast-paced top 8 into top 4 there, but maybe both of our Andrews make it in as well. Andrew Hedrick still competing against Michael Chen, and Andrew Estrada against Adam as well. Of course, Adam playing that other Miraidon, Andrew Estrada on that Kyogre Lost Box, Andrew Hedrick with the Lugia, and then Michael Chen as well on that Lost Box Giratina. So what do you think it's going to be, Wancho?
I still believe in the Giratinas, or the Lost Box matches. Again, Lost Box has just been proven time and time again that it's one of the best decks. That's why it has the biggest meta share. That's why so many people are flower selecting here today at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. But you know what? Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and we saw something just happen here on the stream. Jesse Parker taking a win with Miraidon EX. I want to hear from Jesse how he's feeling after that win. Let's take it to Skarzik and check out what Jesse wants to say here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Adam Watson here, and I'm here with our winner advancing to top 4,
Hello,
Jesse
Adam.
Parker.
Yes, I'm going on to top 4. It feels unreal, honestly. It's crazy. I'm so excited right now. Oh my goodness.
It's the biggest regionals of all time.
That's
You had to
crazy.
fight
Oh my
through
gosh.
so many competitors to get to this point.
Yeah.
And we've got plenty of time because that match went pretty quick.
did,
Miraidon
yeah.
versus Lugia. We
It's over
speculated
quick, yeah.
about how much it is favored for you. You want to talk about that matchup a bit?
Yeah, so Lugia, I mean, this weekend, I kind of expected to be a little bit of a repeat of like the World's meta. The meta didn't change too much with Obsidian Flames. Lugia is just a really strong deck, especially for a regional because it just finishes games so quickly. It's really strong against like the Lost Zone decks, and people love the Lost Zone decks. So kind of like played the counter to the counter. So like a lot of people are trying to play Lugia. It's got a pretty decent matchup spread. So Miraidon just like eats Lugia, like it's for breakfast. Like there's things that can go wrong for sure, as you could see in game 1. Well, I did a little flub. We won't talk about that with me forgetting to Dynamotor, but that's okay. But yeah, and then he attacked with a Stonejourner, the single prize fighting attacker that can one-shot all my fighting weak Pokemon. So I have to either find a way around it or just go through it. And going through it's not a great strategy because it puts you on the odd prizes. So that's one extra KO you have to take. Thankfully, though, I was able to limit him being able to attack with something else because he didn't have anything he could gust up with Boss. So yeah, but Miraidon's felt really strong. It's just a really strong low to the ground deck. So yeah, it's been doing well for me today. Yeah, that was only the second Lugia I played against though. So
wow.
Yeah,
very interesting.
The first one I played against was in day 1, so none in day 2. I keep sitting next to them, but Lugia is not the only good matchup from Miraidon, but it is one you definitely like to see. So, yeah.
What other matchups do you like specifically with Miraidon outside of Lugia then?
Yeah,
because this is a deck that's in the kind of upswing.
For sure. Yeah.
So if you want to beat certain things, what do you bring Miraidon to take down Jesse?
Yeah, so Miraidon is just, like on paper, it doesn't really have a lot of like, I want to say like favorable matchups because
Right.
it is a pretty frail deck. You have a lot of like low HP, 2-prize Pokemon, but the deck, what it lacks in like good like matchups necessarily, it has in like just being a really consistent deck. Like Tandem Unit on Miraidon just sets up your whole board. You don't need VIP Pass, so you don't need to hope you have VIP Pass. You just get your Miraidon out, set up your whole board. So that alone is enough to carry you again in like most matchups. Like if you're doing what you want every game and your opponent's like stumbling with their comfies, you know, not finding the cards they need, you can go up a couple prizes and that can just be the difference maker. So the matchups I really like seeing are Lost Zone Giratina because it's a Lost Zone deck with a 2-prize Pokemon. So it's better, or a 2-prize Pokemon that isn't like KOing you on the first turn like Dragonite.
Exactly.
I don't like seeing Turbo Lost Box. Gardevoir is okay, but Lost Zone Giratina feels really good. I didn't lose against any both days. I played against quite a few. So Lost Zone Giratina is really good, and that was the most popular deck, I believe, in day one.
Yes,
so,
yes it was.
Yeah, so that feels really good. Other decks, Mew is solid. If you play Drapion, I decided not to play the Path to the Peaks in my Miraidon deck, which I played at Worlds. So that's the switch I made. So it's kind of like conditioned people to expect I was going to be like slamming Path turn 1.
Right,
And I didn't have it in my deck. Instead, I play the 2 Beach Courts, and that makes room for other things in the deck, like the Drapion.
Yeah.
So that makes the Mew matchup a whole lot easier. So Mew is fine. I beat the Mews I played against. What other decks are there? It's really strong against Arceus decks, although those aren't really showing up very well right now. It's good against Charizard EX. I beat the Charizard EX that was on stream yesterday.
Oh yeah, that's very
yeah,
true. I
yeah.
think we did kind of scope that out when we were looking at the numbers heading midway through the broadcast today.
On paper, it's not the best matchup, especially without the Path to the Peaks, because you can't stop them from using other abilities. But it's really hard for them to deal with the Bravery Charm. The Bravery Charm is kind of like the MVP of the deck. Like honestly, like giving your basic Pokemon plus 50 HP. I mean, even against Lugia, made it so Lugia couldn't take the KO on Raikou V, and they couldn't take the KO on Miraidon V or EX. So Bravery Charm helps so much against Charizard because once you take 2 prizes, the Charizard's swinging for 240, and they need to be hitting for 250. So the Charm gives you that extra 10 HP to live through the Charizard attack. So that's how you're winning against that deck. So honestly, besides Turbo Lost Zone with like the Dragonite, besides like Gardevoir, every other matchup feels really doable. And definitely Kyogre. You do not want to see Kyogre. That matchup is like 95-5. It's really bad. I played against one today, actually, Andrew Estrada on the other side of the bracket.
Right.
And he is doing really well, and I was able to tie against him somehow. So I took that. I was like, I barely won game 2. He had a slow setup. Game 3, we went to time. So that's the best I could get out of that. So yeah, Lost Zone, Kyogre, Turbo Lost Box, Gardevoir is okay, but everything else feels really good for Miraidon, honestly. Yeah.
And as the meta continues to shift, you know, and the regionals expand, like we kind of touched on, players are maybe going to shy away from those decks that take a long time to get up and running and are going to be prone to getting those ties, because with this regional, you had to go for wins. And so your consistency in the power of Miraidon allowed you to get those match points to get into top 8, and it's really paying off.
Yeah, I mean, to give you an idea of how hard these regionals are, I mean, you know, but like for the viewers, is that like, I went 9-0 in day 1, and I still didn't feel like I still was like, things could easily go off the rails and I could miss top 8. I still need like 3 more wins out of these 6 rounds. So I need to have a 50% win rate in day 2 with having a perfect day 1 to make. You really have to win a lot of games. It's really hard now, but it's a lot of fun, and it's really even more satisfying when you get that top 8. So yeah, I feel really, really stoked about that.
With the increased difficulty comes increased rewards.
Yeah, the new rewards. I'm really psyched about that.
Bigger prizes.
Oh, yeah.
If you take down this regional, you're automatically going to qualify to Worlds.
That would be incredible.
In Honolulu. And so I've been asking all the competitors this. Let's say you win the first regional. Right at the start of the season, you're qualified to Worlds.
Yeah.
What's the next move? Do you just keep competing, or do you start to just study the meta from the background?
Yeah, I think for me, local events would maybe come to a halt, like driving to Elite Cups and stuff like that. But I think I'd still go to most regionals that are convenient for me. I mean, I live in Ohio, the Cleveland, Ohio area, so there's a lot of regionals in driving distance. Peoria, whether I win or not, I'll be at Peoria.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'll probably be at Toronto, so like those regionals are all within like 7 hours drive from Ohio, so great place to live for driving to regionals for sure. So, and this one was great, only 2.5 hours. So, yep.
and that's, I think that comes with the territory, living in this area of the United States. Because I used to live in Pittsburgh, actually.
Oh, you did?
Years
Okay.
and years ago. And driving, 3-4 hours somewhere just comes with the territory because
sure.
you're so close to New York and even the Great Lakes.
And
living
then
out
Canada.
here is just beautiful.
Yeah, it's great. I like the city. City's really cool. This location. I've never been to Pittsburgh before, so playing Pokemon tournaments have taken me to so many places I would never thought I went. I would have never dreamed I was going to Japan like 5 years ago.
Yokohama
like
was
10 years
amazing.
ago. Yeah, Yokohama was so awesome. But it's really good to be. It really feels really good to finally have like a breakout performance because my best finish before this was a top 32. So.
Oh wow.
So yeah. So this is like that breakout finish I was looking for. So it's really satisfying for sure.
Yeah, and I really want to reiterate it for the people at home, like making top 4, we can't underestimate this, making top 8, making top 4 in a regional of this size against, like we've got Tord Reklev out there, Andrew Hedrick is out there, like Gretzloff is out there, like these big names are still here to compete. These aren't the players that are waiting for a tournament that are near them. They're going to where the action is. So you've got to prove yourself against the best in the world.
Yeah, it's crazy because I think the increased prize pool really brought out a lot of people. Like I've seen like Tord's been going to everything. Brent Tonneson from Australia, he's planning on going to a lot of stuff as far as I know. So yeah, it's crazy. All these like really high level players from across the world. It's bringing the game, like the world, closer together when it comes to Pokemon, which is really cool. I mean, it's cool to play against these international players, in my home, home country, which is like awesome. So I think it's really good for the game. I think it's really cool that seeing them around,
Yeah, having the confluence of the best talent is just going to make everybody better.
Oh, and it makes it harder,
run.
yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and you're never thrilled when you get paired against like a Tord, the game's not going to be easy.
But, I mean, biggest regional of all time, you made top 4. Now Jesse Parker is the one players are going to be fearing getting matched up in Peoria and Toronto. And so do you want to give any special shout outs to people who helped you prepare for this event?
Yeah, so my friend Andrew Mahone and like the whole Tricky Gym community is really awesome. My friend Riley Holbert, JW Creewall, all those guys, the Ohio guys, they're really awesome. They're who I test with. Like all the guys I see locally at my local game stores, I go to a couple. So yeah, they've really helped me get better just going to locals and just playing the game has been awesome. So yeah, they're all great, so yeah.
Yeah, and it's something we hear consistently as well from all of our competitors, having just a tight-knit group of friends that's going to help you practice. They're always down to play a couple games, help you prepare for some matchups, and that
just
paid
talk
off
about
here
decks.
as well.
Yeah, just being able to have a group of guys that are, pretty good at the game and can talk about decks and play games whenever you want. It helps so much with preparing for events like this. So yeah, I appreciate all the friends I have and my family. Oh yeah, and shout out to my mom.
Absolutely.
Shout out to my mom and dad for putting up with me driving to all these Pokemon tournaments and encouraging me. I really appreciate that. I have a really loving family, so it's awesome.
And I am so glad to hear, right, that your family is also supporting your competitive efforts. And as I've said time and time again, it's bearing fruit.
Yes,
you put in the
for
time,
sure.
you put in that quality of practice and that dedication, and it's only a matter of time before it pays off, folks. If there's
And it's
anybody
fun
in the
too.
audience,
And it's fun too. I mean, you don't necessarily have to do well. Just playing Pokemon is so much fun. So yeah, but yeah.
And don't forget to have fun with it. Very well
For
said,
sure.
Jesse. If there's anybody in the audience that is thinking about jumping into the competitive scene and is worried that it won't be fulfilling, there is no worry there. You get into this game, you have fun regardless if you win or lose, and then if you stick with it, a little bit of hard work, talent, and a little bit of luck. Absolutely. You'll be here in the lounge with me, on a nice little interview. It's definitely a lot of fun and get to travel and see the world.
Is. It's a blast for sure.
And so I guess one final thing I did want to ask.
Sure.
When you're going into these next few tournaments, do you think that Miraidon is going to be the deck that you're going to stick with, or do you have an open mind about maybe shifting to something else depending?
Yeah, I think like doing good at these big tournaments, you can't really be locked on one deck. You have to play the best deck for the tournament. I mean, there's something to be said about picking a deck and just sticking with it, really understanding the deck, learning its matchups. But I think like after Worlds, 2 Miraidons got top 32. I still don't think the deck was being like heavily respected, so it still felt good going into this tournament. I think now with 2 making top 8, people might have to start respecting it. So that makes me think it might not be the best play going forward. But the next set, Pokemon 151, has some really good tools for Miraidon. There's a Mew EX that's really strong for the deck. There's a Zapdos EX coming out that's really good. And then even the cards that got revealed today for the Paradox Rift set at the end of the year, there's some crazy cards in that for Miraidon.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think the deck will get better, but whether it'll be a good meta call for the rest of the tournaments remains to be seen. So, yeah.
Yeah, very well said. Yeah. Trying to keep yourself flexible, but still looking forward to some new options to keep Miraidon afloat. And I think that it is certainly a testament to your open-mindedness and skill as a player to take this list that was a little bit underrated at first and now bringing it to this finish. And now players are going to start blaming Jesse Parker for, see, people counter Miraidon because of Jesse doing so well with it. And
yeah, get your fighting guys, you know, the Urshifus, bring them out, you know.
And yeah, and now you get to kind of bask in that glory. But yeah, I put Miraidon, I put the final nail in the coffin for this deck.
Oh,
and
really?
I hope that we can continue to enjoy your success here in Pittsburgh.
That's the hope. That's the hope. We're going to try.
Yeah, advancing into top 4 pretty soon, and then we'll have our finalists figured out for the biggest regional so far. Everybody's putting all of their chips down, all their cards on the table to get that World's invite. I want to give you one final thank you, Jesse Parker, for taking
having me.
So much time to share your thoughts about your journey, not just day 1 and day 2, but overall with Pokemon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been great.
With that being said, we're going to send things to a quick break, and hopefully when we get back, we'll have top 4 ready to go. So don't go anywhere, folks.
Hi there, I'm your host, Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive World things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
I'm from France and my name is Thomas. This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for Worlds, so it means a lot for my community. If I won the World Champion, it's big, it's amazing. So yeah, that will mean a lot, and I know that for every player will be really proud of him because he had such a difficult tournament from the beginning to the end.
I'm Alex Shmansky from the United States. It feels amazing to win UIC. It's really hard to articulate what this win means to me. Since I've gotten second so many times, I've never really felt the win, and all of a sudden I finally have won after a lot of years playing Pokemon. It's surreal. I never really doubted my strategy this weekend. I just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me. Winning Worlds would be incredible. I spent a lot of time playing Pokemon, and for that to pay off at a World Championship would be amazing.
My name is Paul Chua, and I'm from the United States. Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like, the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's a dream I've been having since I ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary X deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary X was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary X, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaymin EX, a 2-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary X also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordinary X, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Ordino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Ordino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw a turn 2 Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Ordino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordino EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokemon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
Trainers, let's start the International Championships.
Here comes the Shadow Ball. We can hear the crowds. It looks like we have another GBL Lindos going to top 8 here. Is this enough to KO the Stumpus? And it is.
Down
what
goes
a game
Galarian
3.
Stumpus.
This is huge. I mean, this Latin American community, we're always hyped, and I feel so happy because it's huge for us as a community, it's huge for the game, and it's huge also to receive any new players, so you're always welcome.
JW Naldo trying to become a champion here in Sao Paulo. He's 2 wing attacks away. He goes up for it, and that is it.
JW Naldo is your first Latin American international champion here for the Pokemon Go Championship Series.
The community is awesome, the card game is awesome, and I think everybody have some fun playing it.
This is the perfect time to start playing Pokemon.
There it is. Luigi has the Serena. Let's see if he plays it. Does indeed play it. Brings up the Mew VMAX, and Luigi will be the Latin America International Champion for the Juniors division.
Go for the flip, and is it?
It's a double heads! That means Yuichi wakes up! Snorlax can take out the other Snorlax, and Yuichi will win the Latin America International Championships.
We have 2 incredible players lined up here. Tord, of course, 3-time international champion, and trying to accomplish the unthinkable here with the 4th win.
I see the quick roll that he also did top deck. Lugia gets discarded. Charizard will get fully powered up here, and there's no way this Lugia can survive here.
That
and there's
will
the
be
game.
Enough. Tord Reklev, he has finally taken over the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
Feels absolutely unreal to win LAIC. That was the missing piece. Now I have this champion trophy from each continent that I can bring home and feel extremely proud and happy about. I'm absolutely speechless.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido, então estou muito feliz. Ainda não pego a ficha.
Winning international feels awesome. Me sinto muito bem, muito realizado. Era o meu sonho ganhar internacional e agora estou à procura de ganhar o mundial.
I've never been to Japan before. I'm really looking forward to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me, especially winning it in my home country.
E seria incrível, né? Você ter um conhecimento mundial, você se provar como jogador, seria sem palavras.
Welcome back in, Pokemon trainers, to our Pittsburgh Regional Championship, our largest regional championship ever, and it's our first one of the season. So if that's saying anything, Juancho, we're going to have a fantastic season here for the Pokemon TCG. I'm Boo, here with Juancho Saldana. We just took you through a top 8 match here in our day 2 of Pittsburgh Regionals, and it was exciting. We saw Jesse Parker face off against Rahul Reddy. It was Miraidon EX versus Lugia V-Star, but Miraidon was able to take that win, advancing Jesse Parker into top 4. We're still waiting to see who else is in our top 4, but we have one other deck, and that is going to be Colin Murley Matthews with Mew VMAX. So far, Miraidon, Mew VMAX, and we're still waiting on our other matches to conclude. But I know they've both gone to a game 3, so it's definitely a close one indeed.
Yes, still, I mean, I'm sure I would love to see those matches indeed, but man, all these fast and powerful decks really making it to the top 4 of the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. And man, I just have to say again that this is the biggest regional championships so far, and it is gonna be absolutely meta-defining. This was the first regional championships in the Obsidian Flames format. This is the first big tournament in general using these new cards, and that's why we were thinking, you know, what's going to be good coming into this. Whatever wins right now really is going to define the meta for all the future tournaments, and it looks like Miraidon is something that everyone has to be watching out for.
Yeah, we still have the potential to see him Miraidon mirror in the finals. We'll have to see how things shape up. But speaking of the meta, let's take another quick glance at our day 2 breakdown of the meta share so far going into this entire tournament. We had 187 decks in day 2. This is our largest day 2 ever, since it was our largest day 1 ever. And Lost Zone Box was actually leading with 18.2% of that meta share, but there was was only one single lost box. Andrew Estrada making it into top 8, a Canadian player, former world champion with that Kyogre lost box, and that was the single deck to make it. We had 2 Lugia V-Stars, one still out there competing, Andrew Hedrick, who's won 2 former regional championships last season with Lugia V-Star, so still fighting it out there. But as we saw in the interview with Jesse Parker, the matchups that he's looking to go against, he said, was Lugia V-Star or Lost Zone Giratina. And guess what? He's going against one of those in the next round. So Miraidon EX is looking to shape up really well so far in this top 8. You see those 2, Giratina V-Star and Mew VMAX, on the list there, who obviously did make it to our top 8. No Gardevoir in sight, though. That is represented here on the deck usage analysis for day 2, but not in our top 8.
Yeah, and again, Miraidon down there on the metric, but up here in top 8. And I just have to say, Lost Zone Giratina as well, one of the best decks in format. Only one showing up here onto the top 8, piloted by Michael Chen. And most importantly, I just have to say, it's with water. That means it's hydrated, Lost Zone Giratina. And I think that is definitely very important, getting those Greninjas. Just having access to Moonlight Shuriken, concealed cards is just, it's too powerful to ignore. But yeah, again, all of these powerful decks. Unfortunately, one of my calls, Gardevoir EX, is already off the table. But again, a lot of amazing players still did pilot it. I mean, Tord, people like Tord, Reklev was still on the Guardy train. And, you know, he just got second with it at the Pokemon World Championships. But unfortunately, it's a new format, it's a new season, it's a new day. It's Miraidon's time to shine, it seems.
It does seem to be, but our deck usage for day 2 is laid out here. But let's jump into some highlights of the matches that we've seen so far in our day 2. Of course, we started in our Swiss rounds against Andrew versus Andrew here. We got to cast Andrew Hedrick versus Andrew Estrada.
Yes, I remember this match. Again, Andrew Hedrick was just able to set up, taking knockouts after knockouts. And I believe, yeah, just keep attacking with that Lugia. But I believe the Tyranitar V was just such an important card in this matchup.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Andrew Estrada just running out of resources, not able to pull things together, ended up having to scoop up the game for the first game. And Andrew Hedrick, being up 1, had a pretty rocky start, but was able to clean things up as well once again.
Again, sometimes that's the name of the Pokemon trading card game. Sometimes it's not about taking prizes, it's how many resources you have to really play this game. And that's just like we said, the Trash Avalanche attack on that Tyranitar, just discarding so many key cards like that Energy Recycler, leading to a quick scoop.
Yeah, that quick scoop. What's interesting, Wancho, is the way the bracket is set up for our top 8 at the moment and heading into top 4, we could actually see potentially a rematch here of these players as well. So.
Andrew Estrada can win the Andrew name back here,
once
ladies and gentlemen.
But yes, you can see that Tyranitar V being utilized so well by Andrew Hedrick. Milling cards out, taking back-to-back knockouts, having that extra damage output from the single strike energy. Andrew Hedrick knew exactly what to do. Andrew Estrada could not find the answers there. And Andrew Hedrick, one of the best Lugia V-Star players, is taking another win here. That was our Swiss round 13. Now both of these players are competing in our top 8. Currently fighting it out in game 3s. We'll have to see what happens in those game 3s, but I'm excited to see. Maybe they both make it through. Maybe one of the Andrews falls off. We'll have to wait and see if that happens. But then we headed into Swiss round 14, where we saw Noah Sawyer versus Isaiah Bradner.
And again, I think this is just the story of the Tyranitars just being absolutely powerful. This big T-Rex type Pokemon just being able to discard cards left and right. Hey, maybe this is what that's Fossil in the airport was pointing to. this T-Rex.
Absolutely. Maybe that was the case. Isaiah Bradner able to wrap things up here with a one win in this game, headed into a game 2 and trying to wrap things up after that. Was originally a hater of this deck and now is piloting it and was extremely successful with it here in day 2.
100%. Both these players just being able to make it this far into the biggest regional there is just really does show their talent. And again, Noah Sawyer here has that Urshifu V powered up, something some Lugia players opted to
cut.
To cut, but it's a very strong fighting type Pokemon. Hey, maybe with more Miraidons in the field, it's time to put a couple of these, or at least one Urshifu back. And here we see, again, just knockouts after knockouts, big Urshifu taking prizes, but sometimes it can, a little bit of a lost mind can also counter back.
Yeah, and that's interesting too. We've been talking so much all day about these giant, beefy, huge Pokemon, but that lost mine, baby little Sableye was able to make things happen there for Isaiah Bradner, and he was able to take the win in that Swiss round 14. Heading into Swiss round 15, we see some more familiar cards here. Miraidon from Brian McDaniel versus Hunter Butler on that Lost Box deck.
Yes, again, both players technically playing Raikou, but both players playing it completely differently. Again, Brian McDaniel playing with the Miraidon EX, but we see here Hunter Butler just really setting up, really powering up this Dragonite V Mirage Gate. It's all set up. Big damage, 250 damage to take this knockout and take this first game of the match. Absolutely huge. But yeah, again, unfortunately here, remember this, in this match, I was looking at this 2 prize penalty, which definitely hurt Brian McDaniel's chances, but
yeah,
I think the Lost Box just had so much firepower, just so easy to take these 2 prize knockouts on these multiple prize Pokemon.
Absolutely. Not so much firepower, though, so much water and lightning power, right? Absolutely. No. That is how our last Swiss round of the day concluded there. We headed into our Masters Top 8. This is the match we just got to see on stream. We discussed how it was very heavily swayed toward Jesse Parker. Of course, Rahul Reddy could work out ways around that, as you see with that Stonejourner, the single prize attacking Pokemon. That went down there, fortunately, for Jesse Parker, but Rahul just could not make things happen, was so close, bringing it all the way down to just 2 prize cards.
And look how happy Rahul is. Again, I've talked about this time and time again. He brings so much positive energy to the Pokemon trading card game. And again, here, despite the tough matchup, a smile never leaves his face. He's just here having fun playing the Pokemon trading card game despite. And again, Jesse Parker just showing why this Raikou is so powerful and why Bravery Charm has been such an important card in this matchup, as he, again, takes that first game with that Raikou thanks to the Zapdos from Pokemon Go buffing up the damage there.
Yep, that first game was taken down. Unfortunately for Rahul, that Stonejourner was stuck in the prize cards heading into our game 2, which greatly hindered his strategy. Also, what greatly hindered was just a draw pass on the first turn as well. Really nothing happening there. Jesse Parker was able to accelerate 2 energy instantly with an electric generator, which was amazing, and just continuously take these hits over and over again, ending the game with a nice Forest Seal Stone to get that Flaffy energy, accelerating energy from the discard pile, and Miraidon took that last knockout needed, advancing Jesse into top 4. And guess what, Rancho? I have some updates for you and all of you watching our stream as well. And I want to just let you know, It's good if your name is Andrew. Andrew Estrada and Andrew Hedrick both winning their matches here, which means our top 4 is going to be Jesse Parker versus Andrew Hedrick. That is Miraidon EX versus Lugia V-Star, a match he just worked through and is hoping to take down once again to hopefully make it into our finals. Andrew Estrada with that Kyogre Lost Box list going up against Colin Murley Matthews with Mew VMAX. This is a stacked top 4 here, Juancho.
Definitely big indeed. Again, maybe you just have to be named Andrew to be successful here in the Pokemon trading card game. No, again, all these players here have fought tooth and nail to get here to top 4 of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. And both these, again, I'm sure everyone in top 8 right now is at least going home happy with thousands of dollars in their pocket. Am I right?
I mean, yes, that is definitely correct. We've had an update to our pricing, and I'm sure our players are very happy about that. But, you know, second place is going to get $7,000, and then first place is getting $10,000. So that is a huge jump here if our players can make it to that point, and they're going to try their hardest to get there. So we talked about Jesse Parker going to be facing off against Andrew Hedrick, the Miraidon versus the Lugia, a matchup we just saw play out. But as we said, there are ways to work around that matchup. It is heavily skewed, but there's ways to get there, and I believe in Andrew Hedrick for sure, being one of the best Lugia V-Star players to hopefully take things down potentially. But Jesse Parker, this was his very first top 8 at a regional championship, which means this is also his very first top 4 at a regional championship as well. But on the other side of the bracket is where we're going next. That is our next matchup that we are going to get to feature here and take you all through, and that is going to be Mew VMAX, Colin Murley Matthews here against Andrew Estrada with that Kyogre Lost Box. How does that look on paper, Juancho?
In theory, Andrew Estrada should be ahead in this game. Again, the goal is to take 2 prizes, and when you're down to 4, Mew VMAX does not play anything like a Manaphy. They don't protect their branch, and you know what else is on their bench? Multiple 2-prize Pokemon. Right, so if you can Aqua Storm, you're going to win this game. If Andrew Estrada can Aqua Storm twice, it should secure him a spot in the finals. But don't count Mew out just yet. Mew players have been known to play multiple types of disruption, and that's exactly what you need to do. You have to be playing your Ionos, your Judges, and if you have any stadiums like a Path of the Peak or Lost City, those are going to be big indeed. Again, never count Mew out because, hey, just won the World Championship after all.
Absolutely, and bringing it back here to Pittsburgh, making it into top 4. I'm super excited to get into this match and see how this one turns out, Juancho. We are going to be saying some more flower selecting, so just prepare yourself for that, Juancho.
I'll do it for Andrew, for this top 4. I'm sure it's going to be worth it, and as long as I get to shout Aqua Storm 2.
Well, what's interesting about this matchup as well, Andrew Estrada representing Canada as well. He's one of our Canadian players. Colin is from the U.S., so we're going to have Canada versus the U.S. here at our Pittsburgh Regionals. And who's going to make it into the finals? We're going to have to wait and see.
Again, very, very big. But again, on the other side of the bracket, Joe, the Jesse Parker with the Miraidon against another Lugia. But again, if anyone can put a stop to the electrifying power that Jesse Parker has just been exuding, it's going to be one of the best Lugia players out there in Andrew Hedrick. But hey, we'll have to see. I want to see if Jesse Parker can recreate that magic and just really show folks at home the power of Miraidon.
Yes, absolutely. There was a chance that we had Miraidon versus Miraidon here, but unfortunately,
I know that's what you were hoping.
I know that was what I was hoping. Hey, the Mew VMAX is still in, so that's both of my picks for the predictions. But yeah, unfortunately, Adam was not able to wrap things up and take another Miraidon into a top 4, but still incredible placements here. Are you surprised, I guess, at our top 4 decks just in its entirety, Juancho?
Based on the current metagame, No. After you see the field of the top of day 2, the fact that Miraidon has done so well, it makes a lot of sense. And then the fact that, again, Lugia just has such a commanding matchup into all these Lost Zone decks, it also makes sense that we have a couple here. But you know what? Just the lack of Gardevoir is the only thing that irks me a little bit.
I was about to say, yeah, like, are you surprised that Gardevoir didn't make it further in this tournament?
No, yeah, maybe just they got T-Tard out of existence.
That is true. That is very true. There was a lot of Lugia in the field there for sure. But what's interesting too, in this matchup that we're about to watch, Andrew Strada versus Colin, I went and checked out some accomplishments from Colin, and it was just a page of Mew VMAX, the Fusion Mew, the entire last season, essentially. So I fully believe in Colin to pilot this deck extraordinarily well going into this next matchup, even being against the Lost Box deck. So it might be an uphill battle, but I think Colin can get there. There was only one time there was a placement and still did very well with the double turbo version of Mew. And then after that, it's been Fusion Mew all the way.
I wonder how many cards he's drawn at this point with Fusion Strike system. 10,000 maybe. It's just counting practice, counting how many games. Again, such a powerful card to be able to draw up to the amount of Fusion Strike Pokemon. You draw up to 6 each time. Hey, do you think he's drawn 1 million cards with Genesect?
Well, if it's the 10,000 you're talking about, if he had $1 for each of those, maybe he'd be taking this down and taking $10,000 here at the Regional Championship. Yeah. No, it's so wild to me to think about how our first place at this regional championship, $10,000, as well as an instant invite to the World Championship. Something that if you don't get that instant invite, you have to rack up 600 championship points, which is a lot of events to be going to. So there is so much on the line here for all 4 of these players.
They've definitely upped the pricing. Honestly, I don't know which I would pick if I had to choose between an instant Worlds invite or $10,000.
Oh my gosh. I mean, honestly, you might save the money going to all the events like if you get the invite. So I feel like that's almost worth it more.
But then you miss out on all these amazing events.
That's true. That is very true. Well, we heard multiple of our players today talking about if they got that instant invite, they would still attend these events.
Oh, yes.
No matter what. They just enjoy this game. They enjoy the hobby. I mean, that's why they pour countless hours into playing Pokemon TCG, and you can see it here on our stage. Our players are phenomenal, and I am super honored to be able to cast their games for sure. But I'm also super honored that you all are watching the stream. Let's take a quick look at a nice post that we have, Wancho. I want to check this out, what you all are saying to us online. Oh, look at this.
Yes, from Jalen Jones or Optimus Prime 39, Misty and Brock at Overloaded went 6-3 off of 2 hours of sleep and an impulsive drive. Look at that, very cute. I love it when I see people cosplay at these events, and especially when they do well. And just next time, Misty and Brock, you might want to catch a little bit more sleep than 2 hours, though.
Yeah, that is not a lot of sleep indeed. But super cute cosplays there. They even have the plushies, Wancho. The plushies.
Oh, that's right.
Complete it here.
Is that a Steelix plush?
No, it's an Onyx, right?
That's a Steelix. It's a very tiny Steelix.
Close enough. That is awesome indeed. Yeah, we have so many amazing characters that come to these events. Lots of cool cosplays that you get to see. And I mean, this event in general here in Pittsburgh, the venue has been massive. It has been super comfortable hanging out here, chatting with you all. And it's a great place to be. The city's beautiful, and this venue's been amazing.
Yeah, this venue, this city, I hope maybe we can come back in more future events.
Yes.
I mean, honestly, just outside the convention center, there's a walkway waterfall.
Yeah, that's so pretty. So pretty.
Not to mention all the amazing vendors that came to attend the regional championships.
Yeah.
And despite, again, we've talked about how there's 1,700 Masters participants. We're not even even counting how many players from VGC, from
Yes.
Go, the seniors divisions, the junior divisions. So there's a lot of people here attending these championships, even just people watching, even the folks like us who work the events. But it doesn't feel cramped at all.
No.
It's very spacious.
Very
I feel like it's very well, really very well designed, organized, yes. And yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure this entire weekend.
Yeah, it's nice. You can even look out at the entire crowd as well from up high at this venue. It's been a great place for sure. I would definitely love to come back here indeed. But yeah, largest regional so far, and it's just the first one, Wancho. If this is like any sort of note as to how the rest of the season is going to go, this is going to be one of the most wild Pokemon TCG seasons ever, and it is a fantastic time for you to start playing. If you're watching the stream, if you're watching these amazing players that pour so many hours into this, you can just get started by picking up a deck. Maybe it's a Battle League deck, or you prepare your own, going to a local event, maybe a pre-release event. That's how I got started. Going to a pre-release was the first time I played, and the game is just growing tremendously, and we want more of you here. So
I'd love to play against you. Let's go.
Let's go right now.
Let's go. Let's play. No, but yeah, even if you just go to a regionals, you don't necessarily even have to compete. There's so many things to do, like all the side events. I flew in a little bit earlier. I wanted to make sure on Friday I got a couple of games in, like in a side event. Just join a 4-man pod. Sometimes they even have special formats, like if you feel like playing something like GLC, or there's even raid battles. That's an interesting format, or even a pack battle. I think that's the easiest way to play the Pokemon trading card game.
Pack battle.
You just open a pack and you play with whatever is on there.
Yeah.
Nice and simple.
Yeah, that's very true. Not sure how it would go. I mean, it's so random, but it sounds very fun indeed. Wancho, you were playing sides. I was purchasing plushies, okay, from the vendors. I got some real cute ones, let me tell you that much. Yeah, there's so much to do at these events, and so many people to meet as well out there. It's just fantastic all around. Thank you so much for sticking with us throughout this entire weekend so far. We took you through an entire day 1, 9 rounds for all of our players out there into our day 2, but we still have a winner to crown, Wancho. We're going to be heading into our top 4, and then right after that is our finals, and we have incredible players so far heading into our top 4, so it's going to be an epic finals indeed.
It's gonna be a lot. There's so much more Pokemon action, but you know what? I think we're gonna take a little quick break before we get all of that started. But don't go anywhere.
I'm your host, Anna Prosser, here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここはティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでくださいと。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Welcome back from that quick break, Pokemon trainers. I'm Boo here with Juancho Saldana. You just saw 2 of our players in our top 4 battling it out there at our tables. Not going to be our stream match, but Jesse Parker facing off against Andrew Hedrick out there in the field. I can't wait to see how that one concludes. Juancho really could go either way, but I know that Jesse Parker was definitely feeling pretty good heading into that. Of course, we're going to see Andrew Estrada versus Colin Murley Matthews here on our stream match, and let's get hyped for that, Juancho.
It's going to be exciting for sure. We've already seen Andrew Estrada on the stream. Unfortunately, I don't think he won that game, but hey, he's still here on top 4. He's a former world champion, and it's going to be a treat. I love watching all these amazing Lost Box players play because I definitely come home becoming, I feel like, anyway, a better player.
Yes, absolutely, Juancho. I totally agree with that. Well, let's head to the stage and introduce our players here that we're about to see in this top 4 match here in Pittsburgh. Over here on the left, Andrew Estrada, as you said, former world champion in an earlier age division and tons of achievements here. World's top 8, 2022 Fort Wayne Regional top 4, 2023, 2014 world champion. How's that being on your resume? And 2-time Canada Senior National Champion. Andrew Estrada is representing Canada here, so all of our Canadians out there, I'm sure, cheering him on in this match. Of course, playing that deck, it is going to be the Kyogre version of Lost Box.
Yes, definitely. And of course, his opponent, Colin Murley Matthews from the U.S. Again, you mentioned U.S. versus Canada. Again, is amazing player here, making it to the top 4. He's a lot of amazing achievements here. Top 32, top 16, top 16s, and all of them with Mew VMAX, right? So he is a Mew VMAX Pro. And again, this is a deck that won the Pokemon World Championships. Can it do it again here at Pittsburgh?
Yeah, will either of these players be able to take down this top 4, head into finals, and crown themselves a regional champion? That is what's on the line. That is the major question here at this event in our Masters top 4, and both of them extremely focused on this next matchup, hoping to take things down. Let's look at the prize cards for both of our players.
Something of note, just peeking, the echoing horn could be a problem, unless, of course, you bench a ton of Genesect Vs. But
the bench is full.
I definitely like having that in the deck more than not. But then, hey, there's 2 Genesect Vs in the prizes for Colin. That could pose a problem indeed. It might make it a little bit harder to set up, but at the same time, do you really want to bench so many liabilities? Again, the name of the game is Aqua Storm. If you can get to Aqua Storm, you're probably winning the game. But here we go. Top 4 at the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. Let's get to it.
Yep, kicking things off here, Colin is going to start things with a Nest Ball, searching out a basic Pokemon out of the deck. We already have a Genesect V in the active position, as well as a Mew V on the bench here.
Yep, so here Colin's going to go through the deck, realize what resources they have to work with, and find out, hey, you know what? I only have 1 more Genesect in the deck, but that's okay. There's still a couple of other Fusion Strike Pokemon they can bench to try and fill up. They can put in more Mews that they can eventually turn into Mew VMAXs. Those are less liabilities. They can bench Meloettas or Ice Cube even, just to really try and draw more. But again, I think something he has to be counting on are his techs specifically for this matchup. You need to disrupt. Your opponent is only playing 1 prize, well, is more likely than not going to really depend on their 1 prize Pokemon.
I will not go back.
Cramomatic there. Unfortunately, Tails can't find anything from the deck. But yeah, his key cards, his techs like the Lost City, Judges, Ionos, and Path of the Peak. Something of note too, he's also playing Penny, so sometimes he can even pick up a damaged Pokemon if needed.
Yeah, Colin is going to have to bring out all the stops here against Lost Box, especially piloted by someone so high esteemed, such as Andrew Estrada. But unfortunately, that power tablet is going to be discarded to the Cramomatic for nothing due to that Tails roll. off of it. Just rolling a 5, no search through the deck here on our turn 1 for Colin. We are going to get an attachment of the Box of Disaster here onto a Genesect V, and then we're going to go into this first Fusion Strike system. Andrew Estrada just taking a quick look at the Box of Disaster. Of course, that is a secret rare version of it, so maybe just trying to make sure he knows exactly what tool card is on that Genesect V in the first place. But look at that, Wancho. It was just a quick draw there of a card and a pass over to Andrew Estrada here. Radiant Greninja is going to be kicking off the turn here for Andrew Estrada, drawing into 2 cards after discarding that energy, and that is going to bring us to a Battle VIP afterwards. So drawing out some more Pokemon from the deck. Sableye, the active Pokemon that started in this match for Andrew.
Yeah, definitely not the ideal start there. You definitely want those free flower selecting, get those free cards into the Lost Zone without having to expend resources. But hey, that's okay. You know what? You got the Battle VIP pass. You're going to be able to find yourself a couple of Comphase. You haven't attached energy yet for turn. The goal here is, again, just ideally, maybe you get 4 cards in the Lost Zone, trying to attack with Spit Innocently. Something like that, getting damage on board. Again, every little bit of damage matters in this matchup. Trying to see here, Andrew Estrada just really trying to find out what he has to work with. But if I had to guess, he has to find at least a second Comphase. It has to be a Comphase chain. Something I didn't get eyes on, however, is if he has another key card, like the Chorus Experiment. Again, you have to get cards in the Lost Zone to be able to play these key cards. But hey, finding themselves the Raikou V instead, maybe signifying they have something like the Forest Seal Stone, and they have now half a Starburst. Star Alchemy can find anything they want from the deck. If I had to guess, it's Chorus Experiment.
Yep, securing that card when you need it the most. Forest Seal Stone. Incredible inclusion, of course, that you can play off of these V Pokemon. Allows you that single V-Star power. That's why you saw the flip of that V-Star marker there on board. So Andrew Estrada is still going to be working with this hand. This is going to be a Chorus's Experiment, drawing into 5 cards. 3 are going to go to the hand and 2 into the Lost Zone. So we're going to start seeing that Lost Zone stack up. Ooh, finding a Colress off the Colress, always nice to see for sure. And then a couple of other cards, Mirage Gate, Super Rod, Water Energy, but I think that Super Rod and Water Energy are looking like they're going to go into the Lost Zone here. A couple of late game cards stacking into the hand here for Andrew Estrada.
Yeah, definitely tough choices there. You know, like trying to determine, it's always tough sending the Ordinary Rod or energies to the Lost Zone, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do. Does have the switch card to be able to go into the Comphase, the lone Comphase. This is their only flower selecting unless they find something like a Nest Ball or another Battle VIP pass. Looks like a switching card or the Lost Vacuum. Looks like it's going to be the Lost Vacuum. Just to try and turbo out to put more cards into the Lost Zone. I wonder if they can find themselves the Cramorant at the very least, because with that Lost Vacuum, you can actually get to 5 at the moment, and looks like that's exactly what they're doing. Playing down Lost Vacuum, you have to send one of the cards in your hand to the Lost Zone, and then you can choose either a tool or a stadium to send to the Lost Zone as well. You can even send yours to up the count. We're going to see, I believe, the Forest Seal Stone. I didn't quite see what he decided to toss to the Lost Zone. Looks like it's going to be another Water Energy, potentially. No? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was just the Water Energy was being placed in the Lost Zone, but I think he just took it over and grabbed them both at the same time. So now we're up to 5 in our Lost Zone here for Andrew Estrada. So, 4, already stacking up a bunch of cards there into the Lost Zone.
Yeah, definitely. I believe it should be 5. It was a Chorus, 1 flower selecting, and then the Lost Vacuum. Opted not to attach this turn, so no attack just yet. And hey, you know what? Colin it looks like drew their own Forest Seal Stone, so they're going to be able to find anything they want as well. In this position, you could go for maybe a draw supporter. Looks like they're eyeing out a Judge, a good equalizer there, forcing both players to 4 cards. And then if you take a knockout on the lone Comphase, suddenly Andrew Estrada just only has 4 cards and no draw engine besides besides the Raikou.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the name of the game is here, Wancho. You talked about this, Colin having to throw as many obstacles in the way against this Lost Box deck, and that's why you see Andrew trying to, as fast as possible, get these cards into the Lost Zone, activate these other cards in his deck, because he's not going to be able to work with much if his giant hand just continuously keeps getting disrupted over and over by all of these cards in Colin's deck. So the judge is going to have both of these players shuffling their decks up, and they're each going to draw into 4 cards, and that's going to throw potentially some curveballs Andrew's way. But Colin, of course, having those Genesect V, allowing him to draw into more cards. Judge is perfect because it's just 4 cards. You can dwindle down some more cards in your hand and draw even more off that Genesect V. But we'll see what Colin is able to do with this turn. Attaching a Forest Seal Stone, of course. One was already used, but getting that out of the hand onto the field. And Lost City is now in play as well. Let's see if this Cram-O-Matic can hit. Oh, 5 is the cursed number, it seems, here for Colin, unfortunately. But we're going to see this first Fusion Strike system now, drawing into a couple more cards, but that is going to be it here for Colin.
It's only been able to set up 3 Fusion Strike Pokemon, so only drawing 3, not too much there. Colin would have been so ahead if they could take a knockout on this lone Comfey, because there's nothing else in Andrew's hand that really helps out. Yes, Greninja able to draw themselves 2 more. I believe a Roxanne and another Energy was the card. So looking at their hand again, it's a lot of energy. Big flower selecting here. Can we find a Chorus Experiment?
Oh, it looked like it was between a Hawlucha or the Energy Recycler, and that Energy Recycler is so crucial to Andrew Estrada's deck. So opting to keep that off of the flower selecting, which is putting us to 6 now in the Lost Zone for Andrew Estrada. Andrew is just an absolute pro in this game. Like we were talking about, former world champion. I think I said in a former division, but he's been playing since he was in those earlier divisions, since he was a kid here. So he knows this game like the back of his hand, and he seems so well versed in this Lost Box, being the only Lost Box deck to make it into our top 8 and now top 4, trying to secure this here, doing everything he possibly can. Then the Nestball is going to bring out the Cram-O-Matic, or sorry, Cram-O-Matic. Oh, wrong Pokemon there. Cram-O-Rant.
The Cram-O-Rant original here.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I mean, Cram-O-Matic, I guess, is Cram-O-Rant, but just a robotic, creepy version of it.
Definitely. Anyway, Andrew Estrada, I like getting the Cramorant here. In my opinion, there were 2 options, right? You get the Cramorant or you get a Comfey. You could get more cards or you can exert pressure. And doing 110 damage onto the Genesect, especially when Colin really isn't doing that much, I think it's great. You're essentially trying to 2-shot this Genesect V, and if they can't get it out of the active and you just take the 2 for free, then it's just wait till you can Aqua Storm time, right?
Absolutely, Wancho. Aqua Storm is where we've been wanting Andrew to get to, but haven't gotten to see it yet. So hopefully we'll get to see it pay off. But yes, that real life Cramorant here doing 110 damage. But look what's happening now, Wancho. You predicted this earlier, and now we're seeing it in action. That Penny is going to scoop that damage off of the board here now on Colin's side.
Yeah, scooping up the Genesect V that took damage and or has already used the Fusion Strike system. It's in the hand, puts it back down, and technically, as far as we know, that's a new Genesect, and he was able to draw once again. Looks like an attachment there onto the Mew, just a Fusion Strike energy. That means we're probably not attacking this turn, but I think we're just doing a quick deck check, here. I believe everything should be fine. Again, the Genesect was picked up with the Penny, so it should be able to draw once again. But right now, only the Mew. Luckily, Mew does have the Energy Mix attack, so he's able to find the double turbo.
Yeah.
But a very slow start here from Colin. Not something that I don't really expect when I see Mew VMAX. When I see Mew VMAX, I expect 210 damage on the very first turn.
Well, Mew VMAX, where, Wancho? All I see is Mew V here right now. Colin not able to find a Mew VMAX, but just working with Mew V, and a lot of energy out on the field now, powering up both of those Mew V so far. Andrew Estrada is where we're at now, though. That Cramorant attacked once. Unfortunately, all that damage was wiped off the board thanks to Penny on Colin's side. So now it's up to Andrew Andrew Estrada to continue the pressure here. Of course, that concealed cards showing how much value it has here in the Lost Box decks, because just drawing into some extra cards, it lets you avoid any disruption. Colress's Experiment, also an absolute staple here for Lost Box decks. Couple of easy choices going into the Lost Zone, bringing us up to 8 now in the Lost Zone for Andrew Estrada, powering through, putting those Lost Zone cards over there, and even getting to bump that Lost City out of the way for Artisan.
Yes, Artisan again able to find themselves any basic non-rule box Pokemon, but I believe it was played just so that we can blow it away, I think. But first, we're going to use this Mirage Gate. Oh, we can power up the Raikou V potentially, or we could even try and do Lost Mine. But we'll have to see. Looks like to be an attachment to the Cramorant and a Lightning Energy onto the Raikou. Again, Raikou does have the attack Lightning Rondos. It's 20 plus 20 for each bench. So let's count it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 160 plus 20. Hey, Mew V only has 180 HP. That's going to be a knockout here. And there it is. Raikou into active. Don't forget, you draw one free card as well with Fleet-Footed and Lightning Rondo for the knockout.
Wow, incredible here, Wancho. Masters top 4, our very first knockout here, and it's going to be from Andrew Estrada's side of the field, from a Raikou V as well, knocking out a Mew V on Colin's side, taking the first 2 prize cards. That's only 4 more that Andrew has to take to get one step closer to the finals here in Pittsburgh. Colin over here on this side now promoting that Mew V, that secondary Mew V, off of the bench into the active position, and now taking a quick search through the deck here as well.
Yeah, it looks like, again, they don't have that much. Artisan can find themselves either the Meloetta or the Ice Cube potentially. This is just more Pokemon in play so that we can draw more cards. That's what Colin has been lacking here. Draw. They haven't been able to draw into their Mew VMAXs, their energies in the proper way. ICU again has the block slider attack, does 40 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each Fusion Strike energy attached. I believe this is attacked specifically for cards like Spiritomb. It's a good way to target the bench as well in this matchup. Big Ultra Ball here, great way to thin out the hand and find yourself the missing Mew V. But this is not enough damage just yet. We're going to need at least 1 damage modifier here. I could have been the choice belt, but unfortunately there's the Forest Seal Stone attached to the Mew V at the moment. So we'll have to see here if Colin needs to find some power tablets, at least 1, to take a knockout on this Raikou. Because if they don't, that's bad news for sure.
Yep, that Ultra Ball getting those discards into the first Fusion Strike system here for Colin. Yep, we finally have that Mew VMAX come out of the deck onto the field now. Something we were lacking before, and it is a beefy Pokemon indeed. We've been talking so much about big beefy Pokemon. That's a 310 HP Pokemon there that Lost Box has to work through. And it's 3 prize cards as well, if they're able to do that. But really, they can avoid that absolutely completely, but something they cannot avoid is this hand disruption. Iono going to be played here from Colin, and Andrew Estrada is going to just have 4 cards to choose from here off the top. After, I mean, did you see that entire hand? That was a huge hand.
I thought that was the deck for a second.
That went to the bottom of the deck, so all of those cards that were in hand for Andrew Estrada are now at the bottom, and only 4 cards.
I don't think Colin was able to draw a power tablet here. He drew a full hand of 6, and if nothing is playable, you can't use Fusion Strike system. There's a Cram-O-Matic. Cram-O-Matic is definitely playable. Very important roll. Tails, unfortunately.
2 5s, and now the 3 is haunting us here, Wancho. Colin cannot seem to hit a heads yet on these Cram-O-Matics. We're going to see an energy come down onto that Mew V on the bench, which means the hand is dwindled down enough to draw into a couple more cards. And there we see it, the power tablet that is going to boost that damage here from the Mew V Max. as well. Bumping the Artisan out of there for the Lost City, which means now Lost City is in play. If any Pokemon is knocked out, it goes to the Lost Zone, which is exactly what's happening here. Mew VMAX taking Colin's first prize cards here, 2 prize cards down, tying things up in this matchup. Raikou V wiped off the field for the rest of this game.
Yeah, double-edged sword there. Yes, you're able to knock out the Raikou V, take 2 prizes, send it to the Lost Zone, but also you sent it to the Lost Zone. And Andrew Estrada is 1 card away from really activating Lost Mine. And it's as simple as this: 1 flower selecting, and let's see what they can find. All they need is potentially, actually they don't need that much. If the game plan here is to really go for the Aqua Storm, you just need to keep drawing cards. Keep sending cards to the Lost Zone.
Something Lost Box does pretty well.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, sending those cards to the Lost Zone, setting up your hand, your deck, and your field to be able to really utilize the Aqua Star attack on the Kyogre. Or you can even maybe try and take a knockout with, or use the Sableye to put damage onto something like the Genesect, and maybe just take knockouts the good old-fashioned way. Let's see what else they have in store for us here. I believe there's an energy in the hand. No, it's going to be another Sableye bench. It's safer on the field because then you can't judge it away. We know for a fact, though, that Colin only plays one Judge and 1 Iono. So all the energy disruption, or all the hand disruption, is now in the discard pile. They're going to need to find something like a Palpad to put it back.
Absolutely. We have a full party here, full bench here on Andrew Estrada's side of the field. Beach Court going to come into play. We're back at the beach, Juancho, bumping away that Lost City, which allows for some easy free retreats here for Andrew Estrada now that that is the current stadium in play. We're seeing even more cards being put into the Lost Zone here. And that's going to bring us up to 11 now, Juancho. So Sableye is more than available here to start putting some damage counters down.
Yeah, but we still need this psychic energy to be able to use that. So it's going to be a simple spit innocently. And this is something you may think, hey, what is 110 damage onto the Mew? But now with that damage on the Mew, Aqua Storm, it's now, you can even hit it with Aqua Storm, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Every single damage counter counts for sure. That's going down here on the board for Andrew Estrada. And again, that Mew VMAX is 3 prize cards. It's so beefy, but it is a huge reward once you're able to take it down. And that's what Andrew Estrada is looking to do here. Just clean up the rest of these prize cards and take this game away. But Colin, hopefully trying to make something happen here in this turn. I feel like it's just been so clunky so far for this Mew VMAX deck. For Colin.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when half your draw engine is in the prize cards. But they were able to draw at least one of the Genesect. And let's see here. Is going to play the Alessa's Sparkle. That means they're going to be able to accelerate 2 Fusion Strike energy to 2 Pokemon. Trying to set up the second Mew. Oh, could potentially attack with the Ice Cube here. But right now, they're going to need at least 1 more energy attachment for turn to be able to do this attack. Would love to maybe see them try and target down either maybe Radiant Greninja or maybe the Comfey, because your goal is, right now, Andrew Estrada's goal isn't really necessarily doing damage. It's to, it's not to do damage, but it's to really go through their decks, right? So if you can take down their draw support, or their draw engines, I think that would be a better target. Let's see what else Colin can do here. Again, you do see now there's the 2 Fusion Strike energies attached to that Ice Cube. Now we're going to finally do some Fusion Strike systems. We're drawing some cards. We have 3 Genesects to work with. Try to find that Palpad, I think. We have to go back to the Disruption route.
Yeah, look at that. Full benches on both of these players' sides here. So many cards that Colin is able to draw with these Fusion Strike systems that allow you to draw up to a hand per Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. So tons of Fusion Strike Pokemon here for Colin. And as long as he can get these cards back out of the hand, he's going to be able to draw into even more cards and hopefully secure what he needs here for this turn. Lost Vacuum is going to be played, another card that helps you get these cards out of your hand. You have to discard 1 card into the Lost Zone, of course. Going to be that Boss's Orders, so that's something Colin's not going to be working with anymore for the rest of the game. But that is going to allow the Fusion Strike system to draw 2 additional cards into the hand. But what are we looking at here, Wancho?
Looks like they do have at least Mew VMAX in the hand, but they don't really, 2 Mew VMAX actually, but I don't think they want to evolve just yet. You want to have access to Psychically, potentially. And yeah, it looks like it's just Ultra Balling those away, just thinning out the hand. They're really, I believe they're really looking for that Pal Pad at the very least. They have the attacker lined up. They have the block slider Ice Cube to be able to do damage here anywhere they want. So
yeah,
I think it's just trying to set up future turns at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the deck is looking at thin there for sure. Colin, very aware of all the cards in there and just trying to draw. And here we go. There is the Pal Pad, Wancho. Colin finally able to hit that on that very third Genesect V. We're going to see those supporters go back into the deck. Going to be the Penny and the Iono being shuffled back into the deck here for Colin.
Yeah, the Penny is interesting. I mean, now you're saying you can never put damage counters on my Genesect because I'm just going to pick them up.
You're threatening.
Yeah, but then you could have put back the Judge as well, because if the game plan is Aqua Storm, the only way they get to that is really setting up their hand. So right now, the only means of disruption you have left is that one Iono. So we do see the block slider attack there, targeting down the Sableye.
Yeah, Sableye being wiped off the board here by a little penguin. The Ice Cube taking it out. And we are over here onto Andrew Estrada's side of the field now. Loaded up Lost Zone here. He's now aware these supporters were shuffled back into the deck from Colin's side, so working with that information. Lots of cards in the hand to be played here from Andrew Estrada's side. Cramorant still in the active here since we saw the attack onto the bench, taking that Sableye out, but there's an additional Sableye on the bench here for Andrew. We're going to go back into the discard pile here and shuffle some cards back into the deck. With that Super Rod, it's 3 of any combination of Pokemon or basic energy cards for Andrew Estrada to put back into the deck.
It looks like they're choosing to put back a couple of basic energy, not all basic, 3 basic energy anyway. And no, it looks like he's changing his mind. Nope, it's going to be the Psychic Energy instead. I think, yeah, Psychic Energy is a little bit more important. Andrew Estrada might be shifting gears here and going to just opt for a bunch of Lost Mine instead. Again, Colin still has to take 4 prize cards. That's quite a bit, in my opinion. Wait, Colin did take a knockout on a Raikou plus the Sableye.
3 prize cards.
Yeah, he's down to 3. So that's a little bit easier there. So now it's just a matter of, can Andrew outpace it? Can he take 4 prize cards in the next 3 turns? And maybe it starts with the Lost Mine. But
yeah, we were looking to get to that Lost Mine, but didn't have the energy. But now there's plenty of energy back in the in the deck here for Andrew Estrada. Going into the deck as well with the Flower selecting Dragonite V, going to go into the Lost Zone here and opting to keep that other card instead into the hand.
I believe it was the Chorus Experiment, which he just immediately played there. And again, thinning out the deck. I think that the game plan is back on with the Aqua Storm because the energy was attached to the Comfey instead, setting it up for a future retreat. And Chorus definitely helps out that specific game plan. Benching another Comfey, just going to be a pass. Yeah, so Andrew Estrada, again, has 3 more turns to get it together. Yeah. And let's see what Colin can do here. Again, he has the Ice Cube. I think it's just been an amazing attacker here. Cram-O-Matic, maybe one of these days it'll be heads.
Yeah, the real life Cramorant has been doing a lot more work than those Cram-O-Matics, the fake robot version, Crockpot of the Cramorant for sure. Colin has not hit a single Cram-O-Matic. All 4 of them have been failures, unfortunately, and sometimes that's how it turns out with these Mew VMAX decks and those risky Cram-O-Matics. So that is a little bit clunky here, but let's see what else Colin is working with in the hand here.
Yeah, again, he's probably looking to find at least the Judge potentially, try and time it perfectly. The deck right now is still pretty thick. I'm trying to look at Andrew's hand if it's sizable enough to justify playing the Judge. Or sorry, I believe it was Iono that was shuffled back in. Colin here just going through the discard pile, realizing what else Andrew has. I think he realizes Yeah, there's a lot of energy there in the discard pile. Let's see what else he can do here. He has a Lost Vacuum. He can still thin out his hand if he wants to, but no, it's going to be the block slider taking knockout on the other Sableye, and Colin is down to 2.
Yeah, just 2 prize cards sitting in the way of taking game 1 here for Colin Murley Matthews. I'm sure both these players' adrenaline is going here, but Andrew Estrada, I do not envy Andrew Estrada in this position right now, having to play like 5D chess currently in this last box matchup. Counting all your cards, making sure you know exactly where your resources are to map out and just try to take all these prize cards in one sweep and take this game away from Colin. And we're going to see if he's able to get there. There's so many cards here in the Lost Zone, Wancho.
I'm pretty sure there's more cards in the Lost Zone than in the deck at the moment,
Yes.
especially after these concealed cards.
Or flower selectings, yeah.
Oh, he did use the concealed card. He's already used the flower selecting. Let's see how many he has left. I believe that was 7, maybe 7 cards. I wish there was a deck counter at this position. Nest Ball being played. Does eye out the Kyogre? Is it time then? You only use the Nest Ball. You only find the Kyogre. When you're finally going to use it, I believe there's 5 cards left in the deck. That's just 1 chorus. We'll have to see here. Again, he's already used concealed cards. He's already used the flower selecting, I believe, energy attachment onto the Kyogre. Escape Rope's now being played.
Yeah, Escape Rope, of course, Colin has to choose first what to put up with Escape Rope. Both of our players are going to switch a different Pokemon into the active here, and Colin's going to opt for the Mew VMAX to go into the active. Andrew Estrada promoting that Comfey that already has the pivot option here of that energy on it. Mirage Gate is going to hit off of that Pokestop as well. So Mirage Gate going straight to the hand. Andrew Estrada has mapped this out absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, there we go. Flower selecting finds the last 2 cards of the deck after the Pokestop. So now it's just a matter of let's put a ton of energy back into the deck. Do we have it here? Do we have the energy recycler? There's one. Do we also need the Mirage Gates to go with that? There it is, Mirage Gate. And then the energy recycler putting in 5 energy, and just like that, it's going to be Aqua Storm for 250 damage. Andrew Estrada takes the first game here in the top 4 of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships.
Absolutely huge win there for Andrew Estrada, showcasing how powerful Kyogre is. We didn't get to see it before from Andrew, but here we go, taking it into the top 4 and showing us why it is so powerful in this Lost Box deck. Aqua Storm taking a win here for Andrew Estrada. Colin, unfortunately, had absolutely terrible luck in that matchup. It just seemed so clunky. Couldn't get a VMAX for a long time. Didn't hit any single Cremomatics there for Colin. It just had slow, absolutely slow turns, but the opposite of the slow turns is this turn right here. Andrew Estrada mapping things out perfectly. And here we go. We got to say it in tandem, Wancho. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Aqua Storm! Woo! Taking that win here for Andrew Estrada. So hyped.
Yes, 500 damage. I think here Colin definitely has to adjust their game plan a little bit. I think what he needs is more disruption. Can you imagine if in that turn he essentially lost, if he could have Iono'd, or if he could have judged at that turn? I think that would have been absolutely pivotal. But also he needs to draw more with those Genesis for sure.
Yeah, and maybe hit some heads as well. Get things set up a lot smoother for sure is what Colin is going to be looking to do here. But as we've talked about so much, Colin has played Mew VMAX for so long, knows the ins and outs of this deck, and I'm sure has played against plenty of Lost Box as well, since Lost Box decks have been so prominent in our meta for an incredibly long time. Of course, as we've talked about, Andrew Estrada bringing the only Lost Box into our top 8 and still succeeding so far, representing Canada, taking a win so far, and we're heading into game 2 very soon here. But of course, our players are setting up for that right now before we head into it. It looks like A mulligan?
Yeah, one extra card there to the Mew player. Ooh, a town store as well in the prizes, something we haven't seen just yet. He hasn't gone shopping just yet. Looking at Colin's prizes, a double turbo energy, just one Genesect this time, one power tablet. Again, nothing too notable. These are cards you have multiples of. Again, I'm not sure how much he'll miss the town store anyway, because that also helps out Andrew Estrada. As Andrew Estrada draws his cards, let's see what he can get here. Can you imagine? Andrew is one win away from being here at the finals of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, and that much closer to then $10,000 and an invite to the World Championships.
An invite to the World Championships, indeed, and locking that up in your very first regional is a huge accomplishment. Prize cards over here for Andrew laid out already. A couple of Pokemon in the prizes. Luckily starting a Comfey in the active there as well, but we're actually starting this game 2 of our Masters Top 4 over on Colin Murley Matthews' side with a Battle VIP Pass. This is, I don't think we saw a Battle VIP Pass last game, did we?
Cramomatic tried to discard it, but that's it.
Yeah, that's
so Colin already having a better game 2, finding themselves 2 Genesect and a Mew, plus the Nest Ball. All the Pokemon they could want. They have one space left. Let's see if they can play down their hand a little bit more. I believe I saw a tool card with the Choice Belt. And yeah, so it should be at least able to play a couple of cards and then draw with the Fusion Strike systems. Let's see here again. Still shuffling up the deck. The name of the game for Colin, again, is just going to be take those prizes at the same time, disrupt my opponent as much as possible. Can you imagine if they can Lost Zone potentially all their Comfeys if they put Lost City in play? They have the Forest Seal Stone as well onto that Genesect. They have access to pretty much anything they want. And yeah, they're playing. This reminds me more of Mew here.
Yeah, this looks like the Mew VMAX we're very familiar with, and I'm sure Colin feeling a lot better seeing this board state versus the last one we were working with in the last game. So yeah, this is looking much cleaner here for Colin. Just going back into the deck with a Nest Ball. You want to see all of these Pokemon come out here so you can draw as many cards as possible and line things up. And I haven't gotten to see Andrew Estrada's starting hand over there, but there are 2 Psychic Energy as well in the prize cards. To note, it's going to be super important for Andrew to keep track of all of the energy, where they're at, but there's only 3 Psychic Energy in the deck, so only 1 remaining.
Yeah, definitely. Andrew Estrada, I think the name of his game is going to be, how am I going to take those first 2 prizes? And then after that, I need to draw, like, a lot.
I need to draw a lot, yeah. Andrew needs to be drawing a lot and hopefully avoiding disruption from Colin's side of things. Luckily, starting with a Battle VIP pass of his own, Andrew Estrada going to be able to go into the deck here. And look at this. Andrew Estrada counting all the energy, because it is that important to keep track of those, especially when you're working with the Kyogre version of this deck. You want to make sure you know where all of your resources are. So keeping track of both the Pokemon and the energy is going to be top priority here on this first deck search for Andrew Estrada. Also, 2 of those Pokemon are going to get to come out and join us in the field here as well. Get to work here for Andrew's side of the field.
Definitely. I mean, those energies are your way to do damage. And Andrew Estrada has a couple of key one-of Pokemon, namely the Radiant Greninja and the Kyogre. The Radiant Greninja helps you really set up the board, while the Kyogre is what you use to clean up the board. As, yeah, there we go. We're going to see the Battle VIP Pass really set up here, plus the Nest Ball. I was wondering, he put out 3 Pokemon, and I was just like, the Battle VIP Pass isn't that good just
There's
yet.
the Nest Ball. Yeah, one thing to note, talking about Pokemon that are one-ofs in the deck, Cramorant that we saw get utilized in the last game for Andrew Estrada is also in the prize cards, and that is a one-of in the deck as well for Andrew. So that's stuck in the prizes. Hawluch is in there as well as one of the switch cards. So definitely, I'm sure Andrew Estrada well knows that, and also I think they're actually chatting about the way that was done? That the nest ball didn't come out sooner? I think maybe
that-
they're just clarifying some things here.
For sure, maybe they're trying to debate on can you get 3 cards off the battle VIP pass? It's really not that good, but yeah, it should be no problem there.
Should be easy peasy.
Yeah, they did. Andrew Estrada did have the nest ball. Nothing really changes in the board state, but again,
Hey,
just missequencing a little bit.
When you're a Lost Box player, you're thinking like 5 turns ahead, right? So maybe just thinking a little too far ahead there for Andrew Estrada, but hopefully it's not too big of an issue between these players. But of course, this is our top 4 here, so everything is on the line. Got to make sure all the play is legal here in this match, so I'm sure just chatting about things here.
Exactly, but again, looking at Andrew's board, this is again. I feel like.
Gotcha. Sorry, they actually lost their white noise that's in their headphones.
Oh.
So it was not because of the nest ball sort of situation. I was like, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal there. But no, they actually probably can hear everybody right now. So that is obviously a huge issue because we're casting this match.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't give away any key important information. You know what? I guess what we can talk about is Andrew, Colin, you guys are doing a great job. Congratulations to making it to the top 4 of the regional championships.
Yes. Oh, the crowd go wild out there cheering on these players. What a thing to happen here. Just quick technical difficulties on the field here. But yeah, good thing I didn't just start naming every single card in Colin's hand, right?
Oh, for sure. I think I saw
awkward.
Charizard, EX, a Miraidon.
Yeah, let's not talk about anything too crucial so far for this match. But yes, these players, we're going to have to get that figured out here. But wow, Wancho, what do we talk about if we can't talk about the intricacies of this matchup?
Did someone mention Charizard EX?
Yeah, let's talk about a dark Pokemon.
Again, it's something I was rooting for to make it in the top 8. Unfortunately, it's not on there. So that's information we can't give out. We can't give out.
Yeah, Charizard didn't make it through. I'm sorry.
Charizard, Gardevoir, very
decks that are not these 2 decks whatsoever.
But again, both these players have been playing it absolutely massively. Maybe something we can talk about is the last round, right? Again, Colin just not being able to draw into the right cards, and Andrew Estrada just really being able to do the big amount of damage, doing the 500 damage with the Kyogre. I wonder.
More disruption there for sure, but really there's so minimal of it. I mean, we're talking. Oh, I can't say these things. Watch out! I can't talk about the decks.
We're gonna flip the deck list.
This is actually so difficult.
Okay,
wow.
so Charizard EX again, a very very powerful card again.
Okay, I think I can say this though, Wancho. Jesse Parker took the win in their top 4 matchup, and he will be advancing into our finals. Miraidon EX is our first deck that we're going to be seeing. Of course, we're still in this top 4 match, so we're going to have to see who will be facing off against Jesse Parker. But can you imagine, Moncho? It's your very first top 8 at a regional. Now it's your very first top 4, and now into the finals. Can't wait to see how things conclude there. It looks like we're jumping back into this match, but I don't know, both of these players, maybe it recut out.
No, looks like we're still not moving forward just yet.
Gotcha.
Again, Andrew Estrada still shuffling up their hand, but yeah, talking about Jesse Parker, really looking to make a name for themselves here. This is their first top 8, and now their first final. Could it be potentially their first regional win? And it just happens to be the biggest one.
Yeah, made it through a massive field here in Pittsburgh. I cannot wait to see how this one concludes as well, Wancho, but we're going to have to wait for things here. Why don't we talk to our crowd a bit that's out there? Maybe get some cheers here. Let's see. Who's out there rooting for Mew VMAX for Colin right now? Woo!
Wow,
Yeah, let's go.
A lot of Colin fans, but how about my man Andrew Estrada?
Oh, there we go. I mean, those sounded very similar, Wancho. Both of these players have supporters out there. Maybe they're supporting these players. Yeah, cheers for Wancho, everybody. Woo! Let's go.
Well, now you have to do boo as well.
No. Yeah, boo. Yo, that is too good. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're having fun here, waiting for some technical difficulties to be ironed out here between these players and their headsets. But hey, you know what? You can't have the largest regional ever. The first time we're in Pittsburgh without, some technical difficulties in Masters Top 4, right?
It is.
I guess something was bound to go wrong eventually, right, Wancho?
Somehow it's a lot harder to talk about Pokemon when you can't talk about the Pokemon.
Yes, that is very true.
But yeah, something. But again, Parker making it to the finals. Something I really would have loved to watch that match.
Wow. Yeah, I was about to say they came out back to us, but we are back in the game now. The technical difficulties must have been ironed out here. Let's zone back into this Wancho. We're still on Andrew Estrada's side of the field here. We're going to see a concealed cards off this Radiant Greninja. Lost Zone is up to 2 so far for Andrew, and let's see what else is able to happen on this turn.
Yeah, looks like, 2 cards in the Lost Zone. Looks like they have another Battle VIP pass. I almost forget, this is their first turn of the game, so they can find even more Pokemon. Let's see what they try to find. They could find themselves a Pokemon V if they opt to try and get maybe the Forest Seal Stone set up, or hey, maybe just need... There's 3 Comfeys in play. What else could we need here? Maybe bench the Sableyes just to set those up. We know Cramorant's already in... the Cramorant's still in the prizes. Yeah, Andrew Estrada here just really taking their time, really thinking it out.
Yeah, it's funny because it's... Well, I mean, we were out of this for so long, but when you're looking at, this is Andrew's first turn, but you look at Colin's side of the field, and it's just like tons of Pokemon, tons of cards that have been played, and beautiful Pokemon as well. Look at all those artworks.
Yeah, Colin was ready for the stream here. All the alt art, Muse, and Jen. It's like, hey, I mean, if you're going to use it all season, right, might as well
That's true.
take
Like,
the alt art.
Probably collected all the fancy versions of these cards by this point. Andrew Estrada going in with a flower selecting for the turn as well. Going to be 3 now in the Lost Zone. Pokestop joining the Lost Forever Lost Zone cards now. Escape Rope, Colin is going to promote a Pokemon here. Of course, Mewtwo for Mewtwo. Easy choice. But that means Andrew Estrada gets to promote another Comfey and lead to another flower selecting. Slowly getting through this. Honestly, this looks pretty solid, actually, for Andrew Estrada, getting all of these cards into the Lost Zone. It is unfortunate that the Cramorant is stuck in the prize cards here, but Andrew Estrada is working around this and getting things as established as possible with, yet again, another flower selecting. This is going to be the 3rd of the turn, but is it going to be the Mirage Gates or a Sableye?
It's a Lost Vacuum, actually. Very tough choice here because Andrew Estrada's up to 5 cards in the Lost Zone on the very first turn, mind you.
Jeez.
So if he gets this Lost Vacuum, he can play down the Stadium or play down the Forest Seal Stone, send it to the Lost Zone, and now that he's at 7, he can use Mirage Gate and attack with the Raikou and take 2 prizes on the very first turn of the game.
That is huge, but that Sableye is going to have to go to the Lost Zone in order to keep that card. So it is gone. There's only 2 Sableye in the deck, so only working with that one that's out on the bench. But energy coming down onto that Raikou, Wancho. Woo!
There it is, and the Forest Seal Stone, probably a little bit more important because that means they can find anything they want from the deck. I'm not quite sure what they need. Their hand is absolutely huge. Possibly the Mirage Gate. They have a target. They have the Lost Vacuum already. I'm not quite sure what they need. Maybe it's more of, I'm going to lose this Raikou next turn. Might as well make use of the Forest Seal Stone since I need a Lost Vacuum target. Anyway, maybe find themselves a Chorus for the next turn. If they don't have it, we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully Andrew shows us.
Yeah, holding the cards close here, but also just glancing through the deck and mapping out this turn. I mean, you have a huge hand with Lost Box decks most of the time, so making sure that's, what you're doing here with all of your cards.
Wow, I don't think this has ever happened in the history of Forest Seal Stone, but it's just, I'll grab a card that's completely useless
to
send
hey,
to
it's not useless if it's discard, or should I say lost zone fodder here. Battle VIP pass was searched out with that Forest Seal Stone. Lost Vacuum is going to add both of those cards into the lost zone, bringing us to 7 now, which activates that Mirage Gate, just as you talked about, Juancho, which allows Andrew Estrada to get those energy out. Of course, different types of energy, but you can attach them to your Pokemon, and one's going to come down onto that Comfey to be able to move it out of the active position into that Raikou V.
Yeah, and you know, Boo, we were talking about how amazing Colin's turn was, able to draw so many cards, able to set up so many Mews, have energy attachment. I think Andrew's was just a little bit better, getting 7 cards in the Lost Zone on the very, very first turn of the game, setting up the Raikou and taking 2 prizes.
Look at that. First 2 prize cards here for Andrew Estrada, similar to last game that we saw, so maybe that is some foreshadowing potentially, Juancho. Andrew Estrada only needs 4 more prize cards to be in our finals, but Colin is going to run away with this turn, hopefully, because there's still a lot of Pokemon here, a lot of cards to be drawn at the moment.
Yes, again, Colin starting out with, I believe, Alessa's Sparkle, able to accelerate 2 Fusion Strike energy, setting up the Mew on the bench to be able to attack at the very least. And by using Fusion Strike energy, you don't have the downside of the double turbo, so you actually don't need any damage modifier, even if the Mew actually has a choice belt attached. So Colin has pretty much everything, just needs to find the Mew VMAX to really get going here. And then from there, he'll take 2 prizes as well, but from there he starts to need to disrupt. Andrew Estrada has taken his first 2 prize cards of the game. His goal now is to take the last 4, and you take the last 4 all at the same time with the Aqua Storm. All he needs to do is literally sit and draw, Flower Select, use your Colder's Experiment, get all those cards in your hand, get the necessary combo pieces, and then pop off.
Yes, that is exactly what Andrew is going to be looking to do, but last game at least, the Mew VMAX eluded Colin, so we'll see if that changes up for this game at the very minimum. Switch cart is going to be played here, thinning another card. It's just going to be a 1-card draw there off of that first Genesect V. It is into a Forest Seal Stone. The V-Star power has not been used yet, so Colin is actually just able to go into the deck now with that Star Alchemy ability on the Forest Seal Stone attached to that Genesect V and get any card out of the deck.
Yeah, from here, if I was Colin, probably eyeing out an Ultra Ball instead of straight up getting the Mew VMAX, or even potentially Judge. Looks like they're putting Judge to the top there. I like that as well. Oh, but I believe we've already used the supporter for turn, have we not?
Alessa Sparkle? Yes. Oh, yeah. No, we did. Yes, we did. We did use we targeted a Pokemon. We did put the Fusion Energy. This actually happens very commonly, Juancho, because Alessa Sparkle, sometimes it
is it really a supporter?
Yeah,
I'm just
low-key doesn't
energy.
feel. This also happened all the time with Silene as well. But yes, unfortunately, supporter was already played for turn from Colin, so maybe just thinking too far ahead here for Colin.
That's I like his mindset. This is exactly what we needed to do, right? You needed to disrupt the opponent. You need to play the Judge. You need to stop them from using the Aqua Storm. But maybe not the same turn you've also accelerated energy.
Yeah, definitely not that turn for sure.
I think Forest Seal Stone definitely should have grabbed the Ultra Ball instead. Ultra Ball discarding the Battle VIP Pass and the Forest Seal Stone. That's why I like the fact that he opted to not attach that Forest Seal Stone. I think he was looking to discard it instead. But now, yeah, the fact that Judge has been played, and more importantly, his hand was shuffled into the deck.
Yes, that's what I was just thinking about, Juancho. Unfortunately, game states do get broken here from our players. They're thinking, they're on stream, lots of pressure here, and it does happen. But then you have to start to think, okay, how do we undo this, and what are the consequences of this broken game state as well? So we'll have to see what is decided on by our judges here, what they're going to come to, and how this is going to turn out. But oh my gosh, if this does result in some sort of penalty, that is detrimental here, unfortunately, for Colin.
That is pretty big. Again, it's something you hate to see here at the top 4. You're so close to making it to the finals. Yes, you're down a game, but you still can get back in there, especially since your start was pretty good in my opinion.
Yep.
But again, this board state, I don't think it's something you can fix. The judge was you shuffled your cards back into the deck. But again, that's why we have expert judges here at the Pokemon Regional Championship, in the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. I have full trust in our judges. I'm sure we'll get to the right outcome.
The conclusion very soon, hopefully. Unfortunately, Wancho, we're stuck in this box again. Oh no! What's up, everybody?
At least this time we can at least talk about the board state, their Pokemon things.
Yeah,
in
that's
hand.
true. They can't hear us, so
Yeah.
that's at least helpful here. Yeah, I mean, I guess we got so into this game now, coming back from the technical difficulties, but unfortunately we're stopped again. But what are you thinking so far? Let's say Colin chose to grab that Ultra Ball. It's wild too because the Ultra Ball was being eyed
Yeah, it was
up by
on
Colin.
top,
Like
yeah.
we were thinking that's what was going to be potentially the target, but. Where does that go after that, Wancho? I mean, does the game look pretty even from there on out?
Not at all. You get the Ultra Ball, you get to attack. That's good.
Yes.
But you lost 2 prizes very, very early in the game. And I mentioned it earlier. That means Andrew Estrada is just sitting pretty. He's just sitting down, waiting and waiting for the opportune moment to really use that Aqua Storm attack. And he has so many turns to do so. Again, yes, Colin's going to be able to take 2 prizes. And then from there, he has 4 more attacks. He has 4 more prizes to go through. That's 4 turns for Andrew. 4 turns of flower selecting. 4 turns of using the Chorus Experiment. 4 turns of using Mirage Gates to thin the deck. That thins the deck even. Even Pokestop thins the deck.
Yeah.
It's very likely that Andrew Estrada could get to the bottom of the deck in any case. Again, he had such an explosive turn 1.
Yeah, we watched him do it in the last game. He could very well do that again and make his way into the finals here in Pittsburgh. We'll have to see what happens there. But I got to say, it must be painful to sit there and just watch your opponent run through their deck, knowing that the inevitable is coming for you and not being able to do anything. You know, once you don't have that disruption anymore, it must hurt to watch a Lost Box player just absolutely run away with an Aqua Storm.
Yeah, exactly. It's heartbreaking to see when you just feel absolutely powerless when they're just, can they actually get through their deck? And to me, the sign is once a Lost Box player starts playing extremely fast, that means they have everything. They know exactly what they need to play.
But we've also seen mistakes made when they start playing fast, but then they miscalculate something. We've seen that happen too. And honestly, I feel like what's happening right now, we're trying to resolve an issue of broken game state. This happens quite often when you get into these top 4 or top 8, top 4 matches. It's so unfortunate to see, but the pressure is just on for these players. And unfortunately, this is where we're at. Hopefully we'll have a conclusion between both of these judges here that are sitting at the table between our players, and we'll be able to continue with this match potentially here.
Again, just to quote Kyle Sablehouse once again, sometimes you just got to play fast, even if you make mistakes, right? But maybe not in top 4.
Yeah, not mistakes that are detrimental to you winning, I guess, or give you some sort of penalty.
But again, you really do have to play fast though, especially in this type of deck. You're up against Lost Box. It takes a minute, right? And even if we have more time in the top cut, we have 27 minutes left, and Colin has to take 2 games.
Yes, well, we will have, of course, like a time extension.
Oh, yeah.
Once this once these judges rule on whatever happens here, there will be a time extension. But again, if there is some sort of penalty, it's going to look very rough for Colin. The judges are reviewing play right now, and I've been told that they're going to pull the cards out of the deck that were put into the deck from Colin, or shuffled back into the deck. So maybe that will resolve the broken board state here for Colin, but I don't know. We will have to wait and see what happens.
Hey, that's
here.
the beauty of the game being streamed, right? We had full view of the hand,
that's
potentially, and we could take stock of what was in there. I guess something that is reversible versus something you're playing on the field, for example.
Yeah, there are different levels of game errors that do happen in the Pokemon TCG. So when they're reversible, that's great. It just takes some time here. We got to get some time extensions.
Definitely. I mean, I really do want to see this match to a conclusion.
Yeah.
Both these players have played their hardest to make it here, and it would be heartbreaking to see just see it end here, right?
Yes.
And honestly, I want to see another Aqua Storm.
Yeah, selfishly for sure, that would be very cool. I gotta say, Juancho, I feel like maybe we are the cursed casting duo, because why do we always end up in judge calls?
I really didn't want to bring that up.
Well, I'm bringing it up for you.
Backstage, people have been calling me the king of 70-30.
Yeah. Stuck in this box forever, Juancho. It must be something about your aura. Just throws our players off there on the fields. But no, I think hopefully we'll have some sort of conclusion here. It looks like there's some discussion here from the judges to the players. Of course, they can't hear us. They can't hear you in the crowd, but they all have comms to each other in their ears to talk about things that are happening on the table there.
Yeah, right now they can't hear us. Earlier was a different story, apparently.
Yeah, that was, that shouldn't happen.
Interesting for sure. Yeah, looks like we will get a conclusion. Would love to know if we will have more Pokemon, because, you know, more Pokemon is always good. Would love to see more games here, and let's see if we can get if we can make it happen. But yeah, definitely think Andrew Estrada is in an amazing position, especially if we have a DPL potentially or some sort of adjustment to the game. But
yeah, I'm sure we'll get word on that once it is decided on here.
Yes.
But it has to be confirmed for sure.
100%.
So much on the line here for both of these players. But yeah, I mean, it looks like they're ready to start playing again. So once we get a full confirmation of...
if we're starting again, so if you remember right, Force Seal Stone, just to recap, Force
I
Seal
know,
Stone.
right? Catch me back up, Juancho. I was brought out of the game, and now I got to jump back in.
Yeah, Force Seal Stone was used to find the... Yeah, looks like we just got confirmation. It's going to be a double prize penalty, so Andrew Estrada only has to get 2 more prizes to close this one out. And yeah, Colin here, again, looks like he went for a Psychic Leap. Again, with the Force Seal Stone, he opted to grab a Judge. Judge does not get you VMAX, unfortunately.
Yes. Yeah, that is very unfortunate indeed, but that is how things played out here. You hate to see those red Pokeballs up there at the top, but I guess not if you're Andrew Estrada. It's unfortunate it happened that way, but now Andrew Estrada is that much closer to a 2-0 here and advancing into the finals here in Pittsburgh as the lone Lost Box player. So let's watch, you know, this pro work his magic here with this deck.
So right now, again, I've talked about Andrew Estrada's game plan, or potential game plan, is doing that Aqua Storm to do 500 damage. But now he only needs to take 2 more prize cards. And something of note, he has the Raikou in the active. It hasn't been knocked out. He can potentially attack again. But I believe the damage cap is 180 with the amount of Pokemon in play. Luckily, Genesect has 190 HP. That's why Colin actually used Psychic Leap to reduce the damage on the Raikou. Very heads-up play there if you have nothing else to do. If Andrew could potentially just set up Dragonite instead, that could technically win him the game. But there's 4 cards on. There's 5 Pokemon on the bench, so he's essentially bench locked. He has to attack with either the Raikou again, or maybe attack with the Sableye.
Yep, and a huge hand to work with here as well. Some more time as well. There was a 6-minute time extension for these players, and the hand was reconstructed on Colin's side as well with that Judge in hand. But Andrew Estrada going to use Escape Rope here, another Genesect V coming into the active, straight into a Flower Selecting. And it's, the Echoing Horn.
Echoing Horn puts a Pokemon in play, increasing the damage on Raikou, and that's going to be a knockout on the Genesect V. Andrew Estrada is going to progress to the finals of the Pittsburgh Regional Championship.
Huge plays there from Andrew Estrada. It was a little bit clunky here on the stream, but we got there. And hey, Juancho, we also got to see the Aqua Storm as well.
Yeah.
That's always nice to see for sure. Huge congratulations there to Andrew Estrada, but it's not over yet. Going into the finals here against Jesse Parker, who's going to be playing Maridon EX. But let's take a quick look back at the match that we just saw and how Andrew Estrada got to this point against MeWeMax.
Yeah, I love you can see his focus there. They're just absolutely pro play. Bryco V just being able to take those first 2 prizes, first clean 2 prizes there. And actually from there, it was smooth sailing for Andrew Estrada. And then, yeah, here's the hold up, the judge, just a little quick stop. And then echoing horn to increase the damage for the knockout.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible there from Andrew Estrada. But now he's going to have to refocus up again as we are going to be heading into our finals here. It's going to be Andrew against, again, Jesse Parker. But unfortunately for Jesse Parker, we were talking to him a little bit backstage, and he was essentially telling us, like, I don't want to hit the Kyogre Lost Box deck. That is the one thing I do not want to hit, is what Jesse Parker said.
He specifically named not wanting to hit Andrew Estrada. Luckily, he's on the other side of the bracket, but unfortunately, brackets closed.
Not anymore.
And when it's just the finals, you have to face your fears a little bit.
Face your fears indeed. But we'll have to see if Jesse Parker is able to jump over that last hill here in Pittsburgh and get a win at this regional championship. Just one more match in the way. Or is Andrew Estrada, representing Canada as well, going to be able to take a win here and put his name in the books once again as Pittsburgh regional champion of the largest regional so far here, and kicking off this entire season with an instant invite into the World Championship, as well as $10,000.
Yeah, can't forget the $10,000, but man, that's going to be such a huge accomplishment. Again, not only is it the first regional of the season, it's the first regional in the format. You're essentially dictating what everyone else is going to be playing around the world. It's getting really your name out there. A lot is on stake.
Yeah, I love it. I think Kyogre coming back to the forefront. Maybe we'll be seeing a lot more Kyogre Lost Box being leaned back into. We saw it so much last season for a very big chunk of time. And now, Andrew Estrada believing in that Aqua Storm and getting all the way to the finals. But of course, Jesse Parker talking about working with Andrew Mahone, who brought the Path to the Peak version of Maridon to Worlds and had an incredible placement with it. But now Jesse Parker carving away for this beach court version of Maridon and piloting it all the way to the finals. And he even said in his interview that when we talked to him, you know, I don't think enough people were respecting Maridon still, but we saw 200 people come out to Pittsburgh, and out of our almost 1,800 players, 200 of them were piloting Maridon, but only one still stands as we're about to jump into this finals match.
Yeah, I cannot wait. Again, he mentioned earlier, it could have potentially been the beach court, the X Factor. He was trying to convince his friends to do the same, I believe. I think they're still on the Path to the Peak version, but hey,
I think they're doing both. Yeah.
They're doing both. But yeah, he mentioned beach court was good. It gives you so much flexibility into being able to retreat and allows you to fit in some key V Pokemon that you normally can't play under Path of the Peak, just like your Drapions, your Luminions, or even Squawkabilly. Would love to see if that comes into play, or are you going to miss the Path of the Peak? Because Path of the Peak, that's a means of disruption, and that's what you need to do against Kyogre.
Yes, absolutely. But it's going to be a battle of this Lost Box deck that is a very well-known archetype. It was played time and time again and seen at the top placements of so many regionals last season against Maridon. That is kind of the new kid on the block, at least sitting at the top tables for sure. Just recently coming out with these explosive lists and performing so well. Is it going to be that very well-known archetype we've seen so much, or is Maridon going to take this giant regional down and add so much respect to the name of Maridon EX? We will have to see, Juancho.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I like how the decks actually match the players. You have the seasoned world champion playing one of the best decks, one of the, I'm sure, most seasoned decks, something that's seen a ton of play, and you have another player, this is his first time at a final with a deck that's just fairly new to the metagame. well, newer than Lost Box in any case. But we'll have to see which one comes on top. And I cannot wait to see these games. I'm sure it's going to be electrifying if Miraidon has anything to say about it.
Yeah, electrifying. I like it, Wancho. Well, I think we're lining up an interview here with Andrew Estrada, so maybe we'll get some thoughts from Andrew before we jump into the finals match. That's going to be interesting to see how he's feeling. I mean, that was, again, a very clunky match that we just watched due to the technical difficulties and then throwing things off a bit with a long judge call. But let's hope to hear from Andrew Estrada how he's feeling before he heads into a finals match. But I've said Andrew Estrada's been playing since he was just a little kid, you know, and of course, he's a former world champion from back in 2014 as well. So I don't think Andrew Estrada is going to have any issues performing on stream, being under the lights. I mean, we just saw him do extraordinarily well there, even in the close-up shots. You could see the focus on his face. I mean, you know, when Pokemon players are kind of mapping out their turns, it's like watching a surgeon do surgery, you know 100%. What I mean? But Pokemon TCG.
You can tell that these players have put in thousands of hours into this game, and it shows, right? He was so calm and collected despite being on stage with all the lights, on stream, live, with all these technical difficulties. It's not a problem for Andrew Estrada, and that's just something that comes with experience.
Well, let's hear from Andrew Estrada. We're going to throw it over to an interview and get his thoughts.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Adam Watson here to get some quick thoughts from Andrew Estrada before I cut him loose to take on his next opponent in the finals of the Pittsburgh Regionals. How you feeling, my friend?
Pretty good. Pretty excited to be here.
Yeah, I mean, you seem pretty calm and collected before you go into this next big match. You are playing Lost Box Kyogre. What went into picking this deck over Lost Tina, which is considered to be the best deck?
I just felt like the matchup spread was just better with Kyogre. I felt like you can just beat Miraidon, Lugia, and even the mirror feels a lot more favorable too, because you're just faster, right?
And you had already tested the matchup versus Miraidon. You liked that spread?
No, I've never played the deck. The deck list I'm playing, I'd actually never played it. I built it like 2 days ago.
Wow, I mean, this isn't the first time we've heard of players being willing to pick up a deck and learn it kind of on the fly just because the matchups are so favored. What was the player that maybe put that deck on your radar here for Pittsburgh first?
I've just always really liked Lost Box, anything with Comfy. So, I mean, I have a lot of inspirations back home. Like my buddy Robert Simpson always plays it, so he's a good guy, and I see him do well with it, so I just said, I'll try it out.
Yeah, so you've seen the deck played before, you just kind of wanted to mimic that. You had previous experience with Lost Box, and have you played against a lot of Miraidon so far in the tournament?
Yeah, I've hit quite a few. I think I've hit about 4 now. Yeah, 4 now.
Okay, so you've got some Miraidon experience. You're fresh off of a victory, heading into the finals against Miraidon. I certainly wish you luck, and I'm going to let you get so that you can prepare for your finals match here in the biggest regionals of all time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And don't go anywhere.
This is the biggest Pokemon tournament Australia's ever had in any game, so that's really exciting.
I think it's really interesting to meet everyone from all over the world.
Yeah, it was one of my favorite tournaments, so just playing the game, you know, I think this format is really fun and I'm really enjoying it. So
it's good just to see everyone and do live events again.
I've made so many friends from it, and it's just a one-of-a-kind game that I'm hooked on.
It gets you together to meet people, to hang out, to socialise, to have fun, have a good time, be in each other's company, and it's just a really great game.
Be resisted, but it looks like that is a knockout. Yakovovich is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Yako with the clean
clean sweep here at OCIC, making history on this stage, defeating his friend and local fish on a heater to win the championship here.
Just has to pass, and Remy just announces Melodious Echo, and Remy will become the Oceania International Champion for the junior division in the trading card game. As well, Zigzagoon KOing Comfey, and the Super Zap Cannon gets rid of that Cramorant, and Polaris has won the Oceania International Championship.
And then we see the retreat, we see the damage counter drop on the Zero Aura, and Azul Garcia Griego is your two-time international champion.
Little bit of hope here as Kiara is actually just going to go ahead and finish up this game with the Icy Wind.
There we go, Kiara is your 2023 Oceania International Champion of the Junior Division. Huge congratulations, well fought battle 2-0.
Draco Meteor going to connect onto Glamora as well. That's just going to be enough for the knockout here. And Benjamin becomes your Senior Division Oceania International Champion.
Wave crash from Palafin into Corviknight. That is a knockout, and Gavin's California dreaming has become a reality here down under. Gavin Michaels is your VGC 2023 Oceania International Champion.
I never expected this, so I'm still just like flabbergasted. Haven't even processed it towards excited.
Like honestly, no words to describe it. Like this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
It feels great because I've been working up to this point for a very long time.
It feels really good. It means a lot. It's really big as I've never really won a large event before.
I feel like really happy and excited that I'm going to Yokohama, Japan.
Winning OCIC has made me want to play this game more. Winning Worlds will just want me to go full on into this.
Winning Worlds would be great. Obviously, it's the biggest tournament in the Pokemon TCG.
Winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing VGC.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of the first Pokemon Regional Championships of the season. I am Jeremy Jallin, joined with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin, and we got one more match to go, Kyle.
It's a big one.
It is the biggest one.
It is. It absolutely is. Yes, this is going to be the finals, the championship match that we have of our tournament. Almost 1,800 players in the Masters Division. It all comes down to this. Which one of these players will lock up their invite to the World Championship and earn $10,000?
And second place, no invite. $5,000 though. And
yeah,
still a pretty good run.
It's better than a box of Kleenexes for your tears. $5,000 will do just fine.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see how both of our players got to this point. Jesse Parker has been dominating the field so far, taking down 2 Lugia in top 8. Was first seed going into day 2 and was riding high the entire day on Miraidon.
Yeah, not even breaking a sweat. 9-0 to start off in day 1, and then in the top 8 sees 2 Lugias, says yes please. 4-0 right there, and he's going to have a lot of work ahead of him as he sees Andrew Estrada, who of course went through Adam Reinhardt, who was already on this deck before the Miraidon. 2-1, so it is possible to take a game off him, but a really strong showing here in the top 4 against Colin. 2-0 victory, and now he's facing another deck without Manaphy. Kyogre, Aquastorm, oh yeah.
And I misspoke, it's 7K for second place, so not as big of a difference.
Sign me up.
I mean, you're trying, right?
We'll see.
These are the decks for the top 8 that we have had today. What stands out from you from these top 8 decks?
Run Hot Chien-Pao. I mean, that was so cool to see. Obviously, it wasn't showing up on stream as much, but it looked like there were 3 of them in the field that were in contention. And sure enough, Lucas was riding really high there, finding a lot of strong plays. Unfortunately, His run was ended playing against Colin in the top 8. It was really funny back and forth in Game 3 that we witnessed, where both players just were drawing dead, but Colin was able to find what he needed. I did like seeing the Lugia, of course, there. We saw Rahul Reddy and Andrew Hedrick making their way into cut in different positions. Rahul as the only player at 35 points to make it in, so yay for my prediction, I guess.
I think the biggest lack of here is no Gardevoir in this top 8. It has been a weekend of Miraidon.
Yep, there's just something to say about the consistency level of this deck, and trusting in the abilities right now. Tandem unit able to get you all those Pokemon you need, and you don't need much to take a turn 1 knockout sometimes. It's really cool to witness, and maybe we'll see that here in the finals.
Now this is a matchup that Andrew Estrada did face in top 8 already. There isn't much Kyogre in the field, so we have no idea if Jesse actually played much against it. Did take a tie in round 12 against Andrew today.
Yeah, I mean, he's seen this before. He knows exactly what he's up against, and potentially is going to be able to find a game, maybe even 2, honestly. Anything can happen here in the finals. It doesn't look the greatest, but I mean, you've seen how Estrada's been playing right now. He is on fire. He had a turn 1 attack with a Raikou V in that last game of top 4. It doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, the Virizion Genesect King now going with Kyogre, and it has been a card that people have kind of pushed by the wayside a little bit. All the other Lost Box variants are more popular. Kyogre can't really get there. Even me, I was like, Kyogre, it's not its place in the metagame, but no one has been playing Manaphy, really.
Well, I'm hoping to see that Aqua Storm at maybe once or twice here. Let's go ahead and take it to the stage, introduce our players.
And here are our 2 finalists here. Jesse Parker on the left, 2023 Knoxville Regional Top 64, 2022 Secaucus Regional Top 32, 2019 Hartford Regional Top 32, 2019 Collinsville Regional Top 64. This is the breakout tournament for Jesse.
Absolutely. No longer going to be known as Andrew Mahone's friend. This is going to be a big showing here for Jesse as he is making his name known with the Miraidon EX deck. 9-0 to start off in day number 1. An unreal finish potentially lined up if he can make his way through a former world champion in Andrew Estrada.
Yeah, you said it best. Former world champion taking down Igor Costa in the finals of that 2014. And of course, Fort Wayne Regional Top 4 just last year, and a World's Top 8 in 2022 in London.
I mean, he plays out of his mind so often. He's one of the best, most consistent players that we've seen throughout the entirety of the Pokemon TCG. Always expect to see his name at the top of these regionals performances. He's playing a deck that he trusts, tried and true. It's that Kyogre. He's not afraid of the Ionos. He's making it work, even though that is one of the most popular supporters in the format.
Has been really dodging a lot of that hand disruption throughout this whole entire weekend. And his list is pretty different from what we've seen, at least in the past Kyogre builds.
Yeah, it looked like he was prepared for a lot of different matchups. He included the Hawlucha in there so that he was ready for any of those Lost Box mirrors that he may face, even though they aren't typically going to be the Kyogre variant. And it looks like it plays very consistently. It's got a few different ways to really burn through the list and find the right options. Still has some cards like that Echoing Horn that can come into play. We saw that as a way to close out in the top 4. And I mean, he's looking for everything. You give yourself the tools, potentially you will find the way to win these games.
Now, on paper, Andrew Estrada definitely has to be favored. No Manaphy in the list for Jesse. Kyogre is the end game, end goal for Andrew Estrada here. Jesse does have a little bit of play in this matchup, though. You have that Zapdos is a good 1-prize attacker some of the times, and then you got 2 Bravery Charm along with that Judge and Iona.
Well, for Andrew, we see the Pokestop, the Colress Experiment in the prize card, so could slow him down a little bit in his route to bringing out that Kyogre for the Aqua Storm. Nothing too bad on the other side for Jesse. And we are underway here in our very first finals of the 2024 season.
Winner of this match gets their Worlds invite to Honolulu. And nothing bigger that these players have been playing for just at the start of the season as well. Is swinging heavy ball. Finds that Cramorant from the prizes.
Yep, get some valuable information as well. Checking out those prize cards really saves you on the checking of the deck. It's frustrating after you've been playing, what, 18, 19 games of Pokemon, and you have to go with that opening deck search to find out everything. I mean, we'll still take a look, but we know what's going on in there. Battle VIP Pass, gonna grab you some basic Pokemon.
Saves us time. Not having to, deck check.
I appreciate it. It means we get to move on quickly, see what Andrew's strategy here is on the opening turn. Of course, getting those cards into the Lost Zone going to be the most important thing here. Like, there was a little bit of a back and forth with if you do want to go first in this matchup. I believe either player here would select to go second.
Yeah.
As you don't want to give up that opening knockout. It can be awkward.
This is two decks that really trade pretty efficiently with other decks in the format. Granted, this Lost Zone Kyogre, just a little bit better at it. A lot of your Pokemon are single prize Pokemon.
Andrew may not take the first knockout, but he tries to take the last 4.
Flower selecting, gets rid of Mirage Gate, finds that Psychic Energy, uses it right away for concealed cards. Switch card into the second Comfey. And another Flower selecting. So 2 cards in the Lost Zone after this decision here. And not too bad of a start for this first turn.
Yeah, not seeing the ideal pieces in the hand just yet. I'm not sure if we've seen the Culver's Experiment, but that would, of course, be for next turn. You just want to see these pieces early on, and it looks like it is just going to be the 2 Flowers selectings and a pass of the turn. So will we see some fireworks here on the opening turn for Jesse? Of course, Miraidon is known for its consistency and its aggression on this opening phase.
Well, when you find one of your copies of Nest Ball on turn 1, and that is able to go get that Miraidon EX and start that tandem unit to basically fetch any Pokemon you want.
Well, in case you did miss deck searching, here you go. Jesse is going to take his time here. He does not have all the information there of what is in the prize cards, and got to take a look at those Pokemon, see what you're working with. Does see he has that Zapdos, which can be used as a pretty solid 1 prize Pokemon in the mix here. And we've seen so often it's about that ability so that you can do some additional damage to these V Pokemon that may be out of reach. But it might be Electric Ball time. Every once in a while, you just have to sprinkle that in and see if that's enough to throw off Andrew.
The hand does have 4 Seal Stone along with a Beach Court and a Professor's Research. So pretty good start going second for Jesse here. Going to figure out which Pokemon to grab with this Miraidon EX and its tandem unit. You'd see that Zapdos on the screen from the Pokemon Go set. It does help boost your damage to take knockouts on stuff like Tyranitar V with 230 HP, but it is an attacker in its own right. 110 damage. Knocks out pretty much everything in Andrew Estrada's deck.
All right, well, you see this flying Pikachu V, right?
Yeah.
Normally, you get pretty scared on the other side if you're Andrew Estrada. You see this, you start to wonder, well, that Pokemon evolves into a Pokemon that can't be attacked by basics. That would be a big struggle. Well, that's not a card featured in Jesse's list. He's just playing that Pokemon for the free retreat. Of course, occasionally you can work in some attacks there. And it holds a 4 Seal Stone, so put him to work.
You also got Fly. Flip a coin if things are dire.
I am not ready to fly, Jeremy, okay?
Isn't your flight tomorrow?
Yeah, so I'm not ready.
Oh, okay. Professor's Research does discard 2 Lightning Energy. Still no Electric Generator just yet. Does find 1 off the 7, but to go along with 3 basic Lightning.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you want to see. Of course, we do see the 1 generator, but when you see 3 energies in hand, you start to wonder, will they be available off the top? One more card to look at.
Nope.
No.
I told you, it happens a lot.
Not in the finals.
With that whiff of the generator, there's no way to get an attack off this turn. You can attach an energy to... Oh, 4 Seal Stone. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, 4 Seal Stone. Of course, if you hit at least 1 energy off the electric generator, maybe you'd feel a little better about your situation. Squawkabilly going to be added down.
Okay.
The importance of this opening attack. has been known now.
I think this is one of the first times, at least we've seen Squawkabilly EX show itself on stream. That Squawk and Seize ability. You can only use it on your first turn, but if you do, you discard your hand and draw 6 cards. Pretty good at getting through the deck.
Yeah, bad to Dene, my friend.
Now, if you do use Squawk and Seize here, you're losing 3 energy. Going to go ahead and attach one of them along with that Bravery Charm to the Raikou. Ultra Ball. Finds that Drapion V. That's a good card to discard.
Yep. Of course, this is going to be a solid way to just thin this Pokemon out of the deck. You don't want to find this here off of the Squawk and Seize. 6 cards available for Jesse here. Still really looking for that Electric Generator. Would not like to use the Forest Sealstone just yet. See if he gets paid off here.
Well, he got a couple energy. So that's 7 gone, essentially. So 2 in the prize cards, 9. That's 5 energy left in the deck.
Jeremy, this is getting dangerous.
Don't worry, this is going to hit 2.
Okay. It doesn't even need to, but okay. See the beach court there as Mareep is going to be just fine with the retreat. Raikou V could always grab you an extra card with Fleet-Footed, but we need the Electric Generator to hit right about now.
It's a big cut. Electric Generator looking at the top 5 cards here. I guess you can thin out a little bit more. You have Ultra Ball in hand, but there are not really many cards you want to discard.
Oh, this is so big. Does find the 1 energy, thankfully, for the Raikou V. It means the turn 1 attack is happening.
It was all worth it.
If it didn't, that was going to be devastating. As Jesse really did commit to this strategy, wants to get the aggression rolling here, and he understands the importance of taking a knockout on Comfey. This is the engine for Andrew on the other side. We have not seen the card like Colress Experiment in the hand just yet. Of course, Jesse doesn't know that, but if you remove Flower Selecting from being an option, that's less cards in the Lost Zone, less cards to draw.
Oh, wow. Another Electric Generator. 4 energy left in the deck, though. All right, we found 1.
I think we like that. And the option now is, if you go for the Zapdos or the Miraidon, currently hit points are your friend, so I do agree with this, bringing that Miraidon, some additional help there.
Still did pretty much everything possible, and there's that Lightning Rondo. Taking the knockout on that Comfey, just 1 Comfey in play for Andrew, promotes it. Does have free retreat, thanks to that beach court. But it's going to start things off with the concealed cards. Discard a Water Energy yet again.
I mean, you start to wonder for Andrew, is he running out of steam? I didn't see much in the hand just yet, of course. I was going to get to look at 4 cards with the addition of the concealed cards and now the Flower Selecting, but you need to find that Colress Experiment. It is the only way that this deck really gets rolling. And Battle VIP Pass, all these cards. There's so many bad cards that you could potentially run into at this situation that just slow you down. You're not going to find those additional cards off Flower Selecting if you can't get to those basic Pokemon either.
I think something maybe happened here, waiting on the judge to give the go-ahead for this Flower Selecting here. I saw the Energy Recycler. Didn't see the other card.
Looks like the Energy Recycler is going to be the card tossed away there.
So it looks like they are having some trouble with the white noise here, so we'll refrain from talking about the game and the cards in hand for now.
I'd like to take a moment to review every one of Andrew's prize cards.
Listen, it wouldn't be the first regional of the season without a little hiccups.
I mean, we've made it a long way. At least we're not in the 70-30 right now. Shout out to Wancho. Looks like we are ready to continue play there. Lost Vacuum is going to be used on the Charm, reducing that plus 50 hit points. No longer going to be a worry.
And with that lost vacuum, it does equal 4 in the lost zone, so lost provisions is available now for this Cramorant to attack for free. Get some damage on that Raikou V.
Yeah, this is it's not what you're looking for. Honestly, you found some damage, so it keeps you in the game. But for Andrew, this is the one opportunity he had to find that supporter, and really start to get the ball rolling, get some aggression. Instead, it's just going to be that one attack now, and Jesse's going to start to really press this prize advantage.
There's so many energies in Jesse's hand. Has an Ultra Ball here.
Yeah, plenty of energies there, and at some point you start to consider shuffling them back in. Of course, we've seen upwards of 3 generators already, so it's not like you're going to get to accelerate them by any other way other than that Flaffy from the discard pile, and that is going to be the choice here.
The nice promo one. You'll love to see it. Support your local leagues.
Let them support you as well. Yeah, look at this. Arvin is going to be eyed up. And was that switch cart that was getting looked at?
Heal some damage off that Raikou V in the active spot.
Oh, escape rope. Okay. I was like, wait a second. I don't know if that's a card here. But yeah, there are 2 switch cards.
You didn't know switch cart was a card? It's like a 4-up in most lost zone decks.
Not that one. The math doesn't exactly line up very well in this situation either way against Sableye. But thankfully, you're not worried about Sableye right now. Your opponent only has 4 cards in the lost zone. You're worried about those lost provisions on the other side with the Cramorants and with the reattachment likely of that Bravery Charm. I think we're hanging around for another turn.
There's still a switch cart in hand as well for Jesse. Looks like he's opting to play it here. That means 80 damage left on that Raikou V. You get to bring up that Flying Pikachu V with free retreat. Now Jesse still hasn't Dynamoted.
Look at this, the escape rope now. I'm targeting any of these cards that find more cards. I need you to not get through the deck. And sure enough, it is working out just fine here, as Jesse is going to have that Bravery Charm plus 50, and really nice sequencing here to get all of this played out, use that Dynamotor, and have another Pokemon ready to go. The consideration now is, do we start working on that Zapdos too? But it's going to hold on to that Miraidon ready to roll.
Just the Judge and a couple energy in hand for Jesse now. Having already played the supporter for turn, takes the knockout, goes up 2 prizes to Andrew 0.
Oh, look, it was the Colress as the very next card, and Andrew has to be thinking, what if that was played last turn, that so much more could have happened. You could have seen perhaps even a Mirage Gate turn, a Radiant Greninja attack. Is not going to be the case, and Andrew is just going to continue to build the hand now, finally get these cards into the lost zone. We'll see if there's still enough time.
Well, there's that powerful supporter card, Colress's Experiment, looking at the top 5. 3 into Andrew's hand, 2 into the lost zone. Battle VIP Pass, that's an easy decision there. Other than that, you got Beach Court, Stadium already in play, Nest Ball maybe.
Yeah, I think with the limited amount of Pokemon that we've seen so far, Nest Ball might be a priority card to hold on to. Depends on what's in the rest of the hand, and it's going to be the Beach Court that leaves us 2 lost vacuum in the list. So if there is potential to find that, maybe the Bravery Charm could fall. It just depends on how much reach Andrew has in this point, and with 1 Comfey, it doesn't seem like much.
1 flower selecting available to Andrew. It's going to put him up to 7, which is the exact number for Mirage Gate to be live. I think is eyeing down Lightning Energy Escape Rope.
Yeah, losing the Lightning Energy. We already see 1 on the Comfey. Starts to take away from the potential of a Dragonite, of a Raikou, which is something that could certainly be considered in a situation like this. If you are able to start burning through the deck a little more, a V knockout on the active, and then a Kyogre attack into the Flying Pikachu V, and the Squawkabilly perhaps would be able to get there. The issue is Andrew hasn't played enough cards, and to get through what looks to be another 25 cards in the deck, he's going to need another 2-3 turns, maybe even more. So you have to stick with this single prize strategy at this point, and it doesn't feel great.
I guess you can, I don't know, it's tough. The hand is just not doing it for Andrew right here. Missing the Colress's experiment for the first couple of turns has really put him far behind.
Yep, water energy there for the Radiant Greninja. Of course, you mentioned that escape rope, but there is the retreat easily ready to roll, and there is the Mirage Gate, and that was the question that I had. Is that card ready? Looks like we are going to see that there. That means that the damage is ready to be spread. Now the question is, do you want to start to target down some of these V Pokemon, or are we just removing Flaffy and attacking into this Raikou?
Honestly, that makes the switch card last turn even bigger of a play for Jesse, along with that Bravery Charm. Just ensuring that you won't get blown out by a big Moonlight Shuriken from Andrew here.
Definitely very strong play there from Jesse, identifying that Lost Vacuum in combination with that to take a knockout would have been devastating, leaving just the lone Miraidon.
We know the second water is in hand. Andrew's going to first play the escape rope here. Maybe get a little more information from Jesse deciding what they bring up, but hey, free retreat's pretty good.
Makes sense. And of course, with the free retreat there, you can incorporate this flower selecting, bring the Lost Zone up to 8, and you have to think that Sableye is going to be online for next turn.
I think Andrew's trying to make it online this turn.
Calm down.
Listen, he hasn't attached an energy yet, so maybe holding it for the Psychic Energy Lost Vacuum, but no, didn't find what he needed off that flower selecting. We see the retreat. Radiant Greninja is going to spread some damage here. 90-2, your opponent's Pokemon. Discard 2 energy. Has to be Flaffy getting knocked out, right?
Well, see, that's the question that I had, and sometimes just targeting down the V Pokemon could make the most sense. Your opponent already has 2 fully powered Pokemon ready to roll, so maybe Flaffy's already seen enough benefit at this point. And you're going to be questioning the Bravery Charm and considering his options there.
Like, why'd they reprint this card?
This is broken. Cape of Toughness.
90 damage on that Flying Pikachu V and the Squawkabilly EX. So like you were saying, targeting down those 2 prize Pokemon, ignoring that Flaffy because you're just going to need to take another prize.
I mean, this does open up avenues for a really weak Kyogre at some point. There is potential as well with the Hawlucha that is played in this deck to incorporate that along with the Moonlight Shuriken against the Squawkabilly and the Flying Pikachu V at some point. So all you need to do now is knock out that Raikou V, and you've got all your prizes lined up. So look out for the tricks on the other side from Estrada. He's definitely up to something.
It's not Halloween just yet.
Boo.
Energy for the turn on that Zapdos, and there we see the judge. Finally, when Andrew has the Colress's experiment and all the cards he wants, they get shuffled away.
This is my favorite kind of judge right now. It's not the 70-30 judge. Makes us buy a lot of time because of white noise issues.
Now both players shuffle their hand in the deck, draw 4 cards. Jesse having already attached for the turn and Dynamotored. Pretty much going to decide what Pokemon to attack with next turn.
Yeah. For Jesse, the game plan is very simple at this point. You've already, you know what you want to do. You want to attack into these Pokemon that find additional resources. Knocking out this Radiant Greninja seems very strong. If you can get some extra energy, is great.
How?
That's not real.
I think there was only like 2 left in the deck.
And then does he even want them at this point? It's like, here you go, Flaffy, have fun.
That Raichu V is going to be great later on.
Ready to roll. Yeah, other than that, though, Jesse's just looking for boss's orders at this point, and you can start to target down some of these Pokemon that may be a threat later on, like that Sableye on the following turn, or just hand disruption. Continuing to limit the hand size of Kyogre is really all you can do as you take these prize cards each and every turn.
So I was mentioning earlier about how Zapdos is a good attacker in a matchup against Lost Zone. I think it's even better because it has 120 HP. That Cramorant cannot take it down in one hit, barring something like a Hawlucha play.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's Cresselia territory that we're in right now, and this is, we already know that's one of the least favorite Pokemon for Lost Zone to play against. But can you just ignore this Pokemon at this point? We see all the damage piled up on the bench. If Radiant Greninja is able to get shuffled back into the deck, then clearly there's that opportunity for that 4-price swing turn.
Do you see Lost Vacuum here that can get rid of that Bravery Charm? And with that, 10 in the Lost Zone now, so Lost Mine is available. That means it could take a knockout on that Raikou V.
Yeah, I think this is such a strong play from Andrew. You don't want to overcommit in a situation like this and take all of those prize cards. If you can incorporate the Sableye now, then you deal the 12 damage counters that you're going to need to that Raikou V, remove that Pokemon from play, then you clearly have a game-winning strategy lined up against that Squawkabilly and Flying Pikachu V combo. Just have to have the right cards in hand, and we'll see actually going to incorporate that in a little different mix, knocking out the Flying Pikachu V. But I think the game plan's still going to be similar.
Get a spread around a couple damage counters.
Well, this is the same thing except an attacker stayed on the board, so whatever.
Hey, that pivot could be good. Being able to escape rope or switch cart into it. Jesse's hand is not good, though.
Yeah, that's tough. At this point, it wasn't really about his hand. It's about finding the hand disruption. And congratulations, you've disrupted yourself.
Yeah, there is no energy left in the deck. That was the last 2 energy cards.
That's impressive. You know, looking through, looks like plenty of Professor's Research, Iono's, Boss's Orders, but no way to bring those to the hand. Maybe if a switch cart was available, you could work fleet-footed into the mix. It might just have to be a promotion of that anyways to find a little disruption here.
Right now, the Zapdos does have just 1 retreat, thanks to that Beach Court in play. But Jesse really doesn't have many options. Benches a second Raikou V. Maybe it can benefit from the Dynamotor and an attach for the turn, that we have at least a fresh one in the active spot that you might be taking a knockout with.
I mean, you're just looking for ways to attack at this point. Flaffy can be the benefactor of another Lightning Energy, which you have an embarrassment of. But the plan doesn't change very much. There's not going to be a retreat. No digging at this point for the hand disruption. Feels comfortable with taking this prize card, but there are strategies lined up for Andrew if he has the right cards. If he can find the Hawlucha, bring back the Radiant Greninja, or if he can burn enough of the deck to even work in a 2-energy Aqua Storm, he can close out this game. That's my favorite kind of Aqua Storm, Jeremy.
I think
the one where it's not guaranteed.
I think there's about 14 cards left in the deck.
I think we can go the safer route here, and it looks like Super Rod is going to be played. And is there a way to work in the Radiant Greninja, or is it going to be Sableye and play it a little slower?
Looking like Sableye, 2 Psychic and the Sableye go in the deck. There's a Roxanne in Andrew's hand along with the Colossus Experiment. Just depends on what he actually prioritizes more. Well, Jesse hasn't really been doing much of anything with his hand, so maybe you don't need to disrupt it a little bit. For Seal Stone, but no Pokemon V in sight.
Yep. That will continue, even though we see Artisan that can find some basic Pokemon. It's not going to be searching those out. Roxanne is going to be the call here.
Is there any merit to using the Artisan for the Sableye before the Roxanne?
Potentially, yeah, as you can, of course, search that Pokemon out, but maybe an avenue opens up where you can go for a different plan and attack with one of those Pokemon that can deal this big knockout that I thought we were going to be going for, but Radiant Greninja is not in the deck right now.
And did have the choice of playing the Pokestop over the Artizone. Decided on the Artizone, drew into the Pokestop yet again. There we see the Sableye.
Yep, no harm, no foul. Did not see the Sableye and is able to search that out now.
And does have a Psychic in hand, so we will see a Lost Mine here. Already having the energy on the Comfey and the active to retreat after bumping that Beach Court.
Yeah, so strong to already have that pivot lined up. Also see the switch card in hand too, so could be a consideration there to just use that.
Easy decision.
You gotta love those in these moments as you're trying to close out on the final two V or EX knockouts of this game. There's so many switching effects. But we saw earlier on, Andrew was not able to find the basic Pokemon, so wasn't able to switch between these Comfeys left and right and use flower selecting. It's going to incorporate one now, trying to see a few more resources, dig through the deck a little bit more.
Does he actually have the Psychic in hand? I'm not sure.
I didn't see it, but there it is now.
Yep.
I trusted you.
I mean, technically I was right, just a little early. Ooh, Super Rod going to the Lost Zone. There's a Nest Ball. So had the Nest Ball and the Forest Seal Stone, but opts to grab a second Sableye, maybe setting up this checkmate position here.
Yeah, there were a few ways that you could potentially go about the checkmate. We saw the Forest Seal Stone that's in hand, so holding the Nest Ball for a V Pokemon would lead to being able to search out any card too, but finding the Sableye now, just wants to have that on board in case your opponent does have that what could potentially be game-breaking Iono on the next turn.
And it's so risky if you did have to go for that V Pokemon with the Forest Seal Stone, because Jesse's at 2 prizes. We see after that Roxanne, there's a boss's orders in that hand.
Yeah, you do not play it until there's 1 prize remaining on Jesse's side.
There we see the Lost Mine. 100 damage on the Raikou V, 20 on the Squawkabilly, at least it seems like, but Andrew's going to take a second to think it over. Seems like that's what he goes with.
It makes a lot of sense at this point. You don't need much. Both players just... It's going to be about the hand disruption here. Jesse has the boss's orders in hand, has the switching cards, so... Raikou could see 1 more card. You could use the Artizon as well to search through and thin out a little bit.
So I think it has to be retreat the Zapdos to the Raikou. Fleet-footed. Hope to find the Iono? You already used the 1 Judge.
Yep, you hope to find the Iono, and then you can use the switch card to retreat to the Miraidon, or if you have the energy, you can just attack easily with this Raikou. Switch card here is fine as well, with the energy preloaded onto the Raikou V for retreating. Fleet-footed.
How about a Miraidon EX?
It's a good deck, but not a good card right now.
And I think with this, Andrew only needs a Psychic Energy to be able to seal things up in this game 1 of our finals here in Pittsburgh.
Yep. Looks like with that promotion, things may be already lined up there for Andrew. It's going to play down that Raikou V along with the Forest Seal Stone. We'll look for any card he desires. Let's go with the Purple Eye and take game number 1.
Well, it was a little closer than you'd like it to be for Andrew's side of things, but able to still pull off a victory in the first game here in a pretty positive matchup.
Yeah, that was so clean from Andrew. Just played a very simple match with a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there. Didn't have to do anything too crazy and cleaned up with the Sableyes. There was potential for fireworks throughout the entirety of that game. There are combos that can be played, but that just shows the importance of those hand disruption supporter cards that Jesse plays. If you're able to incorporate the Iono and the Judges into the mix, sometimes it's difficult for Andrew to find the right pieces. That's why so many players shied away from Kyogre. Andrew said, bring it on.
do also want to note, Jesse is on the no path to the peak list, so a little less disruption than we've seen normally for a Miraidon EX deck.
I think in a matchup like this, it's probably a little helpful. You don't really care about shutting off the Radiant Greninja. It's about the only thing that you can shut off in this situation, and sometimes it leads to some helpful stadium cards there being available. We saw early on there with that switch card trying to heal off and protect this Raikou V. There was some help there, and the Radiant Greninja was able to jump into action and start dealing some damage. Could have targeted down that Flaffy and instead said, I just want those prize cards. And we've seen those 3 Pokemon from the very get-go selected as the 6 prizes. And it was just all about how Andrew wanted to take those. Jesse stayed in the game there with that Zapdos, able to attack with the Electric Ball. As funny enough as it is, but Andrew had a plan, was able to play down that Sableye, and take a quick knockout here. And, he was able to line up a pretty strong checkmate following this turn with the double Sableye and the knockout onto that Raikou V.
Took a little while to find that Colress's experiment, but once Andrew did, things started looking up, and once you get that 10 in the loss zone, it's really hard for any deck to combat a Sableye.
Yeah, so often it's about when that happens, and I believe we didn't get to that point until turn 4 potentially in this match, so usually that's much slower. We see the prize cards here. Looks like 2 waters in there for Estrada. The Lumineon potentially could be an issue for Jesse in a later state of this game, but we are off, and it is once more going to be Andrew Estrada starting things off, because Jesse does not want to go first.
Not at all. And I guess if you think about it,
whoa,
big play there, retreating the Comfey, trying to protect it from a possible turn 1 knockout, really prioritizing that flower selecting. If you force this Lost Box player to go first, and then you're able to disrupt their hand with a judge, it's very unlikely that they'll have the Colress's experiment.
Jeremy, I basically already see knockout on the Comfey already. This is such a solid start here for Jesse. The Ultra Ball lined up, ready to go. For the Miraidon, Escape Rope is in hand, and there's the Arven for the supporter for a turn. Could search out that Electric Generator in combination with the Forest Sealstone. You have 2 opportunities to potentially add some additional energies onto the board. Escape Rope in, knock out that Comfey, and that means a lot less cards in the loss zone for Andrew. We talked to Jesse before the match started, and he said, that's how I was able to get one of those games when we tied in round 12. You got to remove these Comfeys early.
Now Jesse's taking a peek at the deck, seeing what resources are available to him for this game. And there we see that Miraidon EX tandem unit fetching 2 basic lightning Pokemon, Raikou V Mareep.
I'm cool with that. Honestly, you don't need much. We already saw the lightning energy in hand too. So as silly as Arven may seem, it's such a solid supporter card to have in situations like this. You don't need much on the openers. If you're able to get that energy acceleration by way of the Electric Generator, you get rolling.
Well, speaking of rolling, I think we're getting another Miraidon EX. That means another tandem unit. So Flying Pikachu and Mareep are probably the cards of choice here.
Yeah, that seems so strong. In addition to just pulling out more of these resources to assist your Electric Generator on this turn, you're finding all the Pokemon that you need. You're going to have that switch out in the Flying Pikachu as a pivot option. Mareep would be able to find some additional resources. Looks like there is consideration for that Zapdos once more. We mentioned it's kind of like Cresselia, and very early on, if you're not worried about a knockout from Cramorant, go ahead.
Make my day.
Yeah, if we see the Electric Generator hit 2 energies, that has to be the target of choice for this opening attack. Zapdos would be doing a lot of work here in the intro of Game 2.
And hey, look, there's no lightning energy in the prizes for Jesse. This is a maximum chance to try to hit this Electric Generator.
Does that mean anything? That's the question.
Not at all.
Because I don't think fate cares. So often we see devastation. Would really like to see some energies off of this for Jesse. Give us what we're looking for here. 1, 2. Oh no. Nope. I need a do-over.
What did I tell you, Kyle? 4 Sealstone on that Raichu V. I wonder what it's going to search out.
My do-over.
Electric Generator pulled to the top of the deck. There is 13 Lightning Energy in the deck. Needs 1 off an Electric Generator.
Don't do it to him. 2 would mean Zapdos is ready to roll. 1 means that the Raikou V can do what is needed to be done. Knock out that Comfey. I kind of just want to let the footage roll, Jeremy. I'm too scared to say anything.
I am with you. All right,
Whoa,
we're good.
That's how you do it. That's how we wrote it up.
2 energy on that Raikou V now.
What? Oh, no, I can retreat.
That's surprising to see onto the Raikou V. Maybe is not satisfied with the hand and wants to continue to draw an additional card with the fleet-footed. But
well, I mean, if you think about it, you already used your 4 Sealstone. There's Escape Rope and
but you have energy. You can just attack with Zapdos. That sounds cool.
You know, it's cooler not attacking with Zapdos.
Apparently.
An extra card with fleet-footed.
All right. Well, let's see what it is.
Ooh, Flaffy.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
All right, fine. Well, everything that Jesse needed on this turn. Maybe not in the order that he wanted it, but he's got the ball rolling here. 3 energies in play. Knockout on a Comfey. It is Lone Sableye against the world. Does Andrew have a supporter?
And that is the scoop of the game. We're going to a game 3.
Wow. I mean, Jesse was talking to us, and he said these exact words. He said, if I want to win this match, I need to knock out Lone Comfey.
Yeah.
He's done it once. Can he do it twice? He's got plenty of time to do this. It's going to be an epic closeout to our very first regional championship of this season here in Pittsburgh. $10,000 on the line.
$10,000 on the line. An invite to Honolulu for the World Championships. Just, you know, a year in the future.
That's pretty cool. You get to kick back and relax, or you can just win 5 more and become a very rich man. I'm good either way. It's a
little smirk from Jesse there. He knows what he did.
I think both players are smirking to the crowd at this point. For Jesse, he feels like he got away with one. For Andrew, are you kidding me? Why did they have to add in this extra plot armor for Jesse?
Make things interesting, you know.
That's what we do here.
Well, that's what I try to do.
Well, to add a little more interest, we're going to take a look at the deck over here. Make sure everything is hunky-dory for game number 3. Let's look at some replays. Jeremy, I'll let you handle this.
All right, well, that's a scoop of the game. Jesse taking game 2 in a pretty decisive fashion after whipping the first Electric Generator, but the do-over grabs 2 Lightning as the first 2 cards. That's what Jesse's hoping for. And this is game 1 here. A long, drawn-out game where Jesse could have had the opportunity to win if Andrew didn't have the Psychic Energy. He was winning on the next turn.
It was a lot closer than anticipated, and Andrew was not able to find a lot of those big swing turns in the matchup. Had to play it a lot slower. Game 2. Well done, Jeremy. I mean, there's not much that needs to be said.
Again, they're checking the deck, make sure everything's fine, but we got time. There's 37 minutes left.
I mean, I appreciate this from the judges. Obviously, the Culver's experiments were broken. You need to take a look at those, make sure that they're working for game 3 so that we can have a real match. I appreciate it.
There was no Comfey in the prizes, but there was only 1 in play. Like,
right,
what's
ridiculous.
up with that?
Yeah, where were the VIP passes? So hopefully they get that figured out for us.
Like, oh, you were playing with half your deck missing. What's going on?
So yeah, that shouldn't have happened. All right, headsets are off. Let's see what we can do here.
How's your weekend been going?
I'm ready for a 70-30, Jeremy. What about you?
All right, bring Wancho in here. Let's go.
I mean, ultimately, it's been an amazing weekend. For me personally, it's my birthday. I've been having a great time here.
It's your birthday?
It's been a fun way to spend a weekend. Obviously, I miss my family right now, but I do appreciate getting to hang out with all the great people here in Pittsburgh and do what I love doing. Talk about Pokemon, hang out with Jeremy.
Aw.
Mainly the first one.
Oh. Fair.
Thankfully, it looks like we are going to be underway here as Andrew gets to shuffle up. We'll see if anything came of that search of the deck from our judges.
Whatever was going on. Some intense music to set the stage. Now both players are shuffling up for this game 3. $3,000 on the line between both these players. Invite to the World Championships in Honolulu. The prestige of winning the first regional of the 2024 season.
Yeah, it means a lot. Obviously, for Andrew, he's already been at the world stage, won the World Championships before. He would love to have that invite locked up here and now to get back to that. And honestly, just add another regional championship would be phenomenal for him. For Jesse, I mean, we joked about it with him backstage. He decided to wake up as soon as the prizes changed. Said, oh, I was just top 32 and top 64 because there wasn't enough on the line. You guys bump up the support, and now we're talking.
Opening hands for both players. Looks like Andrew has that Comfey in the active spot. And when you're deciding as hard as Jesse is, there's multiple basic Pokemon.
That would be a good hand. Unfortunately, those are prize cards. Culver's Experiment, Comfey, Raikou V. Ooh, no.
Oh.
We need those.
All
Double
right.
Raikou V, one of the main opening attackers in this deck, and the double Professor's Research. This could be bad, and it, once more, I think Andrew understands the assignments. Is no, you go first.
You don't see it too often, but when the match involves a Lost Zone box player against pretty much anything that can take a knockout on the first turn, you want to force your opponent to go second. Nest Ball to start things off for Jesse here. Gonna do the prize check one more time for this weekend.
Well, not very fleet on his feet this time around. Takes a look, says, oh no. What am I attacking?
Doing another lightning roundo?
Go away. Well, maybe the electric generators just need to pull some additional work here, as some of these attacks now are going to take 3 energies, unless you want to attack with Raichu.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Sometimes you do incorporate this Pokemon into the turn 1 so that you can get that energy accelerated and then start to take prize cards. Maybe you do find that Raikou V, but it's a lot to ask to get 3 of those energies onto a Pokemon like Miraidon EX and attack, and then you're not able to use Photon Blaster once more, so you have to have the switching effects or the Beach Court. It's so much work, Jeremy. I'd rather just use the Raikou V.
And you get a draw card every turn?
Yes, please.
No comparison. It does look like Jesse is eyeing down that Raichu V and Zapdos here off this tandem unit.
Yeah, we've talked about tandem unit is so strong, just able to bring all of these Pokemon into play. Just going to go with the singular one this time around, and maybe that's a nod to the fact that you're going to want to keep some bench space open if you do draw a prize card.
Opted for that flying Pikachu V over the Raichu V. I think there's a Raichu in hand. So if Jesse does want to go that route, it's still available to him.
Can you evolve it and keep the balloons?
Ooh.
Now we're talking. Yeah, this hand.
Beach Court energy.
This hand is not much. No access to the Squawkabilly. Just going to have the free retreat Pokemon in the active. Attach the energy to the Zapdos. And this is why going first is not that strong in this matchup.
Even with an attack like Fast Charge. Just opting not to use it. Much rather try to charge up that Zapdos to help those electric generators later on. Meanwhile, Andrew Estrada starts that Comfey Battle VIP pass to get things going. This game 3 already a lot better than last game.
Yeah, this is why the deck check was performed clearly, as we see Battle VIP pass, Comfey start, and Radiant Greninja waiting in the hand there. May have already seen Colress's Experiment too, but these old eyes deceive me sometimes. This could be a very strong opener here, and I think even if it doesn't involve Mirage Gate, which sometimes it does, a Cramorant attack into a Flying Pikachu V would be phenomenal here.
Well, you are right about one thing. You are old.
I'm old.
Yeah.
Good.
Double Comfey found off the Battle VIP pass. Artizone will help search for Cramorant. Yep. All right, there we go. Radiant Greninja in hand already. And then, of course, the multitude of flower selectings, depending on how many switch outs there are in Andrew's hand.
We'll see if this is going to incorporate Escape Rope at some point. That would lead to a single prize being taken early to start this game. Hey, I'm not that old.
Colress's Experiment finds top 5 cards. There's Roxanne, Escape Rope. Didn't really see much of anything else.
Honestly, you don't need much else. I see the switch card. I see a lot of solid resources that are able to reach the turn 1 attack with the Cramorant. Flower Selecting just going to continue to build the hand too, and if this isn't a flex, I don't know what is. I don't need my access to Kyogre or Roxanne. We're never going to get to that point, buddy.
Must be nice. And with that Colress's Experiment, finding the water energy does have access to concealed cards. So going to start with that before picking any of these flowers.
Wow, Mirage Gate found as well. So if this does lead to perhaps even that lost vacuum to remove the Artisan potentially into 3 of these flower selectings, we would see the turn 1 potential Radiant Greninja attack.
Gets rid of an Escape Rope off this flower selecting.
There is a lost vacuum in hand.
Switch cart. That means 4 in the lost zone after this flower selecting. Gets rid of the Manaphy. That's easy.
It's not easy for your heart, but it is easy for the lost zone. To 4 now, decisions need to be made. I don't think we see the energy in hand. Of course, it is difficult to see everything that's moving around over there, but that could be what's slowing down Estrada at this point, but does have that Escape Rope, can incorporate 1 more flower selecting.
Okay, yeah, we're going for it here. Water energy off the top means Moonlight Shuriken finds Hawlucha. Switch card gets rid of that Hawlucha. Now 5 cards in the lost zone. Like you said, there's that lost vacuum in hand, so playing it and getting rid of that Artizone could equal 6.
Sure enough, that's going to be the choice there. Already 7 in the lost zone. There's at least 1 Mirage Gate here. So energies are getting accelerated onto that Radiant Greninja. Jeremy, hold on to your seat, man. This is going to get crazy.
I'm holding on to my seat.
What else is in store for us? The
just
second
another one.
Mirage Gate ready to roll here. 2 water energies, that's all you need for that Radiant Greninja. Jesse's wondering, what if, what could have been? This is getting so scary.
How about that for a turn 1, game 3 of one of the biggest matches that you've played in a while?
Yep. Bobby can deck check me anytime.
Energy, the 4th one goes on that Comfey, so you can retreat it. With the 3 on that Radiant Greninja Moonlight Shuriken available to Andrew. Now, we saw him avoid the Mareep, the Flaffy, last time. Do you take the prize now, maybe put 90 on a Zapdos, or do you still just go, all right, I'm going to damage that Raichu, I'm going to damage that Flying Pikachu?
Yeah, at this point, it's tough to call. The Mareep seems like a solid knockout as you can continue to build onto this hand with the additional prize card that you find, but damaging the Vs seem to be his go-to strategy. You already have a Pokemon that your opponent doesn't want in the active spot anyways, so maybe there is an opportunity where you can just target down these Pokemon once more like he did and slow down. It's going to be the Mareep, however, totally understandable.
The remaining 90 goes on that Flying Pikachu V, setting it up for a potential Spit Innocently or a Sableye Lost Mine. Now Jesse has some thinking to do. Beach Court in hand to go along with the Professor's research and energy drawn for the turn. Going to start things off with the tandem unit, though.
For Andrew Estrada, when you make a play like that, obviously he's already burned through so much of the deck. Feels probably pretty comfortable with the fact that he will be able to incorporate the Kyogre at some point. So it doesn't matter that you're taking that single prize card there at this point of the game, as long as you're able to reach towards the Sableye knockout on this Pokemon, like the Flying Pikachu next turn. We could honestly see Aquastorm close things out here on the very turn after if Andrew's able to continue to use these switching effects to full use on the Comphase and use the Colruses as well.
And now we did see Andrew use a switch card to preserve that lightning energy on the Comfey, just for potential retreat, kind of expecting the knockout this turn. Energy on that Zapdos, and then Professor's Research, brand new hand of 7, needs to find Electric Generator to even be able to attack this game so far. Does find one along with that Forest Sealstone, so 2 chances yet again.
Just enough to hang in here at this point. Zapdos is looking less strong as we move on, but thankfully it does have at least one energy, and now finally sees plenty of them in this situation. It's nice to be able to take this knockout with the Zapdos. You can easily take that prize card. The problem is now Estrada's already at 7 cards in the Lost Zone, so reaching 10 at this point, you're easily going to find the 120 damage that you need. And you can remove this Pokemon, and there's no way to accelerate the energies other than Electric Generators from this point on.
And with the way the bench is, you have the energy going on the Flying Pikachu V. All right, we're going to fly?
Jeremy, I'm not ready for that.
Do you remember what it does?
Yes.
Okay.
I saw it not work at Seniors NAIC for Rowan at one point, so, or for Retzloff, so it's definitely been around, and it's tried.
And now we see 4 Sealstone using that Star Alchemy, grabbing Bravery Charm. Maybe keep that Flying Pikachu V a little bit safer. Maybe keep that Zapdos a little bit safer.
Every decision just that much more impactful when you don't have access to the Raikou V. 3 energies to attack time and time again. It's tough to keep up with when your opponent just generates energies from their deck like it's nothing on the first turn.
Pretty crazy to think about indeed. And Andrew's not done yet. Still has plenty of gas left in the tank. Bravery Charm does go on that Flying Pikachu V, preserving the prize cards over the attacker right now.
We did already see 1 Lost Vacuum, able to get Andrew to the 7th card in the Lost Zone, but 1 more will be remaining to potentially remove that Bravery Charm from play at some point. But what needed to be done is done. Zapdos knocking out that Radiant Greninja, removing a pretty large threat, but Andrew could have a lot more to do on this turn. Starting things off with the Flower Selecting, but Colrus would be the 10th card in the Lost Zone.
Pokestop heading to the Lost Zone off this Flower Selecting. Seems like Dragonite V, Energy Recycler, Escape Rope.
All the switching effects in hand. So 10 will be available. We've seen the 1 Flower Selecting used, 2 more on the bench there, and at this point, Mirage Gate, Psychic Energy, any of those in combination would be just fine for the Sableye to attack this turn. Doesn't get much easier than that.
Still has not retreated yet for the turn, and with Beach Court, your Comfey have free retreat. I think we see 1 switch card left as well, so gonna really hope for an out to a Psychic Energy off this Flower Selecting. Course Experiment B. Lightning Energy Kyogre, that's not gonna do it.
This is pretty important. At this point, do you need the Kyogre in order to close out? You see plenty of water energies in there, another lightning energy in the discard pile, so can you afford to lose it? Looks like he is comfortable with that decision. We'll have the bailout button of Kyogre, which is always my favorite button to press.
I thought you liked pressing my buttons.
Go away.
Switch card to the Cramorant. That means no Psychic Energy here for Andrew Estrada. He's going to have to Spit Innocently, but that will put the Miraidon EX in range of another Spit Innocently or a Lost Mine in a future turn. Boss's Orders. That is really the only card that Jesse can play in the Lightning Energy.
Yeah, how slow is this after an explosive turn from Andrew on turn 1? Turn 2, with 10 cards in the Lost Zone, it's just going to be the Cramorant, and Jesse's trying to make the most of this situation. Spree Retreat on that Miraidon due to the Beach Court, but with the cards available in hand, we're in Theme Deck City.
I don't know if I like it there.
I prefer Pittsburgh.
No, I'm kidding. So fail the tandem unit yet again. Just trying to see what resources you have available. Maybe the Raikou Vs were just like sticking to another card in the deck. You never know.
You do hear those stories from time to time. Players, I don't know where my Sableyes went. And no, it's on you. It was there the whole time. No, we see Jesse does not have those resources available. Both Raikou V prize this time around. Needs so many energies to attack. No Mareep in play. And at this point, if any Mareep were to hit the field, could be easily cleared by way of that Sableye. So,
do we Boss's Orders the Sableye take the knockout with Zapdos?
Yeah, at this point, that's the most dangerous threat that I see. Cramorant would not take the knockout on the Zapdos, and it affords you a luxury of an additional turn, perhaps. Jesse is going to identify that. Beach Court helps out a friend. Electric Ball. Once more, not the reason this card is in the deck, but sometimes it does work.
Jesse is hoping it's one of those times for sure. There's Electric Ball yet again, taking another knockout. Those Raikou still hanging out in the prize cards. Andrew Estrada has a few more Flower Selectings available for him, but is starting to run low on the regular switch outs. Lost Vacuum is the first card. Don't see the second one.
Yeah, this is an important turn to take a prize card. As we see, the deck is dwindling at this point. The Kyogre was held on to, so the resources should be there to find the Aqua Storm, but you need to get to at least 4 prize cards remaining in order to get that combination to work. Attacking into this Zapdos would not be helpful. Escape Rope likely leads to the Raichu being promoted, so finding that Psychic Energy or that Sableye, that combination would be great. Not seeing any of those pieces just yet. Colress Experiment would work wonders here. Finally a Psychic Energy, but well done there from Jesse. It is the Colress Experiment, however, as the other card.
Finally, Colress's Experiment found yet again. There's Sableye and a Psychic Energy.
Yeah, in the window, 3 fantastic cards. It looks like the third card added was another Colress Experiment, so
not bad.
Everything that you're looking for in this point in time. Could honestly take the knockout on the Zapdos, just 12 damage counters. Feel pretty comfortable. Your opponent is desperate to continue to find ways to attack at this point. 2 damaged Pokemon, V and EX, lined up ready to go.
Now, Andrew does have Lost Vacuum in hand and opts to play it here. Gets rid of the Raikou V, gets rid of that Bravery Charm. So now Flying Pikachu V only has 100 HP left. Do you just get rid of it now to stop the potential shenanigans of Fly?
Yeah, I mean, you might honestly be worried more about Fly than you are about the obvious knockout in front of you in the Zapdos, but hey, at this point, don't let anything weird happen. You're comfortable with Sableye being knocked out, and your strategy's lined up. Look how small the deck is at this point. Clearly, Andrew should be able to make things happen next turn.
And with that extra damage on the Zapdos, that allows Spit Innocently to take a knockout on that Pokemon next turn. So Jesse's only attacker is most likely going to get knocked out. Did draw an Arven for the turn, so again, we'll tandem unit. Hope to find those Raikos. They're not there, buddy. Arven can search out for an electric generator, but even then, it's not going to be the best.
Yeah, there's not much that you can do here. Just continuing to add hit points to the board. Can't play down Pokemon like Mareep right now, I suppose. Although you are going to run out of energy soon if you're just attaching 1 energy per turn. You're going to need to find the electric generator to find some additional attacks. And that's just that difference once more of having 2 energy attacks or 3 energy attacks here.
Now with this Ultra Ball, Jesse can search for that Lumineon V. Use Luminous Sign to grab a different supporter if you don't want to Arven. I guess you can Iono.
I think that's absolutely where you're looking at this point. You need Andrew to start drawing dead maybe 2 turns ago. So let's start now and see if we can make things happen. A knockout on this Sableye does remove a big threat, of course, from taking some additional prize cards.
So 2 big cards to draw for Jesse here. Off these 4 cards, Switch card.
Switch card.
Heal that Zapdos. Bravery Charm.
I love it.
Those are the cards that Jesse's going to be looking for to try and stay in this game, as well as disrupting Andrew a little bit. Energy on that Miraidon EX that was grabbed off that tandem unit. And there is that powerful supporter, Iono. Hasn't come in handy too much this weekend, but could be a regional winner card if it works out for Jesse. And it doesn't.
Wow. Yeah, not the pieces at all here. Finds a few energies, boss's orders. Drapion V. It's not going to lead to much. You have the Zapdos knockout, but Andrew thought about this. He placed that 1 damage counter lined up for the Cramorant knockout this turn as well. If Andrew did find pieces such as that Colress's Experiment, then maybe he is able to burn through the whole deck this time around. Finds the Super Rod there to bring back this Sableye. And I mean, we're not messing around at this point. Just really loves the consistency. Maybe even able to set up that checkmate once more that we speak of, where you can knock out one of these Pokemon, and the damage counters are already live for the second Lost Mine to close things out. Don't have to worry about any hand disruption.
Listen, you're already down an Energy Recycler from the very first flower selecting, and Kyogre is just not an option here, but you have enough damage on the board to where a couple Sableye Lost Mines will be able to seal it up for you. First flower selecting here. All right, don't need Energy Recycler. We're good now.
We're done with that.
Did find the Sableye, though. Retreat to Cramorant. Cramorant has the knockout with Spit instantly. Going down to 2 prize cards left. That Miraidon EX is looking pretty juicy on the bench. Meanwhile, Jesse draws a Beach Court for the turn. Does have the Professor's Research that he got from the prize cards, but can also boss his orders up the Sableye, maybe take the knockout. How?
No.
Yeah.
That is not available there. It's the electric generator would have to be incorporated. We don't see that yet. Does it have to be the Professor's Research played this turn? And you're not solving the issue of the Sableye.
Are you talking to Jesse or to just Pokemon in general?
We'll get to that later, Pokemon. Yeah, Jesse, I think he understands at this point this is going to be an uphill battle. You can knock out the Cramorant, maybe find that Bravery Charm, and load that up with the Miraidon for some additional hit points to withstand the Sableye. Got to go for it. Here we go.
Just don't draw too many energy or any electric generator at all. That is a terrible 7 cards here from Jesse, and that has to be it, right?
Yeah, you can't even counter the Stadium. Cramorant is going to have that free retreat lined up and ready to go if the Psychic Energy is available for Andrew. He's going to have that knockout on the Miraidon EX to win a Pittsburgh Regional Championship. Jesse's looking at all of the potential there. And there's so many solid cards he could have found. None of them there. Mareep is going to be promoted, Jeremy.
Andrew draws the card for the turn. Doesn't have it right away, or else we would just see it. Cramorant can take a knockout on the active Mareep. I guess you could also retreat to the Comfey. Hope you get Mirage Gate, Psychic Energy. There's a lot of hits here. Again, just not moving fast enough to where we would think Andrew has it. Beach Court, Hisuian Heavy Ball, those cards don't do it.
Yep, neither of them really get the job done. We know that there's no targets off the Hisuian Heavy Ball. So does Andrew. He's going to throw that away. No pressure immediately to get the job done, but of course, if you can win, you go for it. And it's going to just be the pass of the turn.
Oh, wow.
Jesse given new life, but what's he going to do with it? It's just another Professor's Research. Would lose all of his energies again.
You can attach to the Miraidon EX, retreat, take the knockout, go down to 2 prize cards. But then you just have to have Andrew not draw a Psychic Energy 2 more turns.
Seems like it'd make a lot of sense to burn through once more to try to find that Bravery Charm for the Miraidon. We do see it there, hanging out at the top of the deck.
Grabs the Flaffy. Hopefully don't evolve before you retreat.
That would be bad.
Deck is getting pretty low for both of our players here. Game 3. Third energy comes down on the Miraidon EX. There's the retreat. Flaffy. And you have to research. You need that Bravery Charm right now. 7 cards.
Still not found 2 more chances. Oh. There it is right there off the 6 card. So big to find in this situation. Just going to take a peek. Do you have some of those lost vacuums? I really don't want to lose this.
Well, they shouldn't have called it lost vacuum then.
Where'd it go?
I think they're both gone. So that means that Bravery Charm will stick.
Let's see if there's any energies left hanging around here.
Sure. All right. That's actually pretty big. You get the 1 for the turn, you get Dynamotor, and then get another attachment next turn.
Certainly should have some attackers ready to close out if Andrew's not able to find the right pieces. This is so big for Jesse. That extra opportunity here is going to be able to take this knockout with the Miraidon. First going to get that energy from the Dynamotor.
A big thing that matters now is last turn, Andrew had the opportunity to maybe spit innocently, take the knockout on the Mareep. Doesn't matter too much now, though. Bravery Charm on that Miraidon EX now has 150 HP left, just out of range of that Lost Mine. And hey, Raikou V finally making its way, showing up in Game 3.
We do not have bench space. 2-2 prize cards. Who thought we'd get to this point after the turn 1 Mirage Gate, Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken? Jesse holding on, and Andrew's going to do some calculations, take a look at the discard pile, see if there is an out here to try to close out this turn. It's tricky, of course, without that Lost Vacuum.
Flower selecting here, gets rid of that Battle VIP Pass, found some Mirage Gate.
That was a quick selection.
Well, obviously, it's Battle VIP Pass.
We like those.
Yeah. But Mirage Gate does not mean the win anymore.
6 energies in total would lead to the Kyogre. Here we go, going to Countdown.
Yeah, you're down. Both your Energy Recycler, though, have already used the Super Rod, so just 2 more Super Rod left.
Jeremy, that's 6 energy. Comfey is going to be added to the board. Just one more way to look through the last remaining cards of the deck. Does Andrew want to make this the last turn of the match?
There we see Mirage Gate.
Yep, before the Kyogre, of course, so not going to be the choice now. Sableye. Ready to roll.
Seems like Psychic Energy, Mirage Gate. A couple of the highlights that are left in the deck for Andrew Estrada here.
Of course, if the Super Rod is found as well, then you'd be able to find the double Sableye to easily close out here.
Retreats that Comfey. Sableye in the active. Big 12 damage counters here. Looking like maybe 9 on the Flaffy and then 3 on that Miraidon, so another Sableye can take the knockout? Or
Yeah, I think considerations need to be made for Switch Cart.
Oh, true.
So and that's a little bit of what worries me. It looks like Lumineon is within range without the Switch Cart, and Miraidon as well. And if Sableye is knocked out, maybe Jesse has a window here. Can Hand Disruption be included in this knockout? You also need to retreat.
Yeah, that is an important thing. Photon Blaster means you cannot attack with that Miraidon the next turn.
Switch Cart and Judge in the hand. Of course, for your retreat already, but maybe can heal off a little bit of damage from these Pokemon. Shouldn't be too relevant after seeing how many damage counters were placed, but it's one less card.
And if you remember, I still believe there's the second Sableye in the deck for Andrew.
Are you an energy?
Nope.
No.
So there's 2 Switch Cart left. I don't think that'll get there.
I think for Jesse at this point, every card is blank.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You're looking to attack, take this knockout on the Sableye, and you're just hoping and praying that Andrew is not able to find the pieces for boss's orders with a Cramorant, or attacking with the Sableye, taking a knockout. Boss's orders isn't even in the deck, so good, don't have to worry about that.
Now, with Andrew shuffling the hand around, I did see the last Super Rod, I believe. So that means just even more chances to try to get that Sableye and Psychic Energy back. And really, he's just going to have to rely off Flower selecting and the card for turn. I don't see much switch outs in Andrew's hand. Maybe the card's changed. Who knows?
Still bad. Okay, good.
So you have the option of retreating and playing the switch card before the Judge, or doing it after, just depending on how many cards are in the deck. But good play here. You have it in your hand already, might as well. Now 160 on that Miraidon. Still in range of a Lost Mine, but bringing up the Lumineon V here. Already retreated for the turn.
Yep.
Needs to hit that last switch cart in the deck.
Still does not play around Sableye. Gonna see 4 of these 5.
This is so risky because you lose the Sableye anyway with the Miraidon EX on the bench. Just go back into... Can you even attack?
I mean, Miraidon's ready to roll
That's
once
true,
more. It's
yeah.
reached the bench, so see how this risk pays off here. Sees the switch
first card. All right, switch cart is going to heal off the 30 from the Lumineon V here. We still got Dynamotor. Now, part of me was wondering, there's some Pokemon where it says like just this Pokemon can't attack, and if it says that, that means you just can't attack with it in general.
Mm-hmm.
But there is that switch cart to the Miraidon.
That is going to be one prize remaining here for it. Jesse Parker, as he takes the knockout there with the Maridon EX. Andrew Estrada, we'll see if he has the way to get the job done here. Asking if we can play face up.
Sableye.
See what we have.
Mirage Gate, that
Sableye,
is
Super
it.
Rod.
Oh, wow. All right. The judge of the century for Andrew Estrada here. Sableye able to take enough damage to clear that Maridon EX with the Bravery Charm. And with that, Andrew Estrada punching his ticket to Honolulu.
Andrew Estrada, 2024 champion now of the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. What a great way to start things off. Former world champion, getting the job done here in the largest field we have ever seen for a regional championship, with the unsung hero of Kyogre once more. Didn't need to attack this time around. It's done its job throughout some earlier matches in the tournament, and it all culminates to this. What a great way to close things out there, and what looked to be a non-game in Game 3. But Jesse really pulling things together, trying to get it done.
Was just one knockout away, games 1 and 3, to try to become the Pittsburgh Regional Champion here. But unfortunate for you Maridon fans, Sableye is just too powerful of a Pokemon to overcome.
Yep, once more, just the damage continued to get piled on, and we saw Andrew was prioritizing that, wanted to focus on removing those Pokemon with the simple answer of a 1 energy attack with Sableye, and it was so often the correct choice. Got pretty close here, 2-2 prize cards. Andrew tried to set up a checkmate, and it certainly was just that, as double switch cart was not enough to heal off the Maridon and the Lumineon there. The knockout was ready to roll. Andrew Estrada, regional champion.
And of course, congratulations to Jesse Parker yet again. 2nd place at the biggest regionals we've had so far. $7,000 richer. Good chunk of championship points. We could try again in the future.
Yeah, I mean, undefeated in day 1. I feel like this is definitely something that he could build on. It doesn't get much better than that unless you're on the other side of the table.
Yeah, $10,000. That invite to Honolulu, and what, 200 championship points as well? You don't need those anymore.
Yeah, those are irrelevant.
I guess you're worried about the buy now.
Yeah, that's something that especially a player of Andrew's caliber will be thinking about. And it seems silly, it's just 1 extra win, but maybe you avoid that ridiculous deck as on the opening of Worlds, and you get to move on to some real decks in round 2. And it's hey, that happens a lot, man.
Listen, if 1 extra win can matter anymore, we had a ton of 35-point people with cut. Only 1 made it in. These tournaments are going to get harder and harder the more people enter. The competitive level of Pokemon has just shot up through the roof.
I think this tournament is going to be great for us to look back on as we continue on throughout the rest of this season. Think about all the amazing tournaments that we're going to see, all the amazing places we're going to visit throughout this year. And 1,800 people. We're going to see even more, most likely, at some of these other events here. So what a great way to start things off. And I don't think we had a much better champion in the room there than Andrew Estrada, piloting that deck phenomenally.
Yeah, playing it to the best of his ability, and best of his ability, winning the tournament is pretty good. It is one of the harder decks to play in the format, and just goes to show once a world champion, always a world champion.
Still lives in there, even surviving Chorus to 1 or whatever was going on in that ridiculous game
Just
back
really
in 2014.
loves playing a Chorus supporter, I guess.
Hey, it worked out this time around. In Game 3, we saw an unreal setup for that turn 1 Moonlight Shuriken after the Chorus experiment. And I mean, those are the kind of games you dream of. When he's went to sleep last night, so in the finals, if I could do that in Game 3, we good.
I'm sure he's going to be dreaming of that finals over and over again throughout the rest of the season. Might be a nightmare for Jesse, but who knows?
I mean, it was so close to not being that. And maybe if we saw another Raikou V not stuck in the prize cards, if you could get one of those attacks off and not have to pass the turn, that may have been the additional prize card that we were looking for throughout the entirety of that game.
And it goes to show small techs like Zapdos really do put in a ton of work in matchups where you don't think they would be useful for. It is in there mainly just so you can hit that 230 damage to take out those Pokemon V that have that HP. But Electric Ball, pretty good attack against a deck that has all single prizers.
It's not the first time we've seen it either. I think we saw Gibby Archer Tang playing that in San Diego last year, finding a knockout to win a series. And, I feel like it made a little more sense this time around, but it's still cool to see either way. It's in the deck. Use it.
Made a little more sense and a lot more dollars. Both of these players are reaping the benefits of the new prize support that we have this entire 2024 season. And honestly, with the way this weekend is shaped up, I cannot wait for these future regionals.
Yeah, we're going to have a new set introduced for Peoria by this time next month, so that's going to be very exciting to witness. And we already saw in the Champions League in Japan, Miraidon was able to get the job done with the help of some additional friends there, so it's going to be very cool to see. What is going to be the next play for Jesse? Does he continue to build with this Miraidon deck, add some of those new cards, and see if he's got another 9-0 run in him? Or do you play Kyogre like somebody else?
And of course, before 151, we still have a couple other tournaments in this Obsidian Flames format. We got Barcelona, the special event, and then the regional in Lille, France. Now, who knows how many of these players are going to make the trip over to Europe to try and take down one of these big tournaments, but there's always the possibility in Pokemon. Anything can happen. Anyone can win a certain tournament given the right amount of skill and right amount of luck.
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to those events, but for now, we have our regional champion crowned. Let's go ahead and talk to Andrew Estrada, see how he's feeling about that incredible match.
Hello, everyone. Adam Watson here in the lounge with our Pittsburgh regional champion, Andrew Estrada. How are you feeling, my friend?
Feels great.
I mean, that's certainly an understatement, but I know you're pretty tired. It's been a long weekend of Pokemon, but now that you've taken down the whole tournament, let us know, what's the first thing going through your mind?
Just excited to go to Hawaii.
Yeah, that's true. You got your world's invite now for Hawaii, big prize money, and a long drive home ahead of you. But who's the first person you're going to let know from maybe your family or your friends that might not have stayed up to watch the stream this long that you're the champion?
Definitely my girlfriend. Shout out her. She's been following me all day. Shout out Rachel. Thank you. Yeah. So I'll give her a FaceTime call after this. You know?
That is amazing. I'm so glad you have people in your corner, Andrew, who were able to see you take down this monumental victory, the biggest tournament of all time. And I know you were pretty confident in your chances, but did that best of 3 play out the way that you envisioned?
No, it was a little scary because game 2, obviously you saw what happened with the brick. And then game 3, I was put in a situation where I wasn't able to find Chloris for several consecutive turns, and then I was forced to go through a lot of switches really quickly. And my deck only plays 7, right? So a lot of people don't see that coming, and I kind of make up for it with the beach court a little bit. But still, yeah, like drawing cards, especially against Miraidon, to combo Sableye back-to-back is, you have to hit it every time. Otherwise, you lose.
Yeah, so it was certainly down to the wire. I think that for, you know, and so now that you've taken the win, hard-won victory, even though you're confident on the deck that you just picked up recently, you're telling me before the interview, actually, that there was a chance you weren't even going to make it to this tournament. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, we all registered on Thursday because we saw there were some spots open. We were all just hanging out as a group, and then we kind of just checked, and we're like, oh, registration's still open. We all thought it was closed. Like none of us were even supposed to be here. So it's pretty crazy that we registered 4 days ago, and now we're here.
Amazing. Certainly an amazing twist of fate for you to be here to collect a victory that some would say you were destined to have. Any final thoughts for the people at home before we let you get out of here and truly celebrate your victory?
Just thank you guys for supporting. Obviously, I love my friends and my family, and thank you guys for just being there for me. Shout out to all those people. You guys all know who you are, and I couldn't do it without you guys.
Very well put. We're going to let you certainly go out into the world and celebrate your big win and your invite to Honolulu. We're going to go to a quick break, folks, and when we come back, we're going to close out the show and move on and set up for our next part of the competitive season. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We just had a small break while we got the gang here into the lounge. Adam Watson here, joined by Wancho, Jeremy, and Kyle way down there at the end. And we're here to send off the biggest tournament of all, the biggest regional of all, I should say, here in Pittsburgh. It's certainly been a long weekend of Pokemon. How are you gentlemen feeling?
I feel absolutely amazing. That last game definitely took me for a ride. I didn't think it would go up to game 3, down to the last couple of prizes. Absolutely electrifying.
Yeah, the top decks were real for sure.
Yeah, it is just pretty crazy to see where Miraidon is in the format right now. And honestly, I think it could keep going. Kyle already said it, won the Champions League in Japan. Second place here. Sky's the future.
Yeah, and just shout out to Jesse for an amazing performance. A 9-0 in day number 1, and then to continue on with that success to make it to the top 8 and all the way to the finals. Does not run into the matchup that he's looking for, but still made it a great series.
Yeah, we have so many new players to look out for. We're going to take a look at the final standings from the Pittsburgh Regional. So these are the rest of the names that we got to keep on our radars moving forward in this competitive season. Andrew Hedrick still making an incredibly deep run with the Lugia V-Star, the deck that he was known for.
Yes, and of course, Rahul Reddy, Lucas Singh, Adam Reinhardt, all these players, they played their hearts out today, and they definitely deserve these top 8 spots in the biggest regional of all.
Colin, of course, getting a big top 4 finish with that Mew VMAX. It's not gone just yet. Still a World Championship deck. It can do some pretty good stuff.
But in the end, there was only 2 players to make it through all thick and thin. Andrew Estrada, the champion on Lost Zone Box with the Kyogre. And
he's so good, he won twice.
He won twice. He took his opponent's
Beat
name.
There we
Jesse
go.
Parker on Miraidon EX, with the yellow shirt buff, took this deck farther than only a few people thought it could. And this is certainly going to be a list with a big target on its back moving forward.
No, definitely made me a believer in the Miraidon.
But with Miraidon being a new hope for the future, maybe Chin Pao can have a repeat as we move forward through the competitive season, because the next event, folks and gentlemen here in the lounge, is Peoria. This is going to be taking place October 6th through 8th. So make sure you tune in, folks. Still on the same channel where you know and love all of your Pokemon content, all of your competitive streams, and a few of us are going to be there to help walk you through the action. And I believe Kyle said he was going to compete.
I'm going to win.
Oh, okay,
Amen.
I believe that.
3 games.
I believe that even more.
Winning at least 3. You set a very reasonable goal, Kyle. And
Day
then
2.
Anything else is icing on the cake. Peoria, our next stop in the competitive season is going to be fantastic. But here in North America is not the only place that the competitive spirit is taking hold. Barcelona now has a special event over in Europe, and that's fantastic as well because we managed to, sign some papers, do some shuffling around, and that will also be featured here on this stream. So you don't have to juggle channels anymore. You can tune right into this particular channel wherever you're enjoying it, and the Barcelona special event will be there for your viewing pleasure, folks.
Yeah, it's exciting. Pokemon around the world. Can you ask for more?
Yes. I just want to watch Pokemon every weekend.
Yeah, can we do this daily?
Okay, you guys are asking a little bit too much.
I mean, I think I built up the endurance. We'll get some more energy drinks. We'll just run it back. Let's just rewind it. We'll do it again, folks. But speaking of things that happen over and over again, we have a special birthday to shout out because birthdays come every year. Woo! And we got an old man, Kyle Sablehouse. We got a cake here. Special guest star Chip Ritchie, who's been helping out backstage. And
What's
happy
happening?
birthday, Kyle.
Hey! Make a wish.
I want another tournament.
He's wishing for a big finish in Peoria. We're certainly going to be rooting for you, Kyle. It's going to be your main character energy balanced against threefold caster curse. Tune in Peoria to see which one will be the strongest. But I think that's going to be it for us because we got to get out of here, let you folks get to sleep, and prepare for the next stage of the 2024 competitive season.